please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance, which is going to be led by Mr. Lee Young.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much, sir. We are now going to move on to the land acknowledgement. We recognize that we are presently on the lands of the Chochenyo, Muwekma, Karkin, Ohlone peoples and acknowledge them as the first inhabitants of the land we currently occupy. I would like to welcome everyone to this April 28th meeting of the West Contra Costa USD Board of Education. The mission of the West Contra Costa Unified School District is to prepare students for post-secondary education and to be responsible, thinking, contributing members of our global society. We believe in public education as the most important function in a democratic society. We believe we must treat everyone with courtesy, dignity, and respect, provide safe and nurturing environments in which to learn, teach, work, and participate, serve our students by working as partners with our community to develop well-rounded, lifelong learners and contributing members of a global society, take responsibility for our behavior and performance to ensure the highest possible achievement of all students, employees, and our school community, provide equitable and essential communication and support for successful learning, teaching, working, and participating. Respect, celebrate, and welcome the diversity, uniqueness, and contributions of all members of our school community. The board member should not subordinate the education of children and youth to any partisan principle, group interest, or the member's own personal interest. This meeting will provide public comment opportunities on discussion items through the Zoom app or by telephone, and that's discussion and action items as well. To indicate your desire to speak on an agenda item, raise your hand by clicking on the appropriate icon in the Zoom app or by pressing *9 if accessing the meeting by phone. In order to be recognized to speak, your hand must be raised before public comment begins for the item. To access translation of the agenda, click the top of the web page using the word English for translation into multiple languages. Meeting interpretation services are available via Zoom by clicking on the globe icon at the bottom of the screen. Due to the Brown Act, board members cannot discuss items that are not on the agenda and do not usually respond to items presented in public comment. Mr. Duffy, can we have the roll call, please?
Yes. President Phillips.
Here.
Trustee and Clerk Smith Folds.
Good evening, present.
Trustee Christian.
Here, present.
Trustee Reckler.
Good evening, present.
Trustee Gonzalez Hoy.
Good evening, present. Thank you.
Student Trustee Emiliano.
Present.
And Student Trustee Leung.
Present.
All present and accounted for.
Thank you very much, Mr. Duffy. We're going to go on to report ratification of closed session.
We have one report out this evening. The board voted to reject government code claim presented by the claimant in closed session dated April 15th, 2021, alleging employment liability. The board voted 3 yes to 0 no, with Trustee Gonzalez Hoy and Trustee Smith Folds abstaining.
Thank you very much, Mr. Duffy. We're going to go on to agenda review and adoption. Board, if you had a chance to look at the consent calendar, is there anything that you would like to take off? Okay, I'm seeing, let me open up my screen so I make sure I see okay, Reckler, I see your hand.
President Phillips, I'd like to pull C5 for discussion, receive annual financial audit for 2019-2020.
Okay. Can I have another one, Trustee Reckler?
No, actually, I have a follow from the April 14th meeting. And at that meeting, I forgot to ask for the annual measurable outcomes for the Mills Kennedy High School contract. And I would like to receive that.
Okay, it's just, you want information from staff? Okay, we'll get it to you. Trustee Smith Falls?
I don't have anything to pull off consent, but I do have something for the agenda. Should I do that now or wait?
Like you want to add something to it? Like you
I want to pull something off the agenda.
what would you like to pull off of the agenda?
I would like to pull E3 off the agenda, please.
E3. One second, Trustee Smith Falls. You want to pull the past budget off of the agenda?
Yes, I wanted to come back at a different time. I want to pull it off the agenda for tonight.
Okay. Trustee Smith Falls, I would like to leave that on the agenda. We told folks that it would be there. Is there anything else that anybody has?
So Trustee Phillips, point of order, do I need to make a motion to have that pulled and see if I get a second and call for a vote?
You are welcome to make a motion to take that off the agenda if you would like.
Okay, I would like to motion to take E3 off the agenda for tonight and have it come back to the board at a later time.
Is there a second?
I'll second President Phillips.
Okay, we're just doing this one item right now. So the motion is to take the past budget off the agenda for tonight and to bring it back at a later time. It's been moved and seconded. We're just going to go to the vote. Is there any discussion on this? Trustee Reckler?
I'm sorry about that. I'd just like to know why.
Thank you, Trustee Reckler, for that question. I would like to pull the past budget off the agenda for tonight. One reason is that it's not complete. So I would like it to be completed before we bring it to the entire board. The second reason is I don't think staff had enough time to actually get this agenda item together. The third reason I would like to pull it is I would like for it to go through the proper process. One of those could be that it could go to the budget committee for a deep dive. The other part of the process is the people who wanted the past budget brought to the agenda, they've already received that information. So I'd like to give them the opportunity to have a chance for us to review, reflect, and respond to it, and then bring it back to the entire board. Those people I want to include Asset. I also want to include OASA in that conversation. And as board liaison to Asset, I would like to have the time to talk to them with the past budget and then bring that back to the full board.
Okay, so this is what we're going to do. You got your question answered. I'm just gonna put a pin in this because we're doing this a little bit disjointed, and we'll have some more discussion on this, but there actually may be people listening who would like to make public comment about this item being taken off of the agenda, period, which is something that we normally allow the public to do. But we're going to put a pin in it. It's been moved, it's been seconded. We'll have a vote, but we are going to let people make public comment as to whether they actually want to hear this item. So for folks who wanted this item or wanted to be able to talk about the past budget, you do need to be raising your hands to be able to make comment about this item staying on the agenda or not. Is there anything else that any board member has before we go to public comment? Okay. Who is doing public comment tonight on staff?
I will, Dr. Wold.
Okay, Dr. Wold, do we have any public comment this evening?
We do.
Okay. Dr. Wold, please start public comment.
Okay, I'll give the clock a second to come up. And I am looking at the total. It looks like we have 6 hands. So the first hand is Salita Hunter. You may unmute.
Thank you. My name is Salita Hunter. I'm a parent within the district, and I believe that this item should stay on the agenda because parents need to understand what's happening in their budget and how the money works within our district. This is parent training for us, and it's also notifying the board of things that are happening within trying to execute the resolution through this past budget. So I believe that it should stay because people need to hear what's happening. They also need to understand what's happening. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next public speaker is Jean Kinchner. Jean, you may unmute.
Hello and good evening, board. I would like to thank Trustee Jamila Smith-Folds for bringing this to our attention. If it really is not ready and all of the answers on the budget are not ready, it would be best to have all of the parents have an informed, complete answer instead of half of an answer. So if that truly is the case, I would like to thank her for bringing this to our attention.
Our next public speaker is Ellen Mejia Hooper. You may unmute.
I'm sorry, I accidentally lowered my hand.
Okay.
Raised my hand.
Our next public speaker is Asada Wilson. You may unmute.
Good evening, everyone. This is Sato Silent A. Wilson, educator without windows at Richmond High School, Union of Teachers of Richmond, treasurer and executive board member, and also president of the Black Educators Network. I agree with the fact that if this is going to be presented, then it needs to be completed, as Trustee Smith-Folds mentioned. I think it would be best to have information shared with the community as long as it's prepared and use the proper time and channels and protocols to get the item set up, so that way everyone is everything's transparent and that there's clarity, and so everyone understands it, and so that way it's not confusing. I think, just looking at the agenda, I think we have too many items that I've already noticed that are going to take some time, and I think the issue is the fact that if we need time to go back, or they need time to go back and look at this presentation and look at the item that's not prepared, then you use this time to actually properly prepare it and make sure that it goes through the proper channels. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next public speaker is Elon Harrison. You may unmute.
So I don't understand why this isn't prepared anyway, because part of the resolution says that this is supposed to be prepared. So we have educators and a board member saying that this is not prepared and this is acceptable, that is not prepared. I'm unclear about this. We're talking about the lowest performing students in the district. So the people are getting paid to address this, and they're getting paid pretty nice salaries to address this. Not prepared and it's acceptable, and then we're going to make nice excuses for it not to happen, and Black kids are dying and being undereducated, and where their money and resources are going, and we're not prepared. Unacceptable. Show what you got now, because we want to know something. We don't know nothing all year long. Not prepared, and it's okay. Unacceptable. You're getting paid to do a job, and it needs to be done. And it needs to be whatever you scrape together, because I know all kids don't include Black kids when y'all talk about education and resources and services. And past budget been play money for this district. Report what you got, because you have not been doing your job from the rooter to the tutor, from Duffy on down. They need to show, and we deserve to hear something tonight. That's not our fault y'all not prepared. That's somebody who's not doing their job. Thank you.
That completes all hands have spoken.
Thank you very much. So board, we're going to do two things, okay? We're going to take up the motion that Trustee Smith Folds made and that was seconded by Gonzalez Hoy. We're doing this separately. And then after that, we'll have a motion to kind of deal with the totality of the agenda so we can move forward, okay? Where we stopped it was moved, it was seconded, we had public comment. We will now have board discussion on Trustee Smith Folds' motion. And we're going to start tonight with Trustee Reckler. Mrs. Reckler.
Yeah, so just a concern of mine is that there was no attachment, so I don't really know what I'm going to be looking at, and I'm not sure, you know, how thoughtful I can be. I mean, so that's just my concern, is that there was nothing attached. Thank you.
Okay, and we're on comments now. So the next person will be Smith Folds.
I don't disagree with the callers that work has not been done. That's one of the reasons why I'm asking for it to be tabled, so work can be done correctly. I think if you bring something to the community, you need to bring it whole and in totality, and it needs to be flushed out correctly. I am not saying that time and space was not given for that. I'm saying it's not ready tonight. So don't bring something halfway to the table when it's something so important as Black children and what we're doing for our students. Bring the whole thing forward so we can have a in-depth, real conversation about the past budget. So then we can set some clear direction. Don't bring it halfway, bring it fully. That's why I want it to be tabled until it can be done correctly, expeditiously done correctly, and brought back forth to this board so we can have a real conversation about Black students and the money that should be attached to help them with their resources.
Thank you, Smith Folds. Christian, comments on this particular motion?
Yes, thank you, President Phillips. Yes, I agree. It should not be rushed. Whatever we do, it should be done right, and it should be put together right. So it should be done right. So bring it back on the next one.
Gonzalez Hoy.
Thank you. So I mean, I think that I agree with what everybody has said. I think that Ms. Harrison and Ms. Hunter made some really incredibly compelling and important points. But because of the points that they made, I think that we have to make educated decisions around this topic, and I feel completely unprepared. On budget issues, I don't just watch the budget committee and a fan and study that because I want to be as informed as possible. But I always take my time to look at the items attached, and neither of those things happened. So I would really just be going by the presentation today. I believe that we should table. Thank you.
Okay, so I have a few comments. One, I think it is inaccurate to say that this did not go through the proper protocols. The leadership of ASAT has been sending emails to the board and the superintendent for a very long time.
Sorry,
Mr. Gonzalez, go ahead.
Sorry, point of order.
I skipped somebody. I skipped. Yes.
Thank
Okay.
you. Sorry to interrupt.
Yeah. No problem. Emiliano, you'll go first tonight.
I agree with what the previous trustees have said in the sense of if this is not a complete plan where not everything has been completely decided yet, it should be tabled until you have a complete plan, because with half a plan, you can't really go anywhere with it. Like there's going to be so many questions. I agree that it should be tabled and come back later for when it's complete.
Leon.
Thank you, President Phillips. I just want to echo the comments made by the other trustees that that we should have a complete plan brought to the table before we discuss. And that's all I have.
Thank you very much. I'm going to jump back in there. I think that it is inaccurate to say that the proper protocols have not been followed. Um, Asset leadership, including Soletta Hunter, who called in, who is the chair, has been sending emails um, to board members and staff asking for budget information for the past budget for 21-22. I have seen these emails personally. In addition to that, they have a right to request agenda items. This got onto the agenda because they were sending emails to board members and staff, and those emails were, in my opinion, being ignored. So this tonight, this item is not a plan for anything. This is happening so so ASAT leadership can actually get information that they have been trying to get without coming to the board. Soletta Hunter and Mr. Duffy actually had a meeting this morning about this presentation. This is something that ASAT has been asking for. And as members of the public, not just as parents, but as members of the public, every member of the public actually has a right to actually submit a request for an agenda item. So this is very similar to what happened with MDAC when they were trying to get information about a budget and they couldn't get that information, and I got it on an agenda for them. This is the exact same thing. This is not a plan for us to consider or weigh. This is an opportunity for ASAT to hear the latest information about what the potential budget may look like. And I'm going to be frank, the protocols that were not followed are not any protocols that are in our bylaws. There are board members and staff who are trying to direct what ASAT does or does not do. And I believe that that is what is happening. So folks can vote the way they want to vote tonight, but there are no protocols that were not followed. They submitted questions, they got on the agenda for this evening, and all you guys are doing by voting this down is not letting them have information that they have frankly been asking for months. So that said, vote your conscience. I know how I'm voting. Mrs. Reckler? I can't hear you.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm really sorry about that. Is it possible to have any more discussion, just a sentence of discussion?
I mean, if people want to go, I mean, if we start up again, I'll probably have more than a sentence, but if people want to go back around another time, that's fine. But, and I also want to say, this is a discussion item. We are not voting
Okay.
on anything tonight. The sole purpose of this being on the agenda is because African-American parents have been ignored and they are trying to get information. So I agendized it because I knew if we did this, they would get the information that they've been asking for. That's all this is about. But if folks want to go back around again, we can do that. Is that what you guys want to do?
Okay, just my only comment is that I just love to have an attachment so that we know what we're looking at ahead of time. You know, just to be intelligent about the conversation. So, you know, that's really that's really it.
So my comment is it's disingenuous to say that a board member has not been working with Asset or with Apex or with OASA, because that board member, let's name it, that board member you're speaking of is me. I have worked with not only Ruben Aurelio, not only Will McGee, not only Ms. Hunter and the Asset Executive Board. I have worked diligently with the organizations that we have in this district that concentrate on Black student achievement and success. I have done that diligently. So I take umbrage to the fact that it is put out there that I have not. Just working with someone doesn't mean that you are always in lockstep agreement. That is something that we have to come to full understanding as adults. Just because I hear you does not mean that I agree with you. It means that we are working through policy, procedures, and concepts. Asset has been given the 2020-2021 budget. The current one that we're talking about now, 2021 and 2022, is in development. What I'm asking for is to allow that development to come to fruition and then have this same conversation. I would have this conversation because we'll have this conversation offline with Asset and with OASA, and we will walk through the past budget just like we are going to walk through the resolution, just like we are walking through the bylaws, to make sure that we are all on one page and one accord to move the Black children's success forward in this district. I'm asking for board members to understand that I am the liaison to this, and I'm asking for the grace and the understanding to know that I am doing what I have been called to do as it comes to understanding and working with Black organizations in this district. Now, that's where I'm laying it down at. I want this to come back when it is ready to come back so we can have a knowledgeable and intelligent conversation about Black students and the resources that we must put to making sure they are able to be successful in this district. I'm not asking for it to be tabled forever. I'm asking for it to come back. And with the caveat that Ms. Hunter and the Asset Executive Board will be given, which I believe they've already have been given, the 2021-2022 budget where it stands now. They have that, Superintendent Duffy, they have that information, correct?
Yes, they do.
Thank you. Now I'm asking for that to be that budget to be fully developed and a fully, completely developed budget to be brought back to the board. That's what I'm asking for. So the community will be made aware of it in its totality and it's in its completed form. Thank you.
Mr. Duffy, a quick question.
Yes.
They do have the current budget. When did you give them the 21-22 budget?
So just to back up, from what I saw was that Mr. McGee in a previous email had shared the 21-22 budget. However, when I talked to Ms. Hunter, she mentioned that budget as shared in its form was really unreadable and undigestible. So having had that conversation with her, we reformatted the proposed budget for next year, which is what's in the attachment tonight. And we also shared that with her earlier today, or just a few hours ago when we were able to complete it, and say, this is what we have in the budget for next year. These are the big buckets that are in there for next year. And as Trustee Smith-Folds is saying, it is a work in progress and people will be continuing to make tweaks, adjustments. You know, there's some big buckets of money that every little detail is not ironed out. But we have a total right now, but we've got a few months to go still to continue to work that out. So we have shared, here's what's in the three main areas where we put money to support students, staff, and parents in the African American student support budgets. And that's where we are as of today.
Thank you very much. We're wrapping back around. Christian would be next.
Yeah, only thing I just say is bring it back, make sure everything is done right and bring it back on the next meeting.
Okay. Mr. Christian, you're saying you want to bring it back on the next meeting. Mr. Gonzalez.
Thank you. I don't have any comments.
Emiliano.
No comments, thank you.
Leon.
No comments from me either.
Okay. What I will say is this, Mr. Duffy, they have been, I'm saying Mr. Duffy, I'm not asking a question. They have been asking for certain information for months. They got that information today in a readable format. They met with the superintendent today. They are on, and when I say they, I'm talking about Black parents. They are on the agenda for tonight. They are called in and said, please do not take our item off. And the fact that they have a liaison who wants to take their item off, you all heard them. So they have the right to actually address the school board. I mean, it's like in the Constitution, you have the right to address the government. And you having a liaison does not take away your actual constitutional rights to address the government. So there is no reason that they cannot hear a presentation tonight that they have been asking for some months. But you all vote however you want. They're telling you what they want. They called in and told you what they want. You vote your conscience. We need to move on. So we're going to go on to the vote. It's been properly moved. It's been seconded to not let the past presentation go forward tonight. On to the vote. Reckler
Yeah, so I'll vote to table.
and Smith Folds.
Smith votes to table.
And this is not really to table the item. We're just pulling it off. So just because there's no debate on tabling and all that stuff. Okay. So Christian.
Yes.
Okay. Gonzalez
I vote yes on the motion.
and Emiliano.
Emiliano, yes.
Leon.
Leon, yes.
Phillips. No. Okay. That's it. So we'll move on. We need to do the rest of the agenda. So what I have is item C5 being pulled from consent. So the motion that I'm asking for now is that we approve the motion approve the agenda minus item E3 and with pulling C5 off of consent. Can I have a motion for that?
So moved.
Can I have a second?
Second.
Okay, so it was moved by Gonzalez, seconded by Smith Folds to approve the agenda with two changes. E3 is no longer on the agenda, period, and C5 is pulled off of consent. So on to, and we already have public comment on this item. So on to the vote, and you guys just say your names. It'll go faster tonight. You know, we're starting with Reckler, and you got the order, okay? So Reckler.
Yes. Reckler, yes.
Smith Folds, yes.
Christian, yes.
Gonzalez, so yes.
Emiliano,
Leon, yes.
And Phillips, yes. Okay, we're gonna move on to the next item, which is approval of minutes for April 14, 2021. Board, is there any correction to the minutes? Reckler?
One small correction, and that is the school that I walked was Madera.
Okay, any other corrections? No? Okay. Is there any public comment on this?
Sorry about that. No, there's no public comment.
Okay, can I have a motion to adopt the minutes with the corrections?
I'll move
moved.
that forward.
I'll second. I will second.
Oh, okay, so it's been moved by Reckler, seconded by Gonzalez Hoy. On to the vote.
Reckler, yes.
Smith Folds, yes.
Christian, yes.
Gonzalez, so yes.
Emiliano, yes.
Leon, yes.
Phillips, yes. Thank Thank you very much, everybody. Okay, so now we're going to move on to item B8, which is resolution number 66-2021 National Bilingual Multilingual Learner Advocacy Month. And Mr. Gonzalez Hoy has volunteered to read the resolve clauses of
Thank
this
you.
resolution.
Thank you, President Phillips. Proud to do it as a bilingual student, English language learner. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Education of the West Contra Costa Unified School District hereby proclaims April 2021 as National Bilingual / Multilingual Learner Advocacy Month. Thank you. Short
Thank you.
resolves.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions, board, about this resolution? All right, any public comment? Mr. Wall?
No public comment.
Okay, board, can we have a motion to adopt this resolution?
So moved.
Moved by Gonzalez, seconded by Smith Folds. All right, on to the vote.
Reckler, yes.
Smith Folds, yes.
Christian, yes.
Gonzalez, so yes.
Miliano, yes.
Leon, yes.
Phillips, yes. Thank you, Mr. Gonzalez. Hoy. So next we're going to go to item B9, which is resolution number 67-2021, School Library Month. And this one will be read, the resolve clauses, by Trustee Reckler.
Thank you. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Education of West Contra Costa Unified School District does hereby proclaim April 2021 as School Library Month in all of West Contra Costa Unified School District and calls upon school administrators, teachers, students, and citizens of West Contra Costa to recognize and support this action and to participate throughout the month of April in celebration of School Library Month. And I would be remiss if I didn't call out our amazing library services team. And I just want to say that I appreciate all of you. And I want to give a special shout out to our district librarian, Allison Bogey, who was the librarian at Korematsu. Actually, it was Portalo when my son was there, and totally turned me on to Tween Lit. So I am hooked now. I've read them all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have, board, do we have any questions about this one? All right. Didn't think you would, but I asked. Do we have any public comment?
We do.
All right.
We actually have two now. So the first one to speak, back to one, is Jean Kinchner. You may unmute.
Hello. I'm just confused out in the audience. Why are we doing this at the end of the month? Is that for this year, for next year? I'm just confused what this means. That's all.
That concludes public comment.
Thank you very much. Board, can I have a motion to adopt this resolution?
I'll move that forward.
That was Reckler. Can you have a second?
Second.
That's Christian. Any discussion? All right, seeing none. Reckler, start us off.
Reckler, yes.
Smith Folds, yes.
Christian, yes.
Gonzalez, so yes.
Miliano, yes.
Leon, yes.
Phillips, yes. Thank you very much. And then the last one for tonight is resolution number 68-2021, Public Schools Month. And this will be read, the resolve clauses, by the clerk.
Thank you very much. As a public school teacher, I am happy to read this resolution. I do agree that we need to become more timely when we pass them. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Education of West Contra Costa Unified School District hereby recognizes April 2021 as Public Schools Month and urges communities and educational institutions to appropriately observe the efforts of students, teachers, and administrators of the public school system.
Thank you very much. Do we have any public comment on this one?
And no public comment.
Okay. Um, Board, can I have a motion to adopt this?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, it's been properly moved and seconded. Any discussion? All right, seeing none, we're going to start with the vote. Trustee Reckler,
Reckler, yes.
Smith Folds, yes.
Christian, yes.
Gonzalez, yes.
Emiliano, yes.
Leon, yes.
and Phillips, yes. All right, so that gets us through the resolutions. We're on item B11.
President
Okay.
Phillips, may I make a quick comment?
Yeah.
Just a note that it is also Arab American Heritage Month this month, and we were not able to get our resolution on the board agenda on time, and I apologize for that and want to thank Trustee Smith Folds for her advocacy for the resolution, and it will be on there next Wednesday. So we want to make sure we do honor and celebrate our Arab American community this month, and we will outline that a little bit more deeply in a week. So thank you.
President Phillips, point of order.
Sure.
I just want to make sure that we note for the public that it was Principal Fernaz and Trustee Gonzalez Hoy and Mr. Jordan in the district who are all working towards making an Arab American Heritage Resolution Month proclamation. So that's all of us. We are working together as a team, but Principal Fernaz is the one that brought it to our centering. So I want to make sure that we say that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So we are now going to go to public comment. This is general public comment for items that are not on the agenda or items that were on the agenda that are no longer on the agenda. Would qualify for that too. But this is WCCUSD public comment. So folks, I like to I see 8 hands up. I like to telegraph it as much as possible. So if there are other hands, okay, going once, going twice, 3 times. It is gone with 13 folks. The last one is for Isabel Munoz. All right, let's do it.
All right. First one is Cassie Carter. Oh, hold on. I lost my. Cassie, you may unmute.
Thank you. First, I just wanted to thank all of the staff and the volunteers that have been making spring happen, specifically Trustee Gonzalez Hoy, who's been supporting my son's hub, and Trustee Reckler, who I've also seen volunteering. It is really cool seeing you guys donate your time to this, and I mean that genuinely, even though I'm still hella frustrated. In our class, the distance learning standards set forth by the district have not been met, and there has been no accountability at any level. At a class level, a site level, and a district level, I was ignored. While I appreciate that some board members have responded to my concerns over the last couple of months, their requests to the super to help me gain movement on this were also ignored. We don't have a permanent teacher. We don't have office hours available for one-on-one support. The last weekly communication at a class level was in January. We don't have 200 instructional minutes, and we barely have any actual live Zoom instruction with a teacher or a sub. Our class finally received report cards 2 days ago. My son, Micah, is called the wrong name continually throughout the comments. A bad punchline to what has become a joke at the expense of my child's education. Parents compared and comments were just copied from student to student, which makes sense as there has never been any one-on-one assessments done at a class level in the time that we have been here. I am asking for basic standards as set by the district, and somehow that is too much. With accountability like this, it is really no surprise that trust and achievement are so low in this district. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next public speaker is Jean Kinchner.
Hello, board. I apologize for not being properly prepared with all the verbiage. But in the very beginning, when you open your meetings, you talk about not bending to the will of a interest group, no personal opinions and things like that. And being a person observing this meeting, it kind of breaks my heart to hear a trustee being kind of, oh, you didn't do your job. And okay, well, it's up to you. It's on your conscience if you vote no on this. To me, that kind of sounds like a personal opinion, but maybe I'm misunderstanding, but it just kind of makes me think.
Our next public speaker is Asada Wilson.
Good evening again, trustees. This is Sato Silent A. Wilson, educator without windows at Richmond High, United Teacher, Richmond Treasurer and Executive Board Member, and President of the Black Educators Network, AKA Ben. And speaking of Ben, the following statement is a repeat from March. I also emailed it to the board as well. Now that the new superintendent has been announced, and they are a person of color, specifically Black, I would like to mention the following. The members of the Black Educator Network request that the school board works with the district to establish procedures and to ensure our Black staff of WCCUSD are respected and protected from racist and damaging outbursts from individuals. We are requesting accountability for these incidents and any others that have led to any Black employees harm. We are asking the district to implement a zero stance when it comes to racist actions, and especially in respect to its employees. We are asking that the school board meet with members of Ben to discuss what that should look like. There are veteran educators and those that have not been with us that long that have experienced neglect in these matters. We have Black educators who have had their voices silenced by white supremacy culture that accompanies overt racist actions. We want our school board to stand with its employees and demanding we become better, do better, all because of our students, families, and communities, and deserve better. In doing so, WCCUSD will be a welcoming environment for current and incoming Black talent. And yes, I would like to request to make this an agenda item since no one responded to me to the first time. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next public speaker is Nikki Hootman. You may unmute.
Hi, I'm a parent at Harding Elementary. Both of my kids have returned to school, for which I am extremely grateful. Tonight, I'm here to continue advocating for kids who have not gotten that chance. My second grader attends an intervention class after school. This is only an hour and a half of time at school, but within 2 days, the change in his attitude and overall mental health was incredible. He has become the child I remember, bubbly and chatty and confident. However, there are still no core instructional hubs for second, third, or fourth grade at Harding. The same is true at other schools. I come and go 4 times a day because my kids are on different schedules. The administration is attempting to use parent volunteers to host after-school opportunities for the kids who have been excluded from in-person learning. Parents keep reaching out to me to ask how I got my kids in because they aren't getting information and their children still aren't getting what they desperately need. The board and superintendent need to continue to work to bring on staff until every kid who wants a place in the classroom gets to say, as my 5th grader told me yesterday, it's nice to have friends again.
Thank you. Our next public speaker is Adrisa Latier. You may unmute.
Thank you very much. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Good evening, board. This is Idrissa Latier. You guys all know me. I just want to say we need to support Trustee Smith Folds. We need to make sure we stand behind her because she's trying to iron out the issues that we have with ASAT. As a parent and an APAC leader, I want it to work, but there are so many issues with ASAP. We need somebody on your level to listen and to help work it out. And she's actually trying to do that. And Mr., I'm just so disappointed in you. You play both sides of the fence. You teeter-tottering so much, you're making me dizzy. You need to quit circumventing the process. Listen to the people who are trying to make a difference. I heard somebody saying something about bending to the will of these private groups. That's all you've been doing, mister. You're bending so much, you flip-flopping, you're making me sick. It shouldn't be about groups. It should be about our children. And we should be working hard to make sure that we work with OASA to get our APACs together for our children. Quit going around it. Let's deal with it and make it happen. And you need to stand on the platform that we got you elected on, Mr. Phillips, because ever since you became in power, you've lost your mind and you're no longer about the families and the children. It's about you and the power and your little groups. These little groups you have, those so-called elders that's just biddies that y'all listen to, it needs to be about the children. And you need to get it together and remember why you were elected.
Our next public speaker is Elon Harrison.
First of all, I wanted to say about the past budget, Jamila, I'm gonna send you the correspondence that Tony Walls counseled the special board meeting that the other board president had put in place for us back when we asked for this information back in October of last year. I'll send you all that correspondence. This is not the first time we've asked him for this. So, Mister, thank you for bringing that up. And I appreciate you for understanding that there wouldn't be no APACs if there wasn't no asset. There wouldn't be a need for a liaison if there wasn't no asset. There wasn't be an office of African American student achievement if there wasn't no asset and the parents who did that, so we can have our Black children have better educational outcomes and close the achievement gap. I thank you and Jamila and brother Christopher over there, all the Blacks that's on our board for our Black kids. Ain't no division here. And thank you guys. And we've been on this. They never responded. From Tony tricked us and said January we was gonna have something. We in April and y'all still ain't got it together. And that ain't by accident. All these people got degrees. They're not educating Black kids equally like all the rest of the kids. Thank you, board, and I appreciate our board president. Thank you.
Next public speaker is Jose De Leon.
Good afternoon, board. Good afternoon, Superintendent Duffy. First of all, I'd like to once again congratulate the sites that had a very short planning time to do the in-person classes. We did the best with the small amount of time we had for planning. The site leaders worked with their staff, with their community to put the best program together as possible in the short amount of time. Going back to that, planning is very important to us. We're planning for summer school. We're planning for next school year. We need information so we can have the best plan for our sites. We're requesting for clear expectations and guidelines as we plan for the fall. That is the best way for us to have the best plans for our communities, our best conversations with the teachers, and know what to prepare for. More than anything else, once again, thank you to the site leaders. Thank you to the teachers. Thank you for the students and the parents that are coming in person. And we'll continue working in collaboration to bring the best program to our students. But we need the information early in order to plan well. Thank you very much.
Our next public speaker is Kelly McLaren.
Hi, I have 2 kids in the district. We live in Pinole. I just wanted to thank everybody for the spring opening that we got for both of my students. However, one of my students, he's only in a class with one other child because the hours are so crazy. It's an hour and a half in the morning and then he's gone for a couple of hours and he's back again for an hour and a half for the afternoon session. And we're lucky enough to be able to do that because he can ride his bike back and forth. I'm just hoping when the fall happens, we will get a full 5 days a week. From the normal hours like that we used to have before this whole COVID thing happened. And it is really beneficial for all the kids if they can get back into a school full time. And I hope the district can help make that happen. Thank you so much.
Our next public speaker is Soletta Hunter.
Mister, I want to thank you for going hard for Black children. I appreciate you. I appreciate you putting yourself out there as the president of this board. I have nothing but respect for you. Thank you for that. What I also want to say is our trustee, our liaison trustee, is CC'd in every one of the emails that has ever gone out to any cabinet level, any board member, any whoever. She's been CC'd. She's known that we've asked for these things for months. And even going back until December and November, we've asked for these. So she never responded. She never said, oh, I don't think that's a good idea. Oh, you should wait. Oh, let me take care of that for you. That didn't happen as our liaison. And so I decided to take it to the board because parents' voices need to be heard. This is some foolishness. And as far as addressing ASAT, you were the main supporter. When I was elected, you said you stood behind me. I have reached out to you, as I do with other parents, to have conversations because we're family. This thing should work. So if you haven't talked to me by now, there must be an ulterior motive. And I hate that we have to have these conversations when this is about Black children who are laying in the street, dead, covered up in the street for hours because they don't respect us enough to come out, because this district has failed educating these kids. So why doesn't the police have to care? Why do they have to care? If you start thinking about Black people as human beings and not property and money, things will change.
Our next public speaker is Yolanda Vieira Allen.
Good evening, trustees, superintendent. You know, this systemic oppressive issue of withholding critical information from parent leaders, it continues. Every year for the last 4 years, ASAT leaders have requested a copy of our current budget from the district and now OASA. And true to form, those requests have been ignored. What will the trustees do now to ensure that this systemic issue of disenfranchisement is eliminated? How will you create a system where parent leaders will automatically be sent a copy of their program's budgets? Parents have asked to be partners in budget development. Even now, as that process has begun for next school year, parents are being excluded from the process. What will you do to ensure parents are included and true partnership begins? This is systemic oppression. This is what systemic racism looks like. Mr. I thank you so much for your leadership. Please know that there are a lot of Black parents out here supporting you. Jamila, we are so behind you and so excited for you to be on the board. And I've been listening to you and just am so happy and impressed. And I'm heartbroken now as I hear what is happening with our leadership. Please, I ask you, board, let's not go back to the same old, same old. It's time to do this differently. Thank you.
Our next public speaker is Christina Baronian.
Hi, everyone. Good evening. This is Christina Baronian. I'm a fourth grade teacher at Lincoln. I feel a little bit like I walked into, I don't know if the politically correct term here would be minefield, but I think I'm just going to change my comment and put some love, because we are all working so hard as teachers, as kids right now. This is a real big struggle. Teachers are getting pinned against each other. Those returning, those not returning, parents are upset. It seems like we can't make anybody happy right now, and I'm working so hard, and we all are. I want to say thank you to y'all saying the name so quickly. I think it was Idrissa was her name. Definitely was sharing some of the sentiments that I was actually going to share, but I feel like it's not probably the right time to do that anymore. Anyways, sorry for blabbing. Jamila Smith-Folds, I would once again like to say how much you are appreciated, not only by me personally, but by so many teachers and families for speaking up on things that we have been quite frustrated about. Thank you for doing exactly what you said you were going to do when you were elected. All right, y'all. Have a wonderful night.
Our next public speaker is Rachel Archibald.
Hi there. I'm a parent of a student in the district. We've been lucky enough to be able to go back to school this spring. She's in a classroom with her teacher and the other students in her class. It's been really heartbreaking to me to hear about the students who were promised places to come back to and have been denied. And I think that's something that the board needs to acknowledge, that you made promises to the community that every child who wanted to go back to a learning hub would be able to, and that promise has been broken. Because of the broken promises and the lack of transparency in the MOU, the fact that the timeframe of 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. was not guaranteed, as in kids would be at school that entire block of time, And that was just a window of time in which different sites could choose which hours kids would come back is unacceptable to me. And it has broken my trust in the district. Without a very clear and firm plan for the fall, I will have no trust. So I encourage you to move quickly, to be decisive, to be clear, and to really stand behind your commitment to the community and to the parents here. I'm very heartened by the appointment of Dr. Kenneth Hurst. He's been incredibly responsive to me, and I have great faith that he will lead the district moving forward.
Our next public speaker is Jahan Byrne.
Good evening. Two comments. One is regarding items 8, 9, and 10, the resolutions. These resolutions are meaningless. They don't move anything forward. They just make some people feel good. And please don't continue to waste the board's valuable time, and especially district staff time, drafting these resolutions, voting on them, discussing them, when they don't move any kind of needle. You are in a crisis situation trying to get students back into classrooms. In this district, by allowing the unions, the union leadership to take priority over students, continues to deny in-person learning to a great majority of both in-need and high-performing students. And I want to focus on high-performing students because they have not been talked about. And they are the ones who are lifting the general GPA, AP courses, and others, and they are being left out, and they will leave this district in droves. Tens of thousands of school districts around the Bay Area, across the country, and throughout the world have returned to in-person learning. What makes our district so different and so dysfunctional that it cannot? At this pace, we won't return to it until January 2022. Please reflect on the damage that is being done to students, especially high school seniors. You have denied them access to critical to education, counseling, social interactions, and a lifetime of memories. Stop prioritizing the wishes of the union leadership and focus on your customers, the students. Thank you.
Our next public speaker and our last one that had their hand up when we began is Isabel Munoz.
Hola, sí, buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Isabel de los Santos y tengo un pequeño que comienza el kinder el próximo año escolar. Gracias por tomar su tiempo de su día para atender esta llamada. De antemano quiero agradecerles por el progreso que se ha hecho. Mi hijo ha atendido preescolar en la primaria Ford y en verdad le ha encantado. O sea, lo ha notado cambiar completamente y eso nos ha ayudado mucho como una familia. Pero sí estoy aquí para asegurarme que me escuchen cuando digo que quiero apoyar la recomendación del distrito para abrir las escuelas el próximo año escolar. Todavía conozco muchos papás que no han podido recibir un lugar en persona para sus hijos. Muchos de ellos también están teniendo dificultades aprendiendo con clases virtuales y aún así los están negando. Y muchos de ellos han tratado de preguntarme a mí que cómo les puedo ayudar y en verdad no sé cómo ayudarlos. Y abriendo el próximo año significa que todos los niños que pues necesiten y los que quieran atender en persona, pues sería una realidad para ellos. Por favor, continúen la comunicación a tiempo y honesta con los padres, estudiantes, maestros y personal. Gracias otra vez por su tiempo y por apoyar a los estudiantes en el distrito. Gracias.
And that was the last hand.
Thank you very much, Dr. Wold. So now, board, we are going to our consent calendar. You may recall that we have removed C5 from consent. So that will come up later in the meeting. C5 is receive annual financial audit for 1920. But that said, can I have a motion to adopt the entire consent calendar minus C5? Okay, thank you, Reckler. Can I have
I'll
a
second.
second? Okay, so it's been seconded by Gonzalez Hoy. We already had public comment on the agenda, which included consent, so we're not doing that again. So we are going on to the motion. It's been moved, it's been seconded. We're gonna have our vote. We're starting with Reckler.
Smith Folds, yes.
Christian, yes.
Gonzalez, oh yes.
Miliano, yes.
Leon, yes.
Phillips, yes. Thank you very much. So that motion carries, and it was, again, everything except item C5. We are now going to move on to reports. There is a loan report this evening. And no, I'm sorry, there is not a loan report this evening. There are multiple reports this evening. So let's begin with the first one.
Is the first one academic?
Yeah, I'm sorry, we go in alphabetical order. So yes, the first one would be academic.
Thank you, Mr. Aurelius. This is the academic committee's report for this evening. Next slide, please. Your academic committee is chaired by me, Jamila Smith Folds, and the member Trustee Gonzalez Hoy, and our lead staff member is Ruben Aurelia. Next slide, please. Our equity statement: the West Contra Costa Unified School District Academic Committee understands and works from a position that a zip code should not dictate or predict student success in public school or experience in public school. We acknowledge the systematic racism that the education system was built from, and we are actively working to dismantle those barriers. Next slide, please. Our mission statement: West Contra Costa Unified School District provides a rigorous curriculum with high expectations and high support for all students to succeed by maintaining a positive learning environment that is welcoming and focused on the whole student. WCCUSD will thrive to be progressive global leaders in education, providing an inclusive and inspiring learning experience where all students graduate ready for success in college or career. Next slide, please. This is some of the things that the academic committee has talked about, and it comes with recommendations. We had our fifth meeting just on Monday. During the 5 meetings, 5 times that we've met, 3 regular and 2 special, we've talked about teacher recruitment cycle. The academic committee took a deep dive into West Contra Costa Unified School District teacher recruitment cycle. This deep dive discussed how teachers are recruited in WCCUSD, as well as looking specifically at Teach for America. Our presenters were Dr. Sylvia Greenwood and Marcy Williams. Here are the recommendations. Dr. Wool is to find money to provide the financial support for HR and the recruitment team to be able to compete with other districts. District-led supports that include but are not limited to sign-on bonuses, teacher residency, mentorship, helping to clear credentials, and building up internal hiring practices. Our final recommendation was for the TFA contract to be brought back to the board, which it was, with the understanding of centering their search around representation. The academic committee believes that representation matters when it comes to our children. Next slide, please. The academic committee also had a deep dive into dual language immersion. The dual language immersion deep dive happened several times during the academic committee's 5 meetings. We talked about the multilingual one-way, the 2-way dual immersion, the developmental DLI program with our presenter, Ms. Resignio. Our recommendation was to then take a deep dive into the 2-way dual immersion program at our 3 elementary schools, which we did next. Next slide. When we did that, we talked about the dual language immersion and the Black experience. We had a roundtable discussion with a theme centered around recruitment, retention, and support for African-American and Black students and families when it came to our DLI immersion programs. We had administrators, teachers, and parents from all of the following 3 schools: Stewart K-8, West County Mandarin, and Washington Elementary School, come and talk to us about the Black experience in DLI. And the recommendation was for us to continue to listen to these sessions while looping in OASA, for OASA to continue to have the deep dive and bring recommendations back to the academic committee that we can then bring forth to the board around our dual language immersion and the Black teacher and student experience and the parent experience. Next slide, please. We also had a Council of Elders proposal and recommendation. The Council of Elders is a group of African-American parents and grandparents in the district and those former employees of the district who work closely with our Black students. around increased achievement. District staff and Reverend Michael Gonzalez of the Council of Elders shared a proposal for African-American Black student intervention and support. The district is partnering with Rich City Kids to offer 3 pilots for after-school intervention. Further, Council of Elders is working collaboratively with the staff to look at mental health mentors and further partnerships. The recommendation that the academic committee is bringing forth is to approve the Rich City Kids contract. Next slide, please. We also took a deep dive into summer programming in the extended school year, the ESY, and special education. The academic committee heard a complete presentation around the robust summer program offerings for 2021. Over 40 schools, all secondary schools, will have tailored summer programming. Students with ESY, extended school year services, will be supported across a number of school sites. Special education staff will be prioritizing outstanding IEP assessments to ensure that we have a solid launch for the fall. We had our presenters were included Sonia Neely Johnson. I don't want to leave anybody else out, but she was one of our presenters that we had. The recommendation is for a full presentation about summer school to be brought back in May. Next slide, please. So the upcoming meetings for the academic committee meets from 4 to 6 on the following dates. We are having a special meeting on May 10th, 2021 to talk about race and equity, the wrap up and how the district has been performing with its race and equity throughout the year. We will have several panelists that will come and speak with us, and we will also go over, we will hear from our teachers and our staff about race and equity this year. On May 24th, we are going to talk about the new school programs that include our virtual academies, our Afrocentric school, and ethnic studies. And then June 28th, we have it to be determined. I also want to uplift student trustee, Navi, who talked to us about having sports as PE credits, and we are talking about that in the academic committee. Navi, I want to let you know that it's not represented on this agenda, but it will be under in May 24th. That is it for the academic committee. Are we doing questions, Trustee Phillips? Or no?
No, we probably will, but we're gonna do it all at the end instead of like we've done in the past, instead of breaking it, up. So thank you for your presentation, though. But if somebody does have a question, they'll be able to ask at the end. Oh, I just saw like 50 slides. All right. I was like, okay. All right. Next up is budget.
Yes, thank you. So Dr. Wold is going to share the screens for me tonight, and that'd be great. So this is just a brief recap of the Friday, April 16th meeting. I am the chair, and President Phillips is the second. And, really this is just a safe, accessible space to learn and grow. School district finance is extremely complicated, and this gives us an opportunity to take a deeper dive into what, how school districts are funded, and to gain knowledge. Really, honestly, at this point, we do not do a lot of math. This is all conceptual. This is all about learning. And so you're, of course, welcome to join us, and hopefully we can break it down and make it a little easier for people to understand. And we can go to number, good, great. So this one was really a killer discussion, though, and I don't mean that in a good way. This was a lot of information, and what we did is that we talked about bonds. So when I took all those corporate finance classes way back when, well, it finally came in handy. So if you wanted your corporate finance class on bonds, this was it for you. And we had some great people in the room who explained all sorts of things about, really boring but important things about debt capacity and interest rates and refinancing, how bonds get rated, how assessed value of land influences bonds and what you can borrow. We talked about everything that we have outstanding. And it was long, and the people were great, and it was a lot of information, but I accomplished something major that I've been wanting to do for years and years and years, and that is that many times you will hear in these presentations that we've talked about bond refunding, and people have literally come to me and been like, am I getting a check back when we're refunding bonds? And really what that means is that we're refinancing our bonds. And think of it as a mortgage on your house and getting a lower interest rate and refinancing one of our school buildings. And so what I have accomplished is that internally here, we are going to stop saying refunding and we're going to try and say refinancing so people understand that we are literally refinancing debt on our school buildings. So yay for me, very proud of myself. So we actually do have a refinancing that we are talking about that will save the taxpayers about $28 million. So I'm very proud of that. And down here at the bottom, you have a link to the presentation. It is quite in depth, but if you want to look at what we covered in that presentation, it is linked for you. We also talked about Measure R and starting to think about possibly selling off a series to free up funds for Measure R building. I have to say that we have the presentation, and while I'm completely sold about the refinancing because I am all about the money, $28 million, I love it. I just want to say in honesty, I haven't had the time to really think through Measure R and starting to sell, but I will put my mind to that shortly. I also want to thank our guests. We had guests from K&N and our underwriters from JP Morgan Chase and Raymond James, and it was nice to meet them. Okay, moving on to the next one. Okay, so we also talked about audits, and we looked at our parcel tax audits, and we got unmodified, which is the highest rating that you can get. But I have, and so for the rest of this, for everyone, I'm okay with this, but I did pull something, and if we could go to number 5. Yeah, I did want to be transparent and let everybody know that we did have some findings in our audit report for the district. And so I have a link here, attach this to the agenda, and we do have some findings, and they start on page 102. And I'm going to briefly go over them, and this is why I also pulled them from consent, just to give anybody a chance to just talk about this if we wanted to, and have Dr. Wold answer any questions. So we did have some findings on cash handling, you know, especially at high schools, and if you've been to high schools and football games and the number of transactions that come through those offices, it's not unsurprising. The auditor himself said it's not unsurprising, but you know, there was some stuff there that we need to clean up a little bit there. We understated some students in after school programs. It was a clerical error. There was a little bit of unduplicated count that wasn't exactly correct. And what they do is that they take like an average of the district and come back and give you a number. So there was a little bit of findings there. For instructional materials, a public hearing was not scheduled at the proper time. On a school accountability report card, there were some clerical errors in reporting facility conditions, and I think a couple of things were blank. And then the one that did really catch my eye, though, was comprehensive school safety plans. And due to a transition in staff, there were some annual revisions that didn't happen. And I've put here what the auditors said, and I've noted the page, page 114, where the find the, oh, I didn't finish that sentence, I'm sorry about that. But on the page 114, you can have the plan of, because there is a plan of a plan to get better. And so to read it, the auditor said that they recommended the annual revision and approval of comprehensive school safety plans for each school site be completed on or before March 1st of the year audited. If the district does not meet compliance requirements, we advise the district to notify the superintendent of public instruction of non-compliance by October 15th. And so I have that linked, and we can go back and look at it if anybody wants to. There's a plan to get better at that. And there was one teacher credentialing misassignments at one person at 150 days. And then I did speak with the auditor, and they really didn't feel that any of this was completely outrageous, but are required to report. I think we can go to slide 6 and how to get in touch with us. So this is who we are. All of our meeting documents are on the webpage, and you can find our meetings on the district calendar. Next meeting is May 21st, and that's going to be all about budget. We're going to be talking about May revision, the budget rolling into next year, LCAP, and one-time funds. And we're on the YouTube channel, so you can view our meetings. And thank you to staff and thank you to guests.
Thank you, Chair Reckler. And we are going to go on to the next report. I think it's Charter.
Yes, thank you, President Phillips. Dr. Wold's pulling up thank you so much, Dr. Wold. So I have the privilege of being the chair of the Charter Oversight Committee. My partner in crime is Trustee Reckler. Just a side note, that pictures of us getting COVID tested the other day at Mira Vista, just to show we're really cute. Our lead staff member is Dr. Wold, who helps out quite a bit. And then support staff is also Ms. Cifelli, who is our charter oversight and staff member, and is great, supports us with all the behind the scenes. So our vision statement is the charter committee is designed to be a safe space dedicated to review, discuss, understand, explore, and learn about our interaction and oversight of charter schools, including identifying best practices and procedures, and helping to ensure the district's overall support and interaction with charter schools is collaborative and is the best interest of the children served. Next slide. So our committee goals are in front of you. I actually read these at the last meeting, so I won't read all of them, but we have quite a bit of work to do this year. Next slide. Right now, in our current work and really where we've been spending the last 2 months, and we're going to spend most likely the next 2 months, we are currently updating our charter policy. This is a very long document. We have not updated this policy since 2016. And since then, the state has passed quite a few new charter laws. So we are working with legal counsel, staff to review all of them. We are taking 2 readings on each. We are inviting the community members, including our charter partners, to look through our drafts. We're taking our time, but this is really important work. And on the screen, you'll see that we have 7 charter policies that we are reviewing. Next slide. We are also reviewing our website and how we can make it more user-friendly, specifically our charter school website. We looked at 2 examples of 2 of the best websites we found, one from Oakland and one from Santa Clara County Office of Education. And we picked practically the areas that we think are most effective and most supportive of families, students, and staff. So Ms. Cifelli is going to work behind the scenes with Dr. Wold to update our charter website. And we're actually going to go back and look at and revisit this this summer. But some of the things that we get feedback on was yearly data from charter schools, contact information, parent and staff rights, and complaint forms available for all families. Next slide. We meet 4 to 6 p.m. On the 3rd Monday, usually. Our next meeting is May 17th. As I mentioned, we're going to continue working on charter policies. It's dry work, but again, it's important work, and we really welcome feedback because this is going to be long-term change for our district on how do we operate and take oversight of charter schools. On June 21st, we are going to be doing, our goal is to do the last readings of the charter policies, review the new website for our charter schools, and do some data review for future presentations from charter schools to our committee. And then we are still determining our July meeting. Our hope is that we're going to be able to finalize the policies and ask President Phillips to organize a special meeting so that we can present all of it at once because it's such a long document. And it's going to require quite a bit of support from legal counsel. We just want to make sure we take our time and we get enough feedback from everybody before we completely finalize it. But it's taking us, as I mentioned, 4 or 5 meetings completely to review it. So I'm guessing it'll take us a whole night to review the full policy. And I believe that's it. I just want to thank staff and Trustee Reckler. Trustee Reckler, anything that I missed that you'd like to add?
Nope, nothing. You're
Okay.
right on.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair Gonzalez-Hoy. So next would be the Facilities Committee. We did have, again, I don't have the PowerPoints and the slides and all that good stuff but the more you guys keep doing it, you're gonna peer pressure me into doing it too. But the facilities committee was not able to have an official meeting. We did have it scheduled and we did have discussion and questions or whatnot. Unfortunately, Trustee Christian had a funeral um, that he had to attend. So that's why it was not an official meeting. So there was no actual votes taken in this meeting. So I don't have any action to report out to you all. So in our next meeting, we'll loop back and cover some of the things like, um, the facilities master plan, those kind of things are the kind of things that we actually had a discussion about, but there was no action. So I don't have anything else to really report to you all. But we will have our next meeting. And again, um, there was a loss, so that's why we weren't able to have an official um, meeting on that date. So we will move to the next um, group, which is the safety committee.
All right. Thank you, President Phillips. And thank you, Dr. Wolf, for pulling up the slide. And we will give the presentation on the safety committee. I am the chair of the safety committee, climate. And my co-chair is Jamila Smith-Foles. And next slide. The board Safety and School Climate Committee is designed to be a safe space dedicated to review, discuss, understand, explore, and learn about key safe schools operation and school climate concept. The committee will focus on the best practices and procedures to help ensure the district students are served in a safe, secure, and inclusive environment. Next slide. The April the 12th meeting committee, we covered several topics such as the CSOs, campus safety officers, safety protocols as we reopen, safe implementation of athletics, positive school climate work, and Harbor Way, and school counselors supports. Next slide. And right here on this slide, you will see several of the CSOs who work diligently and hard at these school sites, and the lovely pictures you see. And you have one you see on there, my former past picture, but it shows the dedication and hard work of the CSOs throughout the district. Next slide. CSOs, they provide daily guidance and maintaining the wearing for face masks and social distancing throughout the campuses. Next slide. The CSOs go through training throughout the calendar year. And so the CSOs have completed a lot of training even before the reopening of the schools of last week. They went through some training. And so it's ongoing throughout the calendar year. Next slide. District safety preparedness was discussed by Ann Shin, the Director of District Operation, Michael Booker, which is the safety consultant. Next slide. The CIF high school, this was discussed by Tashaka Merriweather, K-12 coordinator, district operation, on the protocol. Next slide. And then also we talked about the role of the counselors, and we discussed how important counselors are for our students throughout the district. And so we covered extensively in those areas, and we definitely need more counselors. Next slide. And you'll see some of the pictures of the counselors and students. Next slide. And there's some pictures of a few students who benefit from the counselors and the guidance of going to the next level. Next slide. Students of color and students from low-income families benefit from having more access to school counselors, For example, Black students are more likely than their white peers to identify their school counselor as the person who had the most influence on their thinking about post-secondary education. Next slide. Coming up next will be the meeting for the safety climate meeting next meeting will be Monday, May the 3rd from 4 to 6 p.m. And we will be discussing high school graduation, district COVID testing, and safety protocols as we reopen schools. And I believe that's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair Christian, for your report. And I believe the next report is the student board member report.
Thank you, President Phillips. I'm gonna share my screen right now. Can you guys all see this? Okay. So here are Navi and I's update since the last board meeting.
So we're going to talk about 3 points in our presentation. The first is, this is actually a little bit wrong. We're going to talk about our most recent All-Student Congress meeting. It's going to be a recap of the meeting from April 2nd. Then we're going to talk about the process of electing new student trustees. And then we're going to talk about our All-Student Congress meeting that is this Friday, April 30th.
The first point that we have is the All-Student Congress recap from April 2nd. So on the April 2nd All-Student Congress meeting, we discussed the feedback on the MOU, the tentative agreement that was passed. We informed the ASC student representatives on the tentative agreement that was passed last month, and they asked their questions. And we also performed a thought capture on summer learning. Students have asked for the continuation for teachers holding office hours, and ASC members have also continued to echo the importance of safety measures put in place to keep all students, teachers, and staff safe. So this was what was brought to our attention.
So moving on to the election of new student trustees. So currently we are starting the process to look for new student trustees for the 2021 to 22 school year. The application will be open to current sophomores and juniors. We're planning on opening that sometime tonight. We have the form ready. It's open right now. We just need to make sure to get it out there. The application will close in 2 weeks, so that will be May 12th. We also will be inviting prospective students to attend the All-Student Congress meeting this Friday, April 30th. We'll also be inviting them to attend the WCCUSD board meeting, which will be next Wednesday, May 5th, just so that they have an understanding of what the expectations for them will be. We are also looking into having a Q&A with prospective students, basically giving them a presentation about what will be expected of them, what their responsibilities will be, and letting them ask us any questions regarding anything about being a student trustee. We're also putting together a student trustee handbook. So in that, we're gonna put some rules of, or not rules, but like lay down some like expectations, give them the new student trustees resources, some possible future goals, and Thomas and I will both be writing the future trustees a letter. Our goal for this handbook is kind of to make it a living document. So every time new student trustees come in, they'll be able to edit this document and there will be like a history of basically what's happened. So if things aren't as relevant anymore, they can change it. They can add more relevant information for future students. And our election will be held on May 15th at our All-Student Congress meeting.
Our third point is the future plans for our upcoming All-Student Congress meeting on Friday, April the 30th. So on our April 30th All-Student Congress meeting, we plan on discussing the summer school plans and getting feedback on how the school reopening for some students have been going. And we're gonna look at some of the elementary school student feedback as well, because most of our elementary school ASC reps are, I believe, are back in school. And we will also be talking more about our upcoming student trustee election. And that concludes our presentation.
Thank you very much, Ms. Emiliano and Mr. Leong. We're going to go on to the superintendent now.
Thank you very much and good evening. All great reports from all of our committees this evening, covering a lot of ground. Well, for us and for me, of course, the big news was last Monday being able to open our school buildings. And here you can see Principal Fleischman talking to a student at Juan Crespi Middle School in El Sobrante. So they welcomed students back as well. So why don't we go to our next slide? So all the school buildings are open, and I'm glad we have arrived at this moment. We've served over 6,200 students to date in the different configurations that are happening at our schools. We had 6 positive COVID cases, a few adults and a few students, and we followed all safety protocols there. So we're happy for all of the testing that we've been able to do to have such very, very few positive cases. We do continue to seek staff who can help us for the final weeks of school. And we know, as some of the callers have mentioned this evening, we really deeply understand the frustration of the families who want to return in person, but we just can't support at this time. And just a huge thank you to everybody who has helped to make this happen. We're excited to continue the work and see what more we can do as we head into the summer. Couple of recent events also before we talk about the summer. Middle College High School was just named a 2021 California Distinguished School. So we congratulate Middle College High School as one of a number of schools across California that have been named a California Distinguished School. We want to compliment the De Anza JROTC team that qualified for the U.S. Air Force Academic Bowl Championship in DC in late July. So congrats to that team. And also congrats to Pinole Valley High School senior Kevin Hernandez and the Spartans Earth team that are featured in Diablo magazine for their work to combat pollution. So many real world, real life activities taking place, and we appreciate all the work and successes of our students. Just a note, Miss Emiliano reminded me earlier today to make sure we touched on this and followed up clearly. So the district will not administer the Smarter Balanced assessment this spring. So this spring we will, for grades 3 to 8 and 11, use the STAR Renaissance Reading and Math. And we will forego the science exam this year, as we don't feel that administration is really viable for us. So we will be, of course, getting our schools, if they haven't already, dates for the window for STAR, but we will not have the intensive Smarter Balanced assessment this spring. With the STAR, we'll still have our data that shows us year-to-year comparisons. We'll have data that shows us from the beginning of the year to the end of the year. So we will have a lot of data to support us with planning for summer and next year and continuing to support our students. I'm going to ask Mr. Aurelio to jump in for this part. He has been coordinating summer and just want to quickly share the plans for summer. We know we've been busy doing 3 things at a time: spring, getting ourselves back in the building, getting summer planned, also getting fall planned, which we'll touch on later this evening. So we expect next week, now that we've been back in school, or a set of students have been for the last couple of weeks, that we're going to be able to get clear information out to our communities about the summer offerings this coming week, or next week, the very first week of May. So I'm going to ask Mr. Aurelio, if he is on, to just jump in and share a little about the outline for summer programming this summer at our schools.
Thank you, Mr. Duffy. And this is just a snapshot. I know Trustee Smith-Folds in her report mentioned that we are bringing a full presentation the next board meeting, and we also will be presenting and supporting the students at the Academic Congress to go a little deeper. But basically, we're really excited about the offerings this summer. It's going to be our largest summer programming we've ever had. Of course, we do the mandated extended school year, and you can see the schools are listed on the right, all the different campuses that will be supporting the extended school year. Those are for our severe needed students with special education. Our dates of our programming will vary by sites because they are going to have some unique programming, but most of the dates land within the June 14th through July 16th. So we are going to ramp up very quickly once the regular school year ends, and you'll have some programs that'll be about a max of 20 instructional days, and it'll vary. We're excited that over 30 of our elementary schools will be open. The focus being on our communities and having students be able to attend their own home schools. 11 of the middle schools, including the K-8s, and of course, all the comprehensive high schools will be holding their own credit recovery in support of their students this summer. And we are going to be including some bridge programming, especially at the secondary level. We know a lot of our middle school students, for example, have not ever really stepped foot on campus. And because middle school is really a short turnaround, typically in our district 2 years, we do have a couple 3 years. It's important that they have that opportunity before the fall to sort of get the groundwork for what they'll need. So we do see this as a great opportunity. Our default programming is going to be in person. All these schools will have in-person school programming. Hopefully that's enough. That's just a snapshot. We'll get much deeper the next time we present.
Thank you, Mr. Aurelio. We can go to our next slide. Just a few things upcoming. So graduation ceremonies, we are planning in-person, socially distant outdoor graduations. And as Trustee Christian mentioned in his report, these plans will be vetted by the Safety Committee this Monday. We'll be bringing those final plans to the Safety Committee to understand what we are doing and what we are planning to be safe in a socially distant environment, and make sure we're able to allow our students to gather with each other one last time as classmates. Graduation ceremonies, May 22nd is middle college, and then the week of June 3rd to June 12th are the rest of the graduation ceremonies. So we look forward to those. The reclassification ceremony via Zoom is 6 p.m. Monday, May 24th. The African American Students of Honor ceremony is the following day, Tuesday, May 25th via Zoom. And our employee celebration and retirement event, which will be one event this year, will be 6 p.m. Friday, June 4th via Zoom. And I have an in memoriam this evening, so I'm going to close out of this document and read the in memoriam. Okay, I'm just going to read that. The district would like to take time to recognize the contributions of members of our school community who've passed away, and the district requests the community to submit names to report it as a regular part of each agenda. Retiree Gary R. Freshy recently passed away. Mr. Freshy grew up in San Pablo and graduated from Richmond Union High School in 1959. After obtaining a certification as an electrician, He began working for the Richmond Unified School District in 1970, retiring from the position of Director of Facilities and Construction in 2002 with 32 years of service. Our thoughts go out to the friends and family in the loss of their loved one. And let's take a moment of silence. Thank you very much. And that concludes my report this evening. President Phillips.
Thank you very much, Mr. Duffy. So board members, we have some big ticket items tonight, but do you have any questions for really anybody that has made a presentation this evening? And we're going to start with Reckler.
I do, thank you. So Superintendent Duffy, would you please ensure that you are promoting next week's board meeting with the summer offerings well? Because I know many families have interest and have been waiting, and we're actually, I feel like we're kind of late on summer. So if that could get out there. And in the presentation, if you would please address, if your local school is closed, how do you apply to another school? And if that's an option for you. So I think that's really important. Another thing I would like to address is graduations. And can you please publish the dates immediately? Immediately. People want to make plans and want to know. And also, if you can release the number of people that would attend, or given a framework, just some sort of framework of what you're expecting, that would be super helpful. If you could also clarify, I believe there are going to be some 11th graders that need SBAC. Is that correct? Oh, you're on.
I could ask Mr. Aurelio to jump in to clarify if there are any 11ers who would still need SBAC.
So the SBAC can be utilized as one measure for the EAP. It's not the only measure. There are other ways for 11th graders to meet that. We can revisit potentially if there is a need. The window is extended through the summer to be able to give an SBAC. So that's something we can definitely revisit if we find that there is a need. We felt that at this point, we wanted to move forward with the STAR assessment for our 11th graders as a blanket assessment. But that is definitely something we can revisit.
Yeah, I'm not in love with the SBAC.
Right.
But I think that some kids might need it.
We can definitely have a survey out to 11th grade families and see where people fall on that.
So I just want to just jump in for a little bit. At the last board meeting, maybe the one before, the board gave direction that we weren't going to be doing that. So if staff does feel that there's a need to change from the direction that was given by the board, then you guys need to come back to the board for that.
Sure, and I can clarify. I think
My direction was that if students needed it for 11th grade, that they should be entitled to take it.
I'm just saying it's not individual direction. So the direction that was given by the board, just if you need to change it, and you may, I'm not saying you don't, I'm just saying come back, that's all.
Okay.
Okay, yeah, if you could follow up on that, please. That's not my recollection. Okay, can I ask some questions on spring? And I'm sorry, there's an echo.
there is, I don't know why.
Okay.
Point of privilege, President Phillips.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. I just want to point out, I think the echo happens when Superintendent Duffy, when you stay unmuted, that's when we get the echo. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So to ask some questions about spring, can we talk about COVID testing and what is going on with testing on sites?
Sure, I'll take that as a question. And I'll invite Dr. Wold, who's been coordinating the testing across the district, to also come into this conversation. We have asked that every student and employee who is working on our campus be tested as a baseline test. And I apologize if there's any confusion about that. We do have an opt-out for medical or religious reasons, but that has been the baseline ask as part of the agreement to come back into schools. So we have tested students and staff over these 2 weeks. I myself, when I was visiting Michelle Obama this week, also got a nose swab just to, make sure both I'm COVID free, but also to participate in the same process that we're asking employees and students to participate in. And as I mentioned, we've had, the results, we get them back through the testing company. They come to the principals of the school and to the employees as well. And we've had 6 positive cases so far. And so I believe next week, and Dr. Wold can jump in and to help, we will still be testing the last members of the community who are in schools who have not been tested, as well as continuing the testing with our athletes.
And so what baseline is it that you're trying to establish, since we don't have a closed campus or we're not a boarding school?
The baseline we were trying to establish is, how does our community look, so to speak? So had we done the testing and we had, let's say, hundreds of positives come back, that would make us take a particular approach if we saw that we had to close down many classrooms or many adults were infected with COVID. So we're trying to get a baseline understanding of where we were to help us determine the next cadence of testing. Had it been, had we had, like I said, many cases, we may have needed to do much more frequent testing. So we're trying to finalize what the last cadence will be for the rest of this year based on the results of these first 2 weeks.
Okay, because when I read the MOU, when we're in the orange, it says that we're doing monthly scientifically based appropriate random sampling, testing, cadence. The percent of students tested will be mutually determined by the district and associations. So has any of that been set up?
So we're still working through how much that cadence is going to be. Part of the reason to maintain the testing is, as we've talked about the whole concept of space and grace, this is about ensuring that we do prevent any spread, having any issues. By maintaining a level of testing, you keep the safety protocols on the forefront. Every day, there is daily screening requirements that families have to do and staff have to do when they check in through our contact tracing. We want to ensure that our focus allows for the continued safe spring as we move to in-person summer and in-person fall. We want to build these behaviors that we're going to continue to stay focused on all of these protocols taking us towards that direction of full school. The other piece in athletics, because there's been some questions, the league has required all athletes that wish to participate to test. There is no opting out. It's just like the athletic physical. When you want to play sports, you are required to have a physical and you cannot opt out of that. The same thing for testing. So that testing will continue with all of our athletes through the seasons, and we'll continue to, we're now to the point where we're scheduling the actual testing on each site each week so that it's pre-planned and moving forward to keep everyone on that same page that we're building behaviors, but we're also allowing for all members of our community, because everyone's in different spaces as it pertains to their feelings and emotions with COVID, to feel that safe and secure feeling as we move towards that reopening completely.
So I asked for somebody from Contra Costa County Health to be here tonight. That didn't happen, I guess, right? Yeah, I'll take that as a no. Okay, so in the future, if I make a request like that and it's not going to happen, if you could just drop me a, we're not going to see it, because we're talking about stuff that, you know, I think that a professional should weigh in on. So just for the future on that. Are there forms for religious exemptions that all the schools have?
There's not a form that families would present their objection to the principal. They can just, an email would be sufficient for that.
An email is sufficient and the
Yeah.
principals can feel that they can track that.
Yes.
And are parents signing forms for every time? Are they signing the form again for every time that they're tested? Or is the form that they sign just for once and then it's forever, or just for the school year? How's that working?
I don't want to say the wrong answers, so I'm going to send that answer in the Friday letter.
Okay. And then how long does it take to get results?
When I was tested, I also got tested when I was at Hercules High. I got my results the next day. The latest I've seen has been just over 36 hours there. So they've been under 2 days getting results back. They've been very quick. And we're using two different companies, one for the secondary level because there's more volume, and then another for the elementaries, and both have been turning around pretty quickly.
Okay. Can you just make sure that you're checking in with principals that they can handle emails for religious exemptions or medical exemptions? That sounds really messy to me. So, okay. Then I heard 2 times this week that vaccines for educators were hard to come by. Vaccine appointments for educators were hard to come by. Do we know that that's true?
No, I've looked into that. And so if there are educators who are struggling, they can let my office know. Rosa Cornejo is helping to still coordinate locations that folks can get vaccinations in the community, as well. Our Marcy Williams and our HR team can be helpful. So please, if anybody knows any of our staff who want a vaccine and are having trouble, let us know and we can make the connections and get the appointments for folks.
Okay, may I make a suggestion that United Teachers of Richmond publishes a weekly email out, and perhaps you could work with them and
Sure,
clarify that?
sure.
I was super surprised to hear that.
Yeah, because there are a lot of appointments right now, so we can help.
Okay. Okay, so that was that one.
And board, we will have, if you choose to make comments, we're going to go to public comment after the board asks its questions and then come back. So, I mean, theoretically, if you want to make comments, you can, but that's when.
Can you clarify play structures?
So we're talking about playgrounds.
Yeah.
So I'm going to ask if Louis Freeze is.
It's regarding playgrounds.
Yeah, so can the kids use the play structures? There doesn't seem to be a CDC requirement preventing that.
That is correct. Currently, the playgrounds can be used by the students. We are currently limiting the use just due to the protocols for cleaning, but they are available.
It also seems that there aren't really very strict protocols for cleaning, just from my reading. I'm not a scientist. That's why I wanted somebody from Contra Costa County Health here. But
again, I believe this goes back to the contact services and the playgrounds. Students using the contact service, as far as the slides and handrails, are not one of the defined methods for spreading COVID. Is more of an aerosol, and so contact service is not a high needs area for cleaning.
Yeah, so is it possible that kids can use the playground or the play structures?
At this point, yes.
So Superintendent Duffy, can you follow up? and
Yes,
perhaps-
we can make that clear again to our schools and leaders. Absolutely.
Okay, it's so sad. They have like caution tape on them. It's like that's like sad.
The one piece though is that there does need to be a procedure and staff that can ensure that after use, they are clean. So that's part of the challenge, is their staff is very limited and spread thin.
Okay, so maybe clarify that that's the reason. Okay.
So can I just intercede really quick? Guys, Trustee Reckler's asking questions, and don't just say stuff, right? So like Mr. Freeze just said they can, and then Mr. Wool just turned around and said, well, actually, we don't have the procedure yet. And so if you don't know something, just say you don't know it. And if you do know it, then answer. But we're not playing gotcha, and you don't have to know the exact answer in the moment.
Sure, and I'll try to put those two together to clarify. The play structures are open. We may have situation in a certain school where if they haven't developed a schedule or they're custodial short in some way and haven't been able to ensure that the play structure is cleaned on a consistent daily basis, they may still have it closed. And so those are sites we can follow up with, but the general rule is that they are open and we do want to have them cleaned, as Mr. Freeze said, not high frequency like every hour, but we do have a daily cleaning schedule. So as long as we can do that, we can keep them open.
Okay, maybe you want to mute yourself so I can keep talking and not get the echo. Sorry about that.
Sure.
Is it possible that campuses be open on weekends for weekend use the way they used to be at this point?
So this is the same issue as it pertains to safety, and then how would you be able to ensure the sanitation of the facility, since we don't have staff there and we can't guarantee that they would follow our protocols? We're still limited in our ability under the Civic Center Act to reopen. We hope as we move to lower tiers and more expansion comes, that we can get back to more of a state of normalcy.
Okay, thank you. And then, we had somebody call in, this was on my list, about instructional minutes. I mean, do we think we're hitting instructional minutes? I mean, I don't mean that as a gotcha, but it feels like I've heard from this parent over and over again about there being some real gaps. So I'm just curious on the thinking of that, or how we might follow up on that.
So I can respond to that.
Maybe the superintendent should respond to that.
I think, are we talking about this particular second grade issue at Mira Vista, or are you asking generally?
Yeah, generally, but she's called a number of times. So.
Yes, we know we have a long-term vacancy in that classroom at Mira Vista, gone through a few different substitutes to try to fill that permanently. Still working to maintain consistency there. But overall, this year's distance learning model has, met the virtual model, as with many districts, has met the instructional minutes expectation. We know there's differences of opinion around how much synchronous versus asynchronous, et cetera. But in terms of meeting our expectations, we are doing that.
Okay. So then for spring, I guess we have lists of how many kids are waitlisted, and we've got it broken down by all of the high needs categories by school, I'm guessing.
We do.
Okay. And you're clear on the types of staff you're looking for by school?
We are.
And are the unions helping you? I had this idea, like refer a friend.
Yes, I mean, I think everybody has really shaken the trees over these last few weeks, and we continue to do so. We've brought in a lot of substitutes. We've brought in retirees. We've brought in people who are formerly laid off. We've increased contracts with our third-party vendors and others who've come in to support us. So I do think everybody's working together to try to continue to find staff who are interested in doing this work. And we continue to spread the word, about how we can support people when they come in to support us.
Okay. So remember this, and I'm sorry that I had to draw it, but my computer's broken. I can't print anything. But this was the original template of the spring visual representation. How many schools do you think are really following this?
Well, I don't think any school is following that to the T. There have been a number of different models that have been created based on what staff has been able to do. And because it's a voluntary model, folks who are coming in are trying to come in and make it the best schedule they can. So we have schools that have something going on during the school day block. We have schools that have a school day block and an afternoon block, a school day block and a morning block and an afternoon block. And they all met with staff and everybody else who could come in to really develop the best model possible across the district. So the majority of schools are not running from 8, I don't know what you had on your 8 to 4, 8 to 5 at this point. But they are doing everything they can based on what they can do with staff to make it happen.
Okay. And then can we touch on funding for AB 86?
Yes, Dr. Wold.
So we have been looking at the funding, and we've been talking with our auditors across, and since the first day, the number of students that we're requesting continues to drop. We are continuing to work to find slots for all students, and at this point, we do feel that we have met that criteria and will meet that criteria under the best extent possible, and we haven't stopped. And I'm just looking at the numbers of students that we're requesting. It's less than half what it was last week, and it continues to drop.
All right, that's it. Thank you. Those are my questions. I only have one comment at the end.
Thank you. Mrs. Smith Folds.
I'm sorry, I forgot something.
Mrs. Smith. We're gonna go to Mrs. Smith Folds.
Is there a demographic breakdown for students per site?
I believe we have that, or we certainly can create it because we know who all the students are who are in.
Okay, and there will be a Black graduation this year, right?
Yes, it's scheduled right now, and as Trustee Reckler had asked for us to make those public, we'll do the safety committee meeting on Monday, vet those, and then make everything public, hopefully, if that all goes well. June 7th, I believe, is the date for the African American graduation, but we will get those all out comprehensively as best we can, and I believe they are on our district big events calendar right now.
Okay, when the 6 cases came up, are you doing more testing at those sites to ensure that there's not any more cases there, or how does that work? When you find a site that has a case, do you increase the testing or decrease it or keep it the same?
So we follow all the county public health criteria. We immediately quarantine the entire cohort and anybody that might have come into what's considered close contact. We then follow county guidance, and they are, I can say for a fact that county public health is communicating directly with us because I've seen the emails on each of the pieces. They're providing us the guidance on when anyone from that cohort can return. We're then making available and having additional testing for all of those returning so that we can continue to ensure that even those that are asymptomatic are indeed not providing the spread. All of the positive cases were asymptomatic cases. So no one that's been symptomatic at this point that I'm aware of has been tested and become a positive. So it's all been asymptomatic. We continue to keep those protocols and monitor those sites. So I want to give significant credit to our principals and to our district nurses that are part of the COVID response team. They are doing a tremendous job of really jumping on this and being diligent and thoughtful and checking. We're also connecting and ensuring that we find the siblings of those that were also part of that so that we don't bring a spread into another campus.
Okay. Are you going to test in summer? During our summer school options, are you going to have testing then?
There's still, it looks like the state of California is still going to have some testing protocols. Athletic testing hasn't stopped, and we're waiting to see what the final guidance is from California Department of Public Health. We expect brand new guidelines to come out probably right around June 15th when they reset the tiers. And we'll continue to follow the stricter of the guidance from California Department of Public Health and County Public Health.
And then how's food distribution going?
We continue to do our weekly meal distribution, 20,000 boxes of 21 meals in each. So that's over 500,000 is continuing. We have provided shelf-stable snacks to many of the schools that need those snacks. And we have several schools where you have multiple students that are involved in both an intervention and a support hub that are on campus more than 4 hours. We've brought in other options to get them lunch. We've opened some purchase orders at some other places to get additional food onto the campuses to support, because we're at a point where our labor was completely focused on that weekly distribution, and our families have continued to really need that. So we've brought in additional resources to ensure additional food options are available at our sites.
And you're providing resources that doesn't impact the food distribution workers that we have now. So you're not adding to their plate, you're taking away from their plate so we can still serve. And we're just, okay, so we're not adding to that.
We're trying to not do that. We're also beginning the conversations for fall, because it will be universal feeding again in the fall. And we've never done that many meals at every site every day. So we're going to work with our labor partners to create the model that will work best.
Okay, and I would just make sure that when we're talking about food distribution inside the schools during the spring, that we make sure who's doing it. Are teachers distributing the food? Is it a shelf staff meal? How's that working out for us, just to ensure that we're not doubling down on labor requirements?
Yeah, there's quite a few different models, because again, we are spread thin with the amount of labor available in this in-person. And so each site, we're working through those logistics.
Okay, and my last question is, can you define what universal feeding means? What is?
Oh, yes, I apologize. Under the U.S. Department of Agriculture, they do what's called the summer feeding program, where if you qualify, which our district does, any child over the age of 5 and under the age of 18 may receive a free nutritionally compliant meal each and every day. We received that waiver and we're able to do that for this whole school year. The waiver has been extended for all of next year. This will actually be a big point of conversation, because for local control funding formula, we're still going to have to collect the income data. And it's going to be very confusing to our entire community. Why are we doing that when they all get a free meal? So, but every child will be entitled to a free meal at every school next year.
Okay, thank you. Those are all of my questions.
Mrs. Smith Folds, thank you. We're going to go on to Mr. Christian next.
All right, thank you, President Phillips. Few questions I just want to ask. How is the cleaning at the school sites, at the facilities?
So far, so good. I think we can turn it over to Mr. Freeze, who probably knows some of the details of that better. But so far, we think we're doing pretty well. I mean, people are adjusting to some new routines and routines of the students and where they're going. But so far, so good. Mr. Freeze, if you have any more detail you want to share, please do.
I would just say yesterday we had a meeting with our coordinators, and one of the questions was, how is the site cleaning going, and are we hearing anything from the site staff or concerns about how that might be handled? And we are not getting any real feedback from the custodians as far as having issues with it. We believe that because of the limited number of students on site, that the cleaning process is being handled efficiently, effectively by our staff. One of the measures that we've actually implemented on the sites, and we're putting a cleaning protocol for the restroom details, much as you see in the restaurants when the restrooms are actually cleaned and checked off. And that's being done daily by our staff just to ensure that we are getting in those rooms and the cleaning is being done.
Okay. And the reason why I asked that question, is based on Kennedy High School, and that the cleanliness of Kennedy, it still needs a lot of work done over there. And so I just want to bring that to the attention, because you walk through and you see it's just a lot of stuff that's not right. So
I'm not trying to hobble anybody, but if you do want to make comments, there's literally a period to make comments, and you can, and I won't stop you, but we're just in questions now.
Okay, the next question I got is, who is doing the temperature check on the school campus?
So we provided to every classroom one of the digital handheld touchless thermometers. And so in many classes, it's happening right as you enter the classroom. At other schools, they're using a central entrance because they've staggered their schedule. I happened to be at Pinole Valley and saw Principal Kleiman standing there doing the temperature checks with the full apron and everything. It was actually, I should have taken a picture because it would have been a great one to put up. So it does vary. There are many different ways depending on how they've created their entry and exit protocols to maintain social distance, creates the best model for who does that and where it's done. But multiple devices are on every campus.
Okay, and then the other question to that is the temperature check. What's that? Who is doing the temperature check?
So as I said, it varies depending on the entry protocols at each school. In some cases, it's the teacher. In other cases, the CSO is taking that role. In other cases, it's the site administrator. Depending on the site and depending on the protocol, you may see 1, 2, or all 3 occurring. This to reopen schools is a team effort, and everybody is finding that they're needing to support additional roles as we go forward.
Okay, and then the isolation room. Who's doing the isolation room?
And that is the exact same. Depending on how many staff are at each site, it can vary from the site administrator to the CSO to a yard duty supervisor. In some cases, it might be the school office manager. We've seen quite a few different models. We're not at 100% staffing at any school. And so each site is making the best logistics work. And since the isolation room is only utilized when there is a symptomatic individual, sometimes it's somebody that then gets pulled from their responsibility to accommodate that when that occurs.
Okay, and then the mask wearing. How's the mask wearing on the school sites?
Also, I think so far so good. The sites that we visited, we don't see that as an issue, nor have we heard that from teachers or principals as an issue. So I think our students have been used to wearing masks out in society regularly, and that one is for us going pretty well.
Okay. And then what about sports? Such as, I know we just ended football, and I know I went to one of the games. You didn't see the mask. So who's?
So we will be discussing, as it pertains to spectators and sporting events, some of the protocols at the next board meeting. As it pertains to the athletes and their testing, that has been going very well. We know that there are some families that have concerns about it, and we understand, and we're working with each of those individually. It's challenging to create all of these different logistics on the fly, but overall, we're very pleased with the fact that we have not had positive cases and that we've been able to get competition to begin and start for many of the athletes that otherwise wouldn't have had the opportunity.
Okay. That's all I have. That's all the questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Christian. Mr. Gonzalez.
Thank you. My question's for Mr. Freeze. Mr. Freeze, have we already received all of our PPE that was in, gosh, why am I blanking on the word? That was ordered but that was not received as of last week? Have we already gotten all that?
So the HEPA filters that we've ordered, they're due in this Friday. So those have been for the additional stock that we were looking for. I would have to check with the warehouse. I know we were having some shortages around hand sanitizer for the dispensers in the classroom. We had plenty of stock for the units, but I do know that there were shortages with getting additional material in for those particular dispensers, although we do have the 1 gallon dispensers in the classroom as well.
Thank
And
you.
to add in, we just did more ordering for summer, so we're already jump starting our summer order now.
Perfect. Thank you for that, Dr. Wold. Mr. Freeze, do you know if Kennedy High School is now fully stocked on PPE?
To my awareness, yes. The answer is yes.
Great.
Our staff has been out there on site making sure that that has occurred.
Wonderful. Do you know if the CSOs ended up getting their own space, like a classroom, since we went to do the walkthrough?
I do not have a response on that one. I would have to follow up with the site.
Okay, thank you. If you wouldn't mind putting in the Friday letter, I'd appreciate that.
We can do that.
Thank you. And that is my last question. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Miss Emiliana.
I don't have any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Leon.
Yes, I have one question. So how are in what cases do we use the rapid test, and in what cases do we use the PCR tests for COVID testing?
So all of our surveillance testing is the PCR testing, which is not the immediate. Rapid testing can be used if you have a symptomatic issue, and we use it for some sporting events where we need an immediate result to be able to compete. But for the most part, the way the federal government does their reimbursement to the companies, the PCR is the process. And to answer Trustee Reckler's question, right now it is a new form every time. However, we're working and we believe that they're going to be able to get pre-populated, and we're hoping that that won't be a challenge moving forward. Everyone's creating these protocols on the fly, and the government continues to change their guidelines that we have to comply with.
Thank you. That's my final question.
Thank you very much, Mr. Leon. Okay, what we're going to do now is we're going to go to public comment. It's 8:55, so after we are done with this item, I'm going to probably switch some things or flip some things around, so we actually get through the heavy lifts that we have to tonight. Do we have public comment, Dr. Wall?
We do. I'm looking to make sure, because it just jumped by 5. Right there, it looks like 14. So we're going to begin with Jean Kinchner.
And this is 20 minutes, Dr. Wall.
Okay.
Okay, let me first start by offering my condolences to Trustee Christian. I would also say that I was very excited to hear about the possibility of the district teaming up with Rich City Kids. Miss Evans is one of 5 Black teachers that we have lost from the Verde staff in the past 7 years. I truly miss working with those teachers, and I'm glad to see the district reaching out to our Black community by partnering with that organization. It was a joy to work with Miss Evans, and even a greater joy to have been the teacher to Joyelle. I'm looking forward to hearing more about teaming up with Rich City Kids and other such organizations and opportunities. I will quickly jump to safety in the classroom. COVID testing for the summer is a good idea for peace of mind, even if it's not required by the state or the county. It will play a part in my ability to teach during the summer or to step down and step back and not come back and teach. I'm also confused by the pictures in the April 23rd superintendent update about the spring reopening. From those pictures, it shows kids not being 6 feet apart and staff not being 6 feet from the students. Are we doing it 6 feet? Has that changed? Maybe I missed something. Again, a lot of these things I'm watching to help inform my decision about coming back to the summer. And I want all of our students and all of our staff and all of everybody to be safe and healthy during this time.
Our next speaker is Paula Rafidi.
Hi, everyone. My name is Paula Rafidi, and my daughter attends Fairmont Elementary. You didn't see it, but I have air quotes when I say attends because she's still not in person. We have not been given that option. I jotted down notes of what I wanted to say today because I'm just at a loss for words. I've expressed my concern time and time again. So I understand why there's this like hesitance to reopen fully. And for the longest, it was the risk of spreading COVID. And I have to argue that there are the following risks for not looking at the whole child and just being concerned with COVID that I think this whole board and the district need to consider. First, children indulging in 8 hours of screen time and only an hour and a half of that being screen time involving learning is a huge risk. Children completing assignments via a PowerPoint rather than engaging in social and verbal communication is a huge risk. The risk of obesity and diabetes because these kids are not getting the physical education and have become more sedentary is a huge risk. By the way, obesity and diabetes are huge risk factors for COVID. COVID is a virus that can come again later. And so if we're going to put this sort of habit into our children, they're at risk in the future. I ask that this board and superintendent talk to experts about all the risks, not just COVID, and that the state of California is on the verge of reopening. I can walk into a bar and grab a drink, but my daughter can't attend school. This is the biggest risk of them all. Thank you.
Our next public speaker is Carol Lee. Moving on to our next public speaker is Carrie Schulman.
Hi, my son is a second grader at Harding Elementary. For the past several months, he's been hanging in there both academically and emotionally. Not great, but okay. However, things have gotten significantly worse since he found out that his kindergarten age sister and most of his second grade friends have returned to school, but he cannot. On Monday, he went with me to pick up his sister from school. And when he got home, he spent the next hour curled up on the sofa, dealing with how hard it was to see so many kids back at school and the fact that he is not one of them. Currently, Harding has extremely limited staffing, and there are no regular school time hubs for all of grades 2, 3, and 4. This is nowhere near what you promised at the board meetings. I do not blame the teachers and the principals for this. They are working incredibly hard to make this reopening plan work. However, Mr. Wold, I remember you saying that if not enough staff volunteer, your personal assistant would work in one of the hubs. Could you please let us know which school your assistant is currently working at? Superintendent Duffy, please provide transparency about the spring reopening. For each school in the district, please tell us how many students are receiving in-person learning and how many students have been waitlisted. I am very frustrated that you did not include this in your report. In addition, please limit some of the barriers for hiring more staff. Please increase the pay for instructional aides so more people will actually take the job, and streamline the hiring process so that once people are hired, they can actually start working before the school year is over. Please do everything you can to give as many students as possible the choice to return to school. Thank you.
Our next public speaker is Amy Cantu.
Kindergartner and a third grader at West County Mandarin School. I want to thank this board for reopening our schools. Both of my kids are back in school Monday through Wednesday, noon to 3 p.m., and I've been volunteering in the classroom as a teacher support. I have witnessed the giant smiles and joy on the students' and teachers' faces. In-person learning has had a huge impact on the emotional well-being for my kids. I'm also happy to say that I feel that our school community has been able to maintain safe practices during this reopening. All the students at our school that wanted to return to school have been provided a spot, whether with their classroom teachers or in an in-person hub at our school site. Our principal, Dr. Peterson, has inspired confidence in our school community and has been resourceful in finding staff and volunteers. Our PTA has partnered with our school to coordinate at least 20 volunteers. Many of our amazing teachers that were able to return have returned to school. Support staff and community volunteers have also stepped in to help us reopen our school. I share this because there's been an enormous support for reopening our school and a desire and commitment by our whole community. That said, we have families that have not returned, not because they don't want to, but because they can't figure out how to work full-time and send their kids back for only 3 hours, 3 days a week. These families desperately want their children back in school, but they only can do so if we are back full-time. I urge the board to support returning to school full-time this fall, 5 days a week, so we can support every student in our district, not just the students that are able to get dropped off and picked up for partial day schedules. Thank you.
Our next public speaker is Isabel Munoz.
Hi, yes, I had a question about the COVID testing. And I'll say this in Spanish so that a lot of, if anybody's Spanish, you can understand. Muchos padres tenían una pregunta si necesitaban aseguranza para tomar ese examen. A lot of parents had questions about if you needed to have insurance to take those tests. And I just kind of want to mention that the teachers weren't really provided with everything that they needed as far as like paperwork and information and training to be able to provide parents this. So, I think also too, and this is for the teachers, a little bit of help for them to at least direct parents to the right person, a card that they can hand off or something if parents have questions, because I know my kid's teacher, she looked a little flustered and didn't really know how to answer a lot of these questions. So, if you guys can also help the teachers out, so better prepare them for directing them to the right person. And that's pretty much it. I also want to say that it's awesome you guys are doing the food service thing. I think that me growing up in WCCUSD and being my mom, a single mother of 4, a lot of my meals came from school. So power to you on that, you guys, and great job. Thank you.
Our next public speaker is Rachel Archibald.
Thanks very much. I'm a parent in the district. So I'm concerned that the district seems to be using subjective interpretation of the CDC guidance. So the CDC guidance specifies 3-foot spacing between kids in schools, and you've just, I guess, subjectively decided that you're going to go with 6 feet spacing guidelines. I don't know how it is that you feel that you get to just decide which guidelines you're going to choose. Public play structures are open without daily cleaning protocols. I don't understand how it is that the school district just randomly decides that certain amounts of cleaning are required. I feel like you're not really following the guidelines. Summer plans are grossly overdue. I booked my kids' summer camps, I think 6 weeks ago. So fall plans are basically almost overdue. So I hope today you vote to reopen schools full-time in fall. The district's sense of urgency is really out of sync with the family communities that it serves. So much about the progress that's happening in this country and the state makes me positive about the future. However, there's nothing about this meeting that makes me think that the district is on a positive path forward. Trustees are infighting. There's no sense of working towards a common goal. Superintendent Duffy has not apologized for the failure of the spring reopening and has not been transparent about the number of students not being.
Thank you. Our next public speaker is Natasha Benjamin.
Hi, thank you for this time to speak. I have a 7th and 9th grader in the district, and this has been a difficult year, as you all know. The spring reopening felt like a very misled process. We were told by this board, as I sat here for many hours, that everyone would get a spot, and that did not happen. And there's been no acknowledgement of that. It felt like the spring reopening plan was meant for failure, for an impossible situation for the teachers, confusing for families and students. I understand that we're using a distance learning model, but even the kids that are in classrooms don't seem to be engaging in any way, and administrators and teachers are not really capable of getting kids to talk with each other. I was fortunate that my 9th grader did get a spot, but there were only 5 kids in his class, which I don't understand. There was supposed to be 10 to 15 in a class. This seems like a missed opportunity. And after everything that's happened this year, I'd like to understand how we're supposed to believe in this board and the commitments of the board moving forward for fall reopening. How do we know you're going to open for fall? You told us you would open for spring for everyone that wanted a spot, and that didn't happen. So please explain to me what this board is going to do to ensure for a full fall in-person reopen.
Our next public speaker is Cassie Carter.
Hi, I'm back to respond to Duffy's claim of instructional minutes. Maybe it's another nod to his spring in-person hub for keeping him on task, but the lack of instructional minutes is made obviously clear by the fact that he comes home after 2 hours with his school day finished. I'm a product of this district myself, so forgive my math, but I don't think that 2 hours equals 200 to 260 instructional minutes as stated on the district website. I have 2 children in elementary schools within the district, so I know what it looks like when it's working and when the standards are met. But I actually would like both of my children to receive an education. Thank you.
Our next public speaker is Kelly McLaren.
Hi, I just wanted to reinitiate what many other parents are saying about the fall reopening. We really need something in concrete evidence that this will happen for our kids for the fall, because if not, we really need to, a lot of families I know are going to have to try to do something else for our kids for the fall if this isn't going to happen for them. We've failed them for so long, too long already, and it's so hard to try to believe what the board says, and we aren't getting any concrete answers that something will happen at all in the fall at this point. I'm hoping this will happen tonight. I once again want to say how happy my kids were to go back last week and get some kind of an education, and I just really hope that we can get something, real evidence that this will happen for our kids this fall. Thank you so much.
Our next public speaker is Christina Baronian.
Hi again, everyone. This is Christina Baronian. I'm a 4th grade teacher at Lincoln. I want to say so many things. I'm really trying to. It's very frustrating to hear people complaining about the spring reopening plan when the only reason we did spring reopening was because your voice is so loud and you're upset that your kid didn't get to do it. Unfortunately, all of the teachers here, we knew there weren't going to be enough people. And for some reason, Will clearly stated it, which I know a couple of you parents have pointed out. Yes, we have enough for sure, 100%. Not going to be a problem. If we don't, we've got outside contractors. And of course, here we are. We do not have enough people. And this has unfortunately caused even more of a divide in this district and within schools. Teachers that have chosen not to return to in-person because it is voluntary, and we have me included, we have personal reasons, health or otherwise, are getting blamed as bad, which that should not be the case. So the other issue here is we don't have enough people, and one of the reasons is the pay is terrible. We have one of the lowest sub pays in this whole Bay Area, and the administrative or the aid pay for sub pay is like $16.75 an hour. So who really wants to do that? So increase the pay, you're probably going to increase some more bodies, which will then, of course, make everybody happy.
Thank you. Our next public speaker is Maisha Harris-Gash.
Good evening. I'm glad to return. It's great to see my kids at Kennedy High School, and we are having a good time. This is about like the cleanliness of the campus, and this is not about my custodians or our custodians. It is my understanding, well, good thing that I came in early on the first day, because I had to do some dusting, some cleaning, some wiping down, some sanitizing, and that I'm not talking about my custodial staff. It is my understanding that there was some construction done in the hallways or something while school has been out. And whoever these people are, there was a lot of debris left in my classroom. I took pictures, I swept and all that kind of stuff and did what I could do. And I appreciate my custodial staff coming back and mopping the floor. But if this dust and film was on my desk and on my chairs, I can only imagine they were on my walls. Also, there was sign of a rodent or maybe rodents who had come and took up residency. So I'm still dealing with that. Great thing that we are wearing masks right now. My classroom, if anybody knows me, they know I have a standard for my classroom. My classroom is my home. It is the home for my students. So I'm still continuing to come in early to clean my class and get it to where the standard where it is desirable for me and it is desirable for my students. They don't have a clue, but they already know that Ms. Gash's classroom is always neat and in order. So whoever that contractor was, maybe y'all need to go back to them and get some money back or have them come back and do what they were supposed to do. They can't come do whatever they do and then leave a mess behind. And who knows how many other classrooms at Kennedy are dealing with the same thing. Thank you.
Our next public speaker is Adrisa Latier.
Hello again. I'm glad the schools are reopening. In the fall, I believe the family should get an option to come in person or continue social distancing without any consequences. Also, regarding the graduations, does that include 8th grade graduations? Because I have a 12th grader and an 8th grader. Now back to that other thing. I've been in this district as an active parent fighting for Black children for over 15 years. If you guys remember, I used to be the first person standing there with Scotty fighting every fight. So I was around when Scotty pushed for the implementation of ASAP. But I was also off that bandwagon when lies were being told to people about how they can get some of that money just for being Black, using programs and friends and fluff in their pockets, putting money into poor programming for their friends instead of ones that are effective. And board, I ask you, who are these council of elders? They are an unsubstantiated group that's not registered anywhere. Scotty formed that group with Audrey Shields and named it after a movie. All they do is cause issues. This is a made-up group that the district has latched onto. Why? You need to do your research. They've been misleading our community and constantly discredit other people's hard work for years in the name of Black kids. That's not okay. And they need to quit telling people you can open a school based on the color of your skin. That can and will not happen. And I know that there truly is a divide, Elon. It's a shame, but the division comes with the ones that don't go along with your BS. You applaud the ones that's on the bandwagon, but I'm not that 1, 2, or 3.
Thank you. Our next public speaker is Carol Peters.
So before we start the next item, board members and Carol Peters, you're going to get all of your time. I shouldn't have said board members. People calling in, call in on the item. The purpose of these meetings are not for people to use public comment to fight each other. If we're on the item, please make your comment on the item. So what we're on right now are the reports. And if you have a comment about the reports, please, but these meetings are not for people to come and use public comment to fight each other across the airwaves. Can Carol Peters' time please start from the beginning?
Thank you. I wanted to, again, Superintendent Duffy mentioned fall reopening, and I want to encourage the board to create some study groups in the way you did for spring reopening. I want to encourage you to create a committee to really discuss that so all stakeholders have an opportunity to really see what's happening, to have more transparency and to speak up for the needs of the kids. I know this is an item and I didn't have a chance to speak later, so I wanted to make sure that while I did, I addressed that you all need to create a committee for fall reopening so we can have a lot of different options for students to access their education. Also, I'm glad, I just want to point out also to the board, you all have equal votes. Not one person is more powerful than the other on that board. So I encourage you to speak your personal voices that represent your constituents in your area and choose to vote the way that you believe that you are best representing your constituents. Please do not allow people to appeal to your sensitivity, to your consciousness, or whatever the case is. You have the right to vote the way you want to, and I encourage you to do so. Thank you.
Our last person to speak is Maggie Whitaker.
Hi, board. My name is Maggie Whitaker. I'm a parent at Harding, and I have a 4th grader and a kindergartner. I just want to say that when we speak about volunteerism at this district, volunteerism is making it possible to reopen the schools because you are offering $16.75 an hour to hire aides in classrooms, breaking the promise, ensuring that some classrooms across this district are rooming and zooming. This is insufficient pay and it's exploitative when babysitters and nannies can expect to earn $25 an hour or more. Schools are reopening because people are willing to give their time when the district is unwilling to fund the staff adequately, which brings me to my second point. If you're planning on reopening in the fall full-time without having counselors at every school site, you're doing a great disservice to each child at the school. With the CARES Act money, we should be able to hire the adequate staff to ensure the mental health of our student body is cared for adequately. Why are there no counselors at elementary schools? Finally, why is the company contracted to conduct COVID testing at the district failing to ensure effective testing information is available to school sites? When you hire a company for close to $500,000, they should be able to turn around testing information to the sites quickly, clearly, and effectively. Like so many things, this is a great example of why so many parents can't trust this district to reopen safely and protect staff, teachers, and students. Thank you very much.
That concludes public comment.
Thank you very much, Dr. Walt. So board, we have a ton of stuff to do still. It's 9:18, and we are going to be talking about reopening in a moment. But is there any discussion that folks have on this item? Okay, I see at least 2 hands. So we're going to start with Reckler.
So just due to the late hour, I would just like to encourage that the testing protocols be revisited quickly. And I am not anti-testing in any way, shape, or form. I believe in testing. I don't want to be unsafe, but I want the protocols to be clear. I want them to be well thought out. I want them to be reasonable and responsible with real protocols that schools and sites can follow, that principals can follow, and that parents are clear on, and I want them to align with health and safety guidelines. That is what I request. And just a couple of things like the insurance, there's a lot, the frequency, the forms, that needs to get mapped really, really quickly. And that's it. Thank you.
Smith-Folds?
I just want to make sure that we're doing everything that was promised to be done from the dais. If you said that you're going to do it, you need to do it. That includes having all the proper PPE at every school. That includes making sure all the HEPA filters are there and they work, having hand sanitizer. I don't like to hear that we still are missing some hand sanitizer in classrooms. We shouldn't be hearing about rodents in classrooms. We shouldn't hear about teachers having to go in early and make sure that they're dusting and making sure everything's okay. We have to do what was promised in the direction that was given, which is to have an implementable, safe reopening plan for spring. And everything that you say you're going to do, you need to do it or you need to be quiet. So let's just make sure that we're doing everything we say we're going to do. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Christian?
Yes, I thank you, President Phillips. And I just want to go back and just say to the facilities, um, everybody has a responsibility to make sure the facilities are clean. And so when you lack of a facility not being clean, then something's wrong with the picture. And so when my site visit, you go to one of the high schools in my district, District 2, it's like, wow, why is it like this? The facilities have to be clean, period. And that's really for all schools, sites. Everybody have responsibility, so they should be clean. Thank you.
Mr. Christian, thank you very much. Um, the next person would be Mr. Gonzalez.
Thank you. I have two comments. The first one, so far I've visited 25 schools and I've been able to do quite a bit of a walkthrough, thankfully, to our facilities department and principals. I was really pleased to see the safety protocols, the PPE ready, and all of them except for one, and that was Kennedy High School. And I'm disappointed I still hear issues as of today with Kennedy. What I would ask Superintendent Duffy is that you go tomorrow and that you go check everything about Kennedy, support the principal and staff, facilities continues to make Kennedy their #1 priority because it seems like it's the high school with the highest need right now, as Trustee Christian mentioned. So that would be my request there. And my second request would be, I think that we could really benefit from an FAQ to staff and families on the major topics, mask wearing, testing, and pick up, drop off, things like that. I feel like that's missing from helping run a hub right now as Trustee Reckler. We are hearing all types of confusion, not just at our site, but I think outside of the site, inconsistencies. I had a hard time hearing that we have inconsistency in protocols, for example, the temperature check tonight, right? I think that those are the things that we shouldn't have inconsistency on. Schedules, all that stuff, sure. Programs, I totally understand, but protocols, we should not have inconsistency, and I think it's because of lack of communication. So I think that it would be great if we could send that to families, because I've had to answer quite a bit of those. So I would appreciate that. And lastly, I just want to say thank you, because I know it has not been an easy lift to do this in 2 weeks for anybody. So I want to thank Mr. Duffy, you, your staff, teachers, classified, principals. It's not been easy. And I just want to make sure we say that, because I know that tonight, for good reason, we got beaten up quite a bit because we made this decision. We broke promises, but at the same time, I think that what has been done has not been easy, and you all have worked 24 hours a day. So I do want to say I appreciate that, but there's always obviously space for growth. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Gonzalez. Ms. Emiliano?
I want to echo what Mr. Gonzalez-Oy has said, basically about the schools being clean. It's really an issue, especially with COVID, like to not go to school in a clean campus is kind of a welcome to spreading COVID. And also there are small things that I know take place at multiple high school campuses, the ones I've been to for like sports and stuff. There is often no soap. There is often no paper towels, or the paper towel machine is broken. And it's really important that that's also kept in mind and that those are checked frequently. And I also would like to thank
Ms. Emiliano, just a quick question. Are you saying that since we've done the reopening, that's what you're seeing? Or are you talking about things that you've seen in that past?
Things that I've seen in the past.
Okay.
Like those are issues that have happened in the past, and those we need to make sure that for sure that those are not happening now. That's just to clarify. Also, I'd like to thank everybody who has been a part of the reopening process. Being able to tour the schools with Trustee Gonzalez-Oy has really shown myself that there are a lot of people involved, and I feel like it doesn't seem that way because it's kind of like, oh, here's the information on a piece of paper, but there are so many different parties involved, and I really like to say thank you to everyone. All the teachers, admin, staff from the district, thank you very much.
Mr. Leon, do you have any comments?
Yes, I just want to reiterate what all the trustees have been saying during this comment section for the importance of readiness and safety. And I also want to thank all the staff and people involved with keeping students safe and just yeah, just keeping students safe and cleaning the facilities and everything. And also I want to thank Mr. Gonzalez for inviting Navi and I to participate in the walkthrough with him. It was a great experience to see how the schools are keeping up with the changes. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Leon. I am not going to make any comments. It's not because I don't have any. You all know that I could talk for an hour if you let me. It's because it's 9:27 and we still have a lot that we need to cover. So that said, we have just had this very robust conversation about reopening. And I think that it is a natural segue into item F1. I'm going to invert some things so we can actually get through our action items. If I'm not taking anything off the agenda, but I'm trying to make sure that the meat of what we're supposed to do tonight actually we get to it. Okay, so we'll try to get everything in, but we're going to go to the action items next.
Do you need a motion, President Phillips? I'd be happy to make one if so.
We actually don't. The agenda says that the items can be changed at any time. It says that on the agenda.
Okay.
But we're just going to go there, and we're going to go to F1. Mr. Duffy, who is doing F1? Whose presentation is that?
I am. So if we could, Mr. Jordan, just pull up the précis for that item, please, onto the screen. Sure. So just while that's coming up, so what we've heard obviously from some community members, and we've heard this from some of our trustees, is that they're asking for an even firmer commitment that the school buildings will be open in a non-voluntary fashion in the fall. And as Trustee Phillips was saying, this is a good segue from what we've just been talking about in the spring. And we do know that we're aggressively trying to serve all of our students. I do want to correct a couple of things and just take the opportunity to do that. But while we bring this up, in that there are some comments about the pay, and I want to be clear that the stipend that we are providing for our folks who are working in person for these last weeks of school is $3,250. So it is significantly more than people who are mentioning $15 an hour or something like that. It works out to quite a significant amount for those folks who are working with us, and we've tried to push that financial incentive as far as we possibly can. So the item before you is very simple, and it's a statement, an action statement that board president has asked be on the agenda, and it states this, that the district will reopen for 100% in-person learning this fall pursuant to local, state, and federal guidelines. There will be no voluntary in-person work options for staff. All student programs will be in person, and students who would like a distance learning option may attend the virtual academy. So this is how it's been written. I want to make clear that myself and obviously Dr. Hurst, who will come after me, are planning to open the schools in person in the fall, and that has always been the plan. And if tonight's language helps make that more clear, and that's what the board agrees on, then please vote to approve that language. There's no full presentation, just that frame and guidance. And with that, I'll turn it over to Board President Phillips.
Thank you very much, Mr. Duffy. Folks out there in TV land, we are going to have public comment on this, but right now we're going to do board questions. So hopefully we got a lot of the questions out in the last item, but if we didn't, here we go again. Trustee Reckler, do you have any questions?
I have only one question, and it's a clarifying question. And with this, you said programs, but I think you mean instruction as well, right? Programs and instruction. Instruction will be in person, and we're going to follow a regular 5-day a week based on regular school calendar that was approved way back when.
Yes.
Thank you. That's all of my questions.
Mr. Duffy, that's what she just asked you, or Trustee Reckler just asked you, that is what you meant in your recommendation?
Yes.
Okay, so can you just, if you have a document, can you edit your
Yes.
recommendation so it reflects what you meant?
Yes.
And then we're going to go to the next person, which is Smith Folds. Any questions?
What happens if you have a significant amount of people on campus, according to your statement, who choose to go to the virtual school? What's the capacity of the virtual school?
Sorry, I'm on mute. Sorry about that. So right now, the way we have planned our budget development process has been to not penalize any schools who will lose students from the virtual school. So normally when a school loses students, they also might lose resources or a teacher if it's significant enough loss. So we have made clear that if students leave your school for the virtual school, their budget and their teacher allocations and staff allocations will stay the same, so no impact there. In terms of the total amount of students to be supported at the virtual school, I'm going to turn that over to Dr. Wold for the total number of seats that we think we can make available, if that's the ask. And again, we really do believe the virtual school is a place for folks who want that virtual model for the entire year, as opposed to like, I need to wait out COVID for 4 or 6 more weeks.
And so the virtual school is being designed not as a COVID school. It's being designed for those families that benefited from distance learning. And there were some that this was a model where they were more engaged, but for everyone that was more engaged, there were some that distance learning doesn't work at all. We have posted for the first 3 founding teachers, 1 at each level. We can certainly add additional teachers, but it was not designed to have 3,000, 5,000 students in the first year by any stretch. That was never the plan. So we'll have to look at supply and demand and then come back to the board to make additional decisions as we move forward.
So what's the option for students who you don't have space for them at the virtual school, but they are not ready to come back to on-campus learning? What's your options?
I think that part of our process as we move forward and move towards a full reopening is also to get information about what are choices that our families want, and then come back to the board and define what other programmatic opportunities and options may be necessary to support the needs of all of our community.
So the statement you're saying has room to have other options inside of it. Is that accurate?
Well,
right now,
I think that goes to the will of the board on this one also, to see, because we can tell you what we think we may be able to do, but if you were to say we want a virtual option at all 55 of our schools, I don't know that we can tell you today that that is something that we're going to be able to do. So we want to first and foremost make clear that every school will be open for 5 days a week instruction, non-voluntary, of course. And then if the board wants to take up a discussion of what are the alternative options we're going to provide for families who want to stay home, I think that becomes a separate discussion, because that is a question of resources and what the full board wants to see happen.
Prior to you submitting this statement, have you surveyed parents, teachers, admin, staff about this statement and the impact that this statement will have on them?
No.
Okay. And then you're saying that no site will lose teachers no matter how many students opt out of going back in person. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay, so all staff will be there. Okay, and then since you haven't surveyed teachers, you don't know the impact that this statement will have on retiring, resigning, or teachers who completely are going to quit based on this statement. That's accurate, right? You have no idea those numbers?
I don't know if the statement would impact teachers.
You don't know that this statement will impact teachers?
I'm just trying to answer your question. Sorry. No, I mean, this statement has not been vetted.
It hasn't been pushed out yet, so you don't have an answer. Okay.
Correct.
Okay. All right. And then this particular statement, who asked you to craft this statement? Is this something that you just decided to craft, or were you asked to craft this statement by someone?
In our agenda setting meeting with board and clerk, we had a discussion about this, and this was the ask of the board president to have us put this on the agenda so it could be decided upon and obviously discussed by the group about the commitment to a fall reopening and how we could make that more clear. And I also think this is, if you've followed, for the people who've come to many of our board meetings, this topic has come up again and again. And I have, as superintendent, tried to clarify that through certain messaging, memos, commitments. And I think there was definitely board energy from our board president and at least one other trustee to bring this forward and see where the rest of the board was around this.
In agenda setting meeting, when this was brought forward, were you also asked to bring other options in the language? Were you asked about the language and to ask that maybe that language could be broader to include other academic access points for education? Were you asked that?
I don't recall being asked specifically to put that language in this statement. And if I was, I apologize, but I don't recall.
You don't recall a conversation with the clerk asking you for other the language to be broader than it is, not so narrow to where it's just this statement? You don't recall that conversation?
What I recall is a conversation where you, the clerk, said, hey, I don't know if I agree with this statement as written. And I recall in that conversation also, Trustee Phillips said, that's okay to disagree. Let's bring it forward and see where everybody stands on that. I don't remember a specific ask to put additional language specifically into this statement.
Okay. All right. The last question I have is, you know what? Actually, I'll save that for comments. That's it.
Okay.
Mrs. Smith-Folds, thank you. I've been doing good. My mask hasn't been rubbing against my microphone and I just moved it. I know people are mad at me because they can't hear me. But Trustee Smith-Folds, thank you so much. We're going to move on to Mr. Christian. Mr. Christian, do you have any questions? We're on questions now.
Yes, thank you. The question I have is for the fall opening, are we going to hire more counselors, custodians, CSOs, And then also mental health. Are we gonna make sure those components are in place? Because I know we talked about it. So
I'm just gonna jump in really quickly. I'm not trying to be a behind.
I just asked, are they gonna be in place?
Just time out just for a second. The questions that you're asking are about labor negotiations and the collective bargaining agreement. So those are closed session negotiation conversations. Great questions. That's just not open session discussion. That's the only thing that I'm jumping in about.
I could answer generally and just say, we know that there are many asks for things to be in place for the fall and many, many needs, and we are working on those. And as President Phillips said, we are negotiating those through negotiations with 4 or 5 different bargaining units about what are the priorities, what we can afford, and what we can put in place.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Christian, thank you for your questions. I apologize for interrupting. Next, we're going to Mr. Gonzalez.
Thank you. I have 3 questions. Mr. Duffy, you were talking about not hurting sites next year about allocations. I'm curious about the following year. Is that rule still staying for a certain number of years, or are you just thinking about the first year? What about long term?
Oh, go ahead.
So
Dr.
every
Walker.
year we do a demographic analysis of the school, and staffing is based on the active and projected enrollment. For example, this year, we actually projected more students because there are some that did not come in kindergarten that we anticipate are coming back, and we're seeing those numbers start to respond. So the answer is it may be altered the second year if there isn't a change in enrollment, but that's the normal process we would do every year. We analyze based on those patterns. So we follow the same process. We're just not going to displace teachers this year.
Okay, thank you. Next question is, what would our class sizes be for the fall? Would we go back to contractual language where it has some classes at 39, high school classes and kindergarten class at 27, or what would be our class size for a full reopening?
So I'm going to actually parrot what Trustee Phillips just said. That is subject to collective bargaining. And so we don't bargain in public. We are discussing what is the appropriate class size and working through that process right now.
And when do you think that we'll know?
Again, I can only state we're working through the process of identifying an agreement that meets within our budgetary and capacity of sites to meet.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Then that'll be my last question.
Mr. Gonzalez-Hoy, thank you very much. Ms. Emiliano, do you have any questions?
Yes. So regarding the what was mentioned before about students who wanted to wait out COVID for a little bit longer, will there be an option of in-person learning for those students that, since the distance learning won't completely be an option for them if they don't want to continue that the whole year?
Right now, we have not decided upon a formalized structure across the entire district to support what you're asking. So I couldn't say as of today, if you're at so-and-so school and you're not feeling safe, you want to be at home for the next 6 weeks, you would do X. We have not defined that. And so I think that's a discussion we need to continue to have and determine how great we think that need will be and what we might need to do, or if we're just going to say we can't meet that need if we're all going back to school. But right now, the short answer would be no, that has not been developed across the board.
And then will the opening of schools, will that be any different than how it was 2 years ago? Or what, if any, is the current plan to gather feedback and suggestions from the affected parties, such as teachers, families, and students?
That's a great question. So one of the things we are working on is to collect feedback about many of the things that we did do this year that were different. It's like office hours, things like that. But in many ways, we hope that the opening does look like what it looked like 2 years ago, with the additions of some things that we've done during the pandemic that we thought were really helpful, and maybe letting some things go that we used to do that we don't think were that helpful. But we're hoping that by the time we get to mid-August, we can replicate as closely as possible what a quote unquote normal school opening would look like, where everybody's there together, using whatever health and safety protocols we have to use, but really trying to recreate what we know as the school community.
And you mentioned before that no site will lose teachers no matter the amount of students who opt for the distance learning option. However, will new teachers be hired to run this distance learning, or will teachers who are already working for the district be
Good
working
question.
double?
So yeah, so this just for the virtual school. So our process is usually positions that we open are open to our internal teachers first in the district. And then if nobody takes those, then we go outside and open them up and recruit externally. So we have posted, as Dr. Wold said, the first 3 positions for the virtual school. We'll see if we have takers from district staff, and if not, then we'll go outside of the district.
And those teachers who decide to take that role, will they be working 2 roles, or will they transition from their teacher role to the other?
It's almost like they'd be moving to a new school. So they teach, so if they left Pinole Valley and they're now a virtual school teacher, and they have their students who all attend the virtual school, and they meet with them virtually.
Okay. And then with the distance learning model, is that something that's planned to grow and develop over time, or is that something that's planned to just be for this coming year?
No, it is. The virtual school is planned to be an option for students in this district for the long term. So if you're a student in the district and you want to be a virtual student forever, you could do that. So it would be in the portfolio of schools in the district as an option, just like dual language or other academies and pathways. We would also have an online school for students and families who want that option.
Okay, thank you. Those are all my questions.
Thanks.
Thank you very much, Ms. Emiliano. Folks out in TV land, if you want to raise your hand, we're going to go to public comment very quick, so you might want to raise your hand. You threw me off. I'm sorry. So, folks, Mr. Duffy, Mr. Leon, Mr. Christian, and Mrs. Reckler and I were all at Obama together. And so Mr. Duffy pointed, and I was like, what's going on? And because I'm looking at 2 different things. I could see them in person and on screen. So if it looks a little discombobulated, that's why. Mr. Leon.
I have no questions. Thank you, President Phillips.
Okay. Mr. Duffy, there were questions about the statement in the agenda. Is that your recommendation?
Yes, my recommendation is that we do everything we can, which I hope this statement makes clear, that we are committing to having our schools open for in-person instruction, and that is the de facto model for all employees and students in this district next year. I think if we want to further take up any questions around other virtual options beyond the virtual school, we can take that up. And I think that's a question of like where the board ultimately is comfortable, what we can finance, what that would look like for staffing. But I think it is important for us to state clearly that all of our buildings will be open. All of them will be open for 5 days of in-person instruction. All of them will be open, and that's the expectation for staff and students.
The reason that I'm asking is because I'm trying to be very clear, and I want you to be very clear, that the statement as written or as clarified as after you were asked questions by Trustee Reckler, that is your recommendation. That yes, the board can start tacking other things on or inserting into the language, but your recommendation is what is actually written in the agenda as clarified after the questions by Trustee Reckler. Is that correct?
Correct. And I do think, you know, this is a statement, and if there is a word or two that is still unclear or folks feel like doesn't accomplish what we were trying to accomplish, you know, I'm happy to wordsmith that, obviously, to an extent.
So what I'm saying, Mr. Duffy, I'm not asking you if you're willing to change your recommendation.
Oh,
because people could do what they want to do. I'm trying to make sure that this board, everybody who is watching, knows what is Matthew Duffy's recommendation. Is this Matthew Duffy's recommendation?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. That said, we're going to go to public comment. Right now, we have, it looks like 35 folks with their hands raised. This is probably the biggest issue we'll have in the next 100 years. So we're going to let them go. And at some point, I'm going to ask for an extension so we can get through it, okay? But please start public comment.
Okay, I'm going to go right to the first one. It's Kay Bohan.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, good evening, board members. I am Kay Bohan, a second and incoming kindergarten parent and a member of the WCC Safe Open Schools. My son attends a 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. hub at Horse in Pinot. The principal and staff have worked diligently hard and gone extra miles to get every student who wanted a spot to return. The staff has said the school has come to life now that students have returned. My son is extremely happy. The light in his eyes shine. His teacher continues to teach virtually and he has a monitor. He loves going back to school. On Friday, he said he can't wait till Monday. Who is excited about a Monday? Children who have a spot in the spring. So it seems like there are students who currently do not have that option. We have a list of students unable to return. We need to help them. After that, after we address this, we need to make a commitment for a safe return to school for those who want to. I support the district to fully reopen in the fall and urge every board member to vote for a full reopening so every student who would like to return can do so. A full opening means a full-time schedule, 5 days per week for any child who wants, without any exception. The district needs to communicate early and clearly about the plans for a return for fall and for its students, parents, teachers, and staff.
Thank you. With the amount, I'll be hitting that button at 1:30. Our next one is Gabrielle Micheletti. You may unmute.
Hello, board. I'm wondering why this is being made in such a slapdash and haphazard way. There are so many unknowns. I hope with my whole heart that life will have returned to a post-pandemic normalcy and we can reopen safely and comfortably in the fall. I did go back in person. My cohort was shut down this week because we had a positive case. However, pushing to say that 100% of students will be in person in the fall, except for the small number the virtual school can accommodate, does not match what I hear from parents in my area. I'm wondering how the board will seek to hear from all families in this district and not just a vocal and pushy minority. With no data from the district at large, why are you pushing this statement? You have said multiple times you have not surveyed the families. Please remember what another caller said earlier. Each of you has equal voice as a board member. Please stand up for your area and please make sure you are serving all families to the best of your abilities. The language I hear in this statement is so far removed from schools and how they function that I find it deeply concerning. Please bring in the families all across the district and emulate equitability from the top of this district. Demonstrate that same equitable thinking that teachers use in our classroom every day. I ask again, what is the rush? I have seen so many items delayed to another board meeting. So perhaps doing so and waiting until May and allowing our new superintendent to also weigh in could be very helpful. Thank you.
Our next public speaker is Brittany Rowe. You may unmute.
Hi, my name is Brittany Bro. I'm a parent of a future West Contra Costa USD first grader. My husband and I want to strongly support full-time 5 days a week in-person school starting in the fall. This is really important to our family. We're making some major life decisions now for the fall. We're being asked to return to work full-time in person. We need a place of learning available for our son, and our kids' education has always been a top priority for us. At this point, we're exploring uprooting our family, moving to another district, temporarily to another state to ensure our kids' education, which includes his social and emotional learning, is prioritized. So this has major implications to our lives and many of the other families' lives that are speaking up as well. The science is clear, schools are safe, and distance learning is not helpful for a first grader. There will always be uncertainty. We hear that a lot on this call, but we need assurance that plan A is to have full-time 5 days a week in West Contra Costa USD. Also, food distribution is a critical service. We understand that, but steps need to be taken now to make sure that the mission of food distribution does not interfere with in-person instruction. Thank you.
Our next public speaker is Nikki Hootman.
Hi, I keep hearing about all buildings being open for 5 days of in-person instruction. I don't care about buildings. I care about all students being in school for 5 full days of in-person instruction. Opening all schools for 5-day learning for all students in the fall is what the vast majority of parents need. This is the most basic function of our district, to provide in-person learning for all students. We can discuss the details later, but this should be the baseline agreement that we can all build upon. We need to agree upon this now and then discuss other options like virtual schools or class size or counselors or custodial staff. This is not rushing. Waiting until the very last minute to make a plan is why we have the mess that we have right now with spring reopening. We need to agree on the basics so we can start to plan for the fall. Thank you.
Our next public speaker is Natasha Benjamin.
Hi, Natasha here again with the 7th and 9th grader. I would just like to reiterate other comments in supporting a full in-person reopening for the fall. Every child that wants to return should be guaranteed a spot. This should not be a question at this point for the fall. This should be our plan unless something changes with health guidelines. Every adult and possibly most kids will be vaccinated by August, and there is no scientific or health reason to not have full-time in-person in the fall. Many families will be returning to work and to offices, and virtual school is not a viable option. California will reopen on June 15th, and schools must follow suit. Please continue to communicate with us, with teachers and families and children about this critical step for the fall. We need to know what the plan is. We need guarantees, and we need to be able to plan for our families and our children and our livelihoods. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Katie Brohan.
Hey, everyone, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
Good evening, Katie Brohan, a parent in the district. I'm urging the board to vote unanimously tonight for a full fall reopening as recommended, so that every student who would like to return in person can do so, not something broader. It's the broadness and a failure to say exactly what you plan that seeded community distrust this year. And the rush is that we just went over 400 days without in-person school. It's not a rush. We've heard a ton about equity over these last few months. COVID has exacerbated racial inequities to an unprecedented degree. It's unearthed cracks in the foundation of our educational system, not just locally, but nationally. But we've reached a tipping point in this pandemic, and it needs acknowledging. We've moved from a state where opening schools was inequitable to the clear fact now that keeping them closed most definitely is perpetuating inequity. 20,000 more students in California enrolled in private school this year. This means wealthy families can now buy an education for their children, while the rest of us can't. And so every day that goes by with a failure to commit to full fall reopening is widening the equity gaps that the board has so affirmed that they're really concerned with. A failure to commit to a full fall reopening not only is a blatant rejection of science, but it's a rejection of the children and the families that you were elected to serve. So please vote yes on this. Thank you.
Next public speaker is Carol Peters.
Hello, good evening. Trustee Reckler asked the question if we will have regular 5 days a week schedule, but I just want to really point out that our students were failing before COVID. We had this traditional system that we're so quick and we're like pushing to reopen. We know that we failed students consistently year after year, and we have data for decades to prove that not all students were learning and that they were failing. So this is a great opportunity for us to reconsider how we do education. We know that for some students, and I feel like people are not considering the fact that there were many students who have successes during this time period, during this social distancing time period online. I have many students who were very successful and we're not even considering them. So let's honor those students who are doing well with this current program, and let's come up with other options than virtual school, where all of them don't have access to actually stay in that program, and that might limit what they are doing as far as school, like sports and other things like that. I have a class of 40 students now. I am curious on what that's going to look like in the fall when I have 40 students in my classroom right now. I don't know if parents know that there's no possible way to social distance in a classroom that large. So what are we going to do for that? And then I want to know when we're going to survey parents. And I still want to encourage you all to make sure that you form a committee where we can have some transparency. We can have some clear expectations on what to expect in the fall, and we can have some say-so.
Our next public speaker is Kim Sargentini.
Yes, thank you. Okay, I want to echo what Ms. Peters said about the idea of the study groups. Those of us who've been back in spring have a whole lot of input about what's kind of working and a lot of the stuff that's not working. So I think we absolutely have to talk to the people who are already working in spring and maybe some of the ones in summer. I also have to wonder about equity when it seems like one city has double the number of kids back than the other cities. I don't understand how we prioritized. Did we even prioritize our neediest students? I'm wondering what the fall will look like with the distancing. I'm having a hard time having my 10 students distance now. So I'm trying to envision 25, and I want to know for my own child, is he going to be interacting with 195 other middle schoolers in a day, counting PE and his other classes? Is he not going to be allowed to bring his own lunch? For myself, I'm noticing in spring we have nothing but flies coming in all day. It's also either really cold or really hot with the windows open. I'm wondering if we'll have screens. I'd requested an air monitor, I don't know, maybe 2 weeks ago. I still haven't gotten it. I've asked about the HEPA filter or any filter. It's locked, so no one can tell me when was the filter changed, what kind of filter is in there. It seems to me like we have a lot of details and a lot of work to do to even be remotely ready to open to part-time, full-time. I just would like to see a whole lot of work go into whatever plan you decide on. Thank you.
Next speaker is Katie Rodriguez.
Good evening, board members. My name is Katie Rodriguez, and I have a kindergartner attending school in person a couple days a week. I'm grateful for the hard work of teachers and staff who are making that possible. My son comes home happily talking about the new friends he's met and what he's learning. I'm very grateful for this opportunity, but very disappointed that every student wasn't given this option. That's why we must fully reopen this fall so every student who would like to return in person can do so. A full reopening means a full-time schedule, 5 days per week for any child who wants it without exception. I urge the board and the district to ensure that the plan for reopening reflects the latest science and public health recommendations and is communicated early and clearly to students, parents, teachers, and staff. A vote in support of full reopening tonight will give the district the time to plan and communicate early and often to the community. Families are trying to make decisions about how to best support their students over the coming months and need to have this the knowledge that they are going to have a place for their kids in the fall that is the right place for them. My son was miserable in distance learning. He is doing so much better now, and I want to make sure every student who would like that option is given the chance to do so. Thank you very much.
Our next public speaker is Jesse Montano.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hello, board members. My name is Jesse Montano, and I'm the parent of 2 young foster adopted students with extensive IEPs in the district. We feel so fortunate and grateful that they have been able to go back to school for 6 hours a week this spring. Though truth be told, it's only the start. Though it has been difficult for our family, we're making it work, and our kids and community back in school is thriving. Regarding fall, I worry when Duffy says it will be 100% in-person instruction. He doesn't reemphasize that it will be 5 full days, stating state guidelines permitting for all kids. I worry that we will get slighted and misguided like happened with the spring MOU and be forced into limited and awkward schedules where 100% of families get to go back, but on staggered basis, and where some kids go back 2 days, others 3, or others a couple of hours. Unfortunately, at this point, I have little faith without clear and descriptive language. As of this week, my job has made it abundantly clear that all flexible measures being taken into place until now will be suspended as the state of California is reopening fully as of June 15th, and most will be vaccinated. I hope we're taking this time in the spring to issue a clear and transparent plan on how the district is planning on doing on reopening schools safely in the fall. Please not only vote yes to reopen schools, but also share the plan to get back to safe and full reopening, and how progress will be shared with the community moving forward. Thank you.
Our next public speaker is Elon Harrison.
Hello. I just want to say that my kids are really benefiting from the reopening of the hubs and stuff. And I really like that you guys are having the schools for the children that, you know, need it at this time. And I think having it open for more than a few days would be good. But I also agree with some of the other speakers when they said that we need to have different ways for kids to learn. We don't need to just have it one way. We need to have multiple ways for kids to be able to get education and receive education when we reopen. And I can't wait till we're in person with our board meetings also. I'm gonna be loving the fellowship and see everybody, because I know that it's been a long time. And I just really appreciate the things that Richmond High and Lake have done for reopening. And I just want the district to also, and reopening, find different ways to get information out to the Black community, because the Black community is not getting all the resources and the information that this district has and is able to provide to Black families. And I think we need to know that. So just increase your marketing out to an outreach to Black parents of the resources and options that will be available for Black parents during reopening. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next public speaker is Jamersina Preston.
Hello, I just wanted to know that is the virtual school K-12, can any child sign up for it? And that is there is it different from the distance learning, and will children be allowed to choose distant learning? Is there anyone can answer that?
So there's no response to public comment. Thank you for your
Oh, okay.
comments.
Well, I want them to consider that virtual schools are different than distant learning. I would like the district to think.
Thank you for your
And
comments.
that
Raka Ray is the next public speaker.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, so I'm a teacher at Helms and I've been in person this spring, and honestly, it's been really nice to see my kids. I think that Helms is really living up to the ideals of what it means to be a community school. I will say for the fall, I feel pretty confident saying this as a science teacher, that the one lesson we should have learned this year is that as smart as humans are, nature is smarter. And viruses and their evolution are opportunistic. So I guess I just don't see how making a statement, like a blanket statement, is helpful. What we need is plan A, B, and C, plans for variants, plans for localized outbreaks. And we needed plans A, B, and C yesterday. And I think we also need a lot more community output. So I really think that board members should be doing like home visits and knocking on doors in their like communities to talk to parents, and not just like listen to parents. I'm sorry, my cats are fighting. Not just listen to parents who can stay up, 3-4 hours to make public comment on these. Oh, also, you guys should give directions in Spanish for translation at the beginning of your Zoom meetings so people know how to get to the Spanish translation. Thank you.
Our next public speaker is Rachel Archibald.
Wow, I totally agree with that. Previous speaker, you should give translations or provide translation on how to get to the translations. I just want to say that I think that fall reopening is so important, and I think making a clear, coherent and transparent statement about what you're planning to do for fall is critical. And I think that there's kind of no alternative. And I think if you don't vote that way this evening, there will be repercussions. And I really don't want that for the district. So anyway, I have spoken enough tonight. Thank you.
Our next public speaker is Ellen Bayou. You may unmute.
Yes, thank you so much for letting me speak. I'm a parent of a kindergartner at Harding. Our family couldn't go back this spring while we fought for it because we cannot, as two full-time working parents, already expected to be back in our office environments regularly, navigate 2 days a week for 2 hours per day for our kid. So we elected to stay in our current pod situation. So I'm so thankful to all the teachers who came back, and I'm so happy for all the parents of children who are coming home joyful. My kid is coming home super mad that her parents couldn't navigate this spring reopening, and I feel like it was a real bait and switch. We are eager to come back to Harding in the fall, but we can't commit to staying in this district if it's not 5 full days back. I've already negotiated with my office terms to be more flexible for the fall because I am really underwhelmed by what happened this spring, and I need to hedge my bets. Caregivers of small children across the Bay Area, disproportionately working women like myself, are cutting hours, not seeking extra employment opportunities, and increasing our burden just to navigate this insanity. The district must reopen 5 full days in person in the fall for children like my first grader and all children. Room and Zoom is not an acceptable solution. I urge the board to commit to this publicly, unanimously tonight, to decrease the cortisol levels of parents and older children of families in our community who are disproportionately burdened by these decisions and indecisions by the district. We need to increase the certainty with which faculty, staff, and administration negotiate. Thank you.
President Phillips, we're at 20 minutes and there are 20 hands still raised.
Thank you very much. So, board, I want to do 2 things. So one, we need to extend our meeting, and 2, I want to extend public comment for the hands that were up. And so we need a motion for one of those things, and that is to extend the meeting. I don't know how long the discussion is that board members are going to have on this item, and I don't want us to run out of time. And if we are able to finish some other things, great. But I definitely want us to be able to get through this. I don't want to scare everybody when I say this, and I'm really hoping that this doesn't happen. But to just make sure we don't run out of time, I am asking if we could actually extend this meeting to 1. Not that I plan to be here till 1, but I just don't want us to extend, for example, till 11 o'clock, and then we're not through one board member's comments, and then we go home. So can I please have a motion to do that? As Mr. Gonzalez-Hoy yawns.
I'm so sorry. Yes, I will make the motion. I was gonna do it, but then I had to yawn. I apologize.
And just so people know, today's my son's birthday, and I really do want to get home, so I'm really not trying to be here until 1 o'clock. Is there a second?
I'll second that, but I'll remind you that I was here for my husband's birthday on April 14th, so.
Your husband's not two. 2-year-olds don't understand that. But thank you for the second, Trustee Reckler. It's been moved and seconded. We're going to go on to the vote in order, starting with Reckler.
Reckler, yes.
Smith-Folds, yes.
Christian, yes.
Gonzalez-Hoy, yes.
Emiliano, yes.
Leon, yes.
Phillips, yes. Thank you, everybody. All right. The second thing is, board, are there any objections to letting us get through public comment wherever the last person was that had their hand raised? I don't know who that was, but I don't see any objections. So, Dr. Wool, kick it back off, please.
Moving on, our next public speaker is Eliza Sarason.
Hi, everybody. I'm the parent of a kindergartner and a 4th grader in the district, and I just want to speak to the person who commented before. I'm also a working mom, and it's so stressful. It's been so stressful, and it's really tragic the way women are being, particularly women and moms I've seen, have been pushed out of their work because we're having to balance distance learning for our kids. So I urge the board to approve this statement tonight. I think the most important language, the most critical language in the statement that makes me want it approved is that we're going to be following CDC and California health guidelines. It is so important to follow the science, and the research from schools all around the country is crystal clear that schools are not the site of COVID transmissions. And the data from distance learning is really clear that keeping kids isolated is in fact itself a health hazard that compromises learning and really affects our kids' mental health, especially for our youngest students like my kindergartner and my 4th grader, and I've seen it all this year. So quality public education is a right, and I know this board is committed to equity, and I commend you guys for staying up till 1 a.m. to do this. I hope you don't have to, but please do the right thing for the 29,000 students in this district and vote yes on this statement. We can do this. Things are getting better, and we can get back. Thank you.
Our next public speaker is Jeffrey Bean. You may unmute.
Good evening. Thank you for taking time to hear us. I'm Jeffrey Bean, a teacher at Shannon Elementary in Pinole. First, I'd like to thank the principal and office staff at my school for making reopening work for us. It was very complicated, and they put in a lot of hard work and hours doing that. At some point, hopefully in the fall, we will reopen, and I am concerned about funding and class size. I don't want us to return to the fall as it was before we went to distance learning. Recently, we made concessions to have our class size go up. It was supposed to go down to 31 this year for upper grade elementary. Now it's up at 33 again. We talk a lot about equity, and it's hard to teach 33 students, many of whom have issues with reading and need more one-on-one support. It's ironic that we're increasing class size and cutting attenders at the same time as we are talking about equity and serving all students. I hope you find a way to make this a priority. Class size, tutors, reading specialists. It's unfortunate that this is a function of union bargaining and not a function of what's best for children. Thank you for your time. Have a good evening.
Our next public speaker is Jessica Ross.
Hi, I'm a school counselor at Panola Valley High School. The issue is not with whether or not we open. It is with how we open, when we make that decision, and how gracefully we care for each other's diverse sets of needs in that process. What if, instead of proclaiming a full unplanned opening, we set a date that we'll have a decision by? What if instead the board worked with the new superintendent for discussion and brought a few options to the larger community for discussion? I sat here and watched how excited every single board member was about the decision for the new superintendent. I'm personally so excited to see how this new superintendent moves us forward and can work as a team with this board to bring our schools more effectively and safely out of this pandemic. What a great opportunity for new leadership. Making this decision tonight sends the message that we don't want his input, that we don't want his leadership, and we don't want his guidance, that I know you all have been so excited about. The question that Trustee Christian brought up about counselors, custodians, and mental health professionals is important. Trustee Gonzalez-Hoy's question of what class sizes will be is important. Trustee Smith-Fold's question of whether we can deeply consider a few options is legitimate. All of these questions that are being asked about particulars are very important. Even if we're not able to discuss the particulars here in an open board meeting, these questions in and of themselves are relevant and welcome because they define whether or not going back to school will be successful for all of us involved. The idea is not flawed. The timing and the process are. Thank you.
Our next public speaker is Paula Graffiti.
Hi, thank you for allowing me to speak again. And yes, while I agree with what the caller just said, I do think the particulars are important, but I think we as parents need to know a reopening is going to even happen. My daughter is a kindergartner at Fairmount Elementary, and since we don't have the option to return in person, she continues her 1 to 2 hour a day remote learning. And because my husband and I work full time, we are forced to give her screen time for the other 7 hours of the day to help us continue our work and make ends meet. We support full reopening of the schools for 5 days of instruction. And this to me is a baseline and is a right for our kids. Our kids are going to suffer if further action is not taken soon. Schools across the state and nation are fully reopened, and it saddens me to see how this need is dismissed. There's no scientific or health reason to not reopen in the fall. California will lift all restrictions on June 15th. And it boggles my mind that you can continue to question whether school can open in the fall. And we've seen kids suffer as it's time to put it to a stop. And finally, I'm coming from a place of privilege. I don't own a home in this district and I can easily move. I don't want to though. I've grown to love El Cerrito and I've grown to love the people and the parents and the kids that I've been able to have my daughter grow up around. But honestly, this vote tonight will really inform our decision as to whether we will stay here or not. My daughter is a high achiever, and thanks to the time and attention we've given to her learning, along with the incredible kindergarten teacher she's had over Zoom learning, I can be sure she'd be really benefited from an in-person environment at this district.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Maisha Harris-Gash.
Good evening. So I am absolutely opposed to this statement being approved tonight because it doesn't appear that it includes Dr. Hurst's input or whatnot. This statement should be coming from him because he is the one who was going to lead us, from my understanding, after May the 17th. And so with that being said, history has shown us how some like to shackle the Black man and set him up for failure. Is that what your goal is, Superintendent Duffy, Trustee Phillips, or any other trustee who would support this statement? History has shown us how some like to take what's on paper and shove it in a Black man's face to tell him what his job is and how to do it. So that is absolutely unacceptable. Now, granted, Dr. Hurst is a Marine. I'm a military kid, so I know Marines are put together, well put together, and can handle anything and everything and not even break a sweat. But we do not want to set him up for failure. Finally, Malcolm X stated, if you stick a knife in my back 9 inches and pull it out 6 inches, there's no progress. If you pull it all the way out, that's not progress. Progress is healing the wound that the blow made. This district needs to stop creating wounds and then people walk away when it's personally convenient. Thank you.
Next public speaker, Soletta Hunter.
Hello, board. Thank you again for hearing me. I just want to express my support for the reopening because as a parent, I have a student who I feel is losing his social skills because he's at home, because he's on the computer all the time. And I really want him to be able to go back to school and to enjoy his last year in high school. He's going to miss 2 years if we don't do this, where he's not going. And I know that some people are thriving at home. As a teacher in another district, I know this, and I teach students with IEPs, special needs, and ELLs. And while some of them are doing well, there are many others who are losing the language, the English language that they've acquired just with this not being social online. And then even for my kids, like my beautiful twins who have autism, they are still experiencing that social disconnection and that energy that they like to have in the classroom with their instructor. So I want us to be on the right track, and I have hope that it can be done. And I do want us to go back full-time in fall. Thank you.
Our next public speaker, and I'll start with an apology, Sato, silent A, Wilson.
Thank you, Dr. Wold. Hello again, everyone. So I'm all for opening in the fall, definitely. But this statement doesn't mention options. This statement doesn't have anything about parents being surveyed in the district. It's just a blanket statement. And my fear is that this is going to echo what's happening in the spring. I'm not going to count how many people called in and complained about the information or the misinformation they were given regarding spring. This can't happen in the fall. We need to make sure that there's a solid plan and not a hastily thrown together proposal for this fall. Because the change in communications at the flip of a dime is frustrating admin, educators, parents, and of course, our kids in this district. So it's something to rethink here. Don't wait and don't order PPE for summer. You need to be ordering PPE for fall now. Actually, you should have been ordering that back in November. We can't wait till summer that happens. Even with the vaccinations and the tiers of the pandemic, or the changing tiers, the pandemic is still a thing. So we also need to have something in place as well. We still need to have something in place for safety. Like that's still a thing because we have to be safe on our campuses too. We're not safe, we can't teach our kids. And that's the bottom line. Thank you.
Our next public speaker is Marissa Glidden.
Hi, school board members. I hope you're all doing well tonight. My name is Marissa Glidden. I'm a third grade teacher on full-time release to serve as president of United Teachers of Richmond. I just wanted to clarify a few things that I heard earlier. One, right now, as you all might know, our class sizes in our district are 27 for kindergarten, all the way up to 39 in high school. I believe Trustee Gonzalez said this earlier, and all the way to 55, up to 55 for some of our classes in high school. This would make even 3-foot distancing in our classes in many of our schools very challenging. And there is nothing that stops a school board member or the district staff from answering questions regarding class size. That is not bargaining in public. We bargain class size maximums. The district could always choose to commit to doing a lower class size, and that would not be bargaining in public. So I do want to clarify the union is not stopping that from being a decision being made. And I believe that Trustee Gonzalez-Hoy and Trustee Christian should be able to have their questions answered because they're really important. And that when we reopen, we want to reopen well. Let's please make sure our schools have the resources they need so that they can do it successfully to serve our students. Second, I'd like, again, clarity. I've asked several times about the virtual school. I've heard it said as several different options. Right now, I'm hearing that if a student chooses to be in the virtual school, they must stay in the virtual school and leave their home site forever. I think that would be very troubling to a lot of families. So let's survey families, get information, and make clear plans. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next public speaker is Jose De Leon.
Good evening, board members, Superintendent Duffy. I want to go back around and reiterate the importance of planning in this process. It takes a community to plan for the fall. That's including teachers, that's including requests from students and requests from parents. As administrators, we want to provide the best program for our students. So planning is our most essential next steps for us. So whatever's decided tonight, we want the opportunity to plan well for our communities. And we want to make sure that whatever comes out is clear and streamlined to have the least amount of issues as we move forward. Additionally, the safety of our students and staff on campus must be at the forefront of any decision. Thank you.
Next public speaker, Nishan Williams.
Good evening.
Nishan, try to unmute one more time.
I'm here. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Nishan Williams, 8th grade math, Dijon Middle School. Please do not vote on this statement because it's a statement or an idea, not a plan. When there is a plan presented, then we should vote on the plan, not the idea. Also, please survey all of the stakeholders. It's not a one-man show or a one-person show. Everybody matters. And I know we keep talking about students, but guess what? Their parents matter. I'm a teacher, I matter. Guess what? But the board matters. Guess what? Our community members matter. Also, I would like to know the demographics of the teachers who returned for voluntary in-person instruction. Another thing, it is very frustrating when communication and plans change with every meeting. It is very frustrating when plans are not clearly communicated, which is another reason why I would like for you to vote no on this idea of reopening. Also, I would like to know, why is the future superintendent not a part of this discussion? He matters as well. We don't want to give him a sinking ship to take over. Also, let's not forget about Black educators. We are somebody, our voice matters, we are important, and we live this thing every day. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Ryan Reeves.
How
Yes.
does what work?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
I'm the parent of an incoming student in the district, and I'm asking for you to come to a full 5-day program in the fall for in-person for all students that want to return, as outlined in the current item. Families really need this clarity and communication to understand the next steps for the plan for the fall. So please move forward with this clear commitment to the fall in-person reopening. Thank you for your work on this to make sure students can get back to school in person. Thank you.
Next speaker, Yolanda Vieira Allen.
Good evening. Thank you, trustees. I have 2 middle schoolers who have done remarkably well during virtual school. But I know that so many that have not. We need to open our schools, but we need to present options. Carol was right on the money. The way we've been doing school has been overwhelmingly a failure. We need other options, and we need to be able to provide them in
meaningful and clear-cut ways. We need a real plan and not just a statement, well, we're going to do this, but what is it going to look like when we know we don't have the PPE, when we know that our classrooms are oversized, when we know that our teachers are under-sourced. We need oh my goodness, my time went away and I wasn't on
No,
mute.
we lost you. You should be back now.
Oh my goodness. Okay. Finally, the last thing that I want to say is that while my kids have been doing well, they're not going to go back until they get the shot. They're really clear about that they don't want to get sick. And so I'm not sure what we're going to do, because if there's not a hybrid option and that they have to commit to being in school virtually forever, which they don't want to do, then we're out of luck. And that's not okay.
Our next speaker is Ernesto Falcone.
Good evening, board. My name is Ernesto Falcone. I'll just remark on a couple of things. I am really hopeful that we understand kind of what's the point of this decision to vote an affirmative statement that we're going to open 5 days in person in the fall. And I think we have to kind of connect to the fact that every single adult and teenager, and probably even younger than that by that point, will have access to the vaccine, will be fully vaccinated if they've chosen so. And so we're really talking about, are we going to make a commitment to the children of the district that we will do everything we can to get them in class? And if that's too hard to do now, when we know the numbers, we have the president of the United States, we're 100 days in and he announced there's 220 million vaccines already done, right? I just got my second dose a few days ago. We are near the end, right? And we cannot live in perpetual fear that is ungrounded in any sort of science when it's the children that lose, because the adults can't seem to rationalize their understanding that when you're vaccinated, you're safe. And so I really do hope that we listen to the science. You have to understand that there's not going to be any place that's closed by the fall, and we cannot be the school district that can't follow the realities on the ground when the harm is so systemic to our kids to do that, right? This is for the kids that you're deciding on tonight. Thank you.
Next speaker is Tiffany Wyvinson.
Hi, I'm a parent of a kindergartner in our district. And since this has been going on, I have been fortunate to have little groups and things like that. But alongside of that, my child has also had neck strain injuries, eye pain, fatigue, emotional distress. And I've done everything to make this the most positive experience. I've put myself into a per diem from a full-time job. I've lost my benefits. I think you need to remember what the impact of this is on a family when you do this and what you're doing to these children. This is not just about, COVID anymore. This is obviously and very clearly about other things. This is about people trying to push other agendas. This is about teachers trying to get things in the classroom that they want, which they obviously need and have needed before this has even started. But you need to get these kids back in the class. This is turning into just a political mess here. And it's just, we watch you and you look like a joke. It looks like nobody here has any kind of direction. And now, as a result, all of these families are suffering. We're considering moving. How come you can't do what these private schools are doing? How come you can't do what schools in other districts are doing? How come all of these kids are getting back to school full time? I know people in other nearby school districts who have already been guaranteed that they will be back full time next year. And those are public schools.
Thank you very much. Our next public speaker is Kelly McLaren.
Hi, I really hate to have to talk again, but I feel it's so necessary. This fall reopening thing really has to happen. I know that, like many other people have said, parents and students are going to be leaving the district, and we desperately need those kids in classes to fund our schools, to pay our teachers, to pay people's wages. I know that parents that are working cannot do this back and forth with their kids all the time, back and forth to school for an hour here and an hour there, which is what my kids are doing. Luckily, I don't have to provide them transportation. They are older. I'm just really hoping that this fall has to happen 5 full days a week, because if it doesn't, there's going to be so many people leaving our district. I don't know how we will be able to keep in operation, basically. I'm grateful for everybody who helped make the spring happen. I just really hope that we can get something concrete that this will happen for the fall for us. Thank you.
We are down to our last two that had their hands up when we started. Lisa Hale is next.
Hi, thanks for hearing me. I'm Lisa. I'm a parent of a kindergartner in the district, and I also work at Children's Hospital in Oakland. And I just say, first of all, thank you to everybody who's made the spring reopening happen. I, again, am a little disappointed that it wasn't the full 10 to 2 that I thought was going to be the plan, but we're so grateful for everyone that's made it happen, for our son who's been able to come back 2 days a week, a couple hours a day. But that's not a solution for the long term. Not only my son and friends, other people, but I've seen in my patients huge increases in obesity, mental health, mental illness, suicidal ideations and attempts. And frankly, a lot of safety issues in general have resulted from kids not being in school in person, not to mention the enormous amount of screen time that we've known for years is super detrimental for kids' health in the long run. So I really implore the board to vote tonight just on this plan of opening full-time, 5 days a week, in-person instruction in the fall, and go from there to plan how we make that happen and support all the teachers and all the staff, how we let Jose de Leon and everybody he's representing plan for this. That's what we need to do, is make that commitment tonight to reopen in the fall and go from there to plan, spend the next few months planning. Thank you.
We are at the last of the public speakers, Jerry Al. There we go. Jerry? Jerry's mic, I guess, is not working. That will then conclude public speakers. And
Thank you very much, Dr. Wool. All right, we're on to board comments, and Trustee Reckler's up first.
Thank you. So tonight for me is just about commitment. It's not about planning. I think there does need to be planning. And I do want to see that take place. I mean, I do want to think about what we want to take with us from this experience and what we want to leave behind. And I do think there need to be contingency plans in the event of, who knows, a variant, who knows. And I think that there needs to be significant planning to bring kinders back. I think the district really has some marketing to do in terms of getting families back. And, you know, the district or the state lost hundreds of thousands of students. Maybe they're here, maybe they're not. I think we really need to try and find them. And I think that many of the concerns that were raised were valid about food service and things of that sort. But for me, tonight is not about that. Tonight is just about committing to reopening. You know, for me, there's absolutely no question. The research overwhelmingly proves and supports in-person instruction is best for students. And I'll be voting yes tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Mrs.
President
Mr.
Phillips?
Yes,
I have
sir.
a point of order.
Yes, sir.
I was wondering if we could just make a motion now.
A motion for this item. If you want to make a motion? Go ahead.
Yes. I would like to make a motion to substitute the language for the following language, and I will read it and then ask for a second. And I will put it on the chat for our secretary. The district has the intent to reopen for 100% in-person learning this fall pursuant to local, state, and federal guidelines, and with additional resources provided by WCCUSD to schools in need of them. These resources may include, but are not limited to, additional counselors, mental health services, custodians, CSOs, etc. And the district will make these recommendations to the board this summer. The district will also survey families' interest for the fall and will make further recommendations, including additional educational access points for all students, such as hybrid and distance learning models, if majority of families require it. That is my motion.
I'll second that motion, Trustee Gonzalez-Hoy.
Thank you.
Okay. So it's been moved and seconded. We're still going to be doing discussion. So Trustee Reckler, you finished your discussion, right?
I did, but not on this motion. Thank you.
Okay, we will wrap around. This is why we extended for as long as we did. Trustee Smith Folds. We'll look back to you, Trustee Reckler.
This is my comment for the original comment that's on the table, the original motion or the original statement by Superintendent Duffy. This is a comment for that original statement by Superintendent Duffy. I'm uncomfortable. You want us to vote to go back to the same colonial education system that did not work. You have presented no change in this statement. There's no distinguishable difference to the way it was and the way you want it to return to. You want me to vote to go back to the exact same system that broke most students and sustained the privileged bubble and ignorance of systemic racism of others. I won't do it. Change must be forced. We must think on how to do it differently. Have you talked to teachers, surveyed parents, asked staff? We did several long study sessions on COVID. Why are we not equally listening to the experts in our district on how school actually operates and functions? Why are we not having a statement about fall brought to us with the student, teacher, admin, staff, paraprofessionals, sped teachers, aides, counselors, and parent voice? This statement echoes the wants of a very few without the slightest room for innovation, change, flexibility, and individuality, along with creativity. Everything that the shutdown told us that we need. You are now dismissing and throwing all of that away. For what? Political agendas? This has nothing to do with the students and their well-being, because you're sending students back to broken, not better. Your statement is not sending them back to better. It's sending them back to whatever was already broken. Dr. Hurst was asked today at 1 o'clock this afternoon if he agreed with this statement by one board member. Asked at 1 o'clock if he agreed. And in his comment, he said yes, but he also said, where are the surveys? Didn't see any surveys. So let's keep everything in context. It is pushing somebody and then yelling at them for tripping. It is setting us up for failure. It is setting us up for non-clarity. It is setting the people up against the people who do the work. That's what the statement does. It sets the people up against the people who do the work. I urge everyone on the board to take a look at Trustee Gonzalez-Hoy's statement. Take a look and make sure that it does incorporate everything that you're trying to say about the intent to open 100% in the fall, but it doesn't bind us to the language. The one thing that every community member is saying is that there's no trust. And there's no trust because the language is unclear. You are making a binding, sweeping statement when you put out what you said, Superintendent Duffy, and it's just not okay. It doesn't support anybody in the district, because what happens when you can't keep your word? You won't even be here. What happens to everybody else when the word is not kept? What happens to our teachers? What happens to our admin? What happens to our students? What happens to our staff when we are so constricted by this language that we can't fulfill the promises made? I'm asking for us to have a real conversation about the fall that includes multiple options and plans, and with enough lead time that we don't bind our principals, that we give them the resources that they need to make sure this is implementable. And Trustee Gonzalez-Hoy and Trustee Christian were right. I don't want to talk about fall if you're not going to talk to me about counselors. I don't want to talk about fall if you're not going to talk to me about our SPED program. I don't want to talk about fall if you're not going to talk to me about smaller class sizes and what we're going to do about the PPE that is still missing, about how dirty Kennedy still is. I don't want to talk about that. We need to make sure that we're able to have real conversations about what the fall will look like. Again, I urge you, take a look at what Trustee Gonzalez-Hoy has put out, and let's talk about that, because it opens it up for us to really have some plans coming back in the fall. And I agree that we need to have plans coming back in the fall, but you're not going to get me to vote to go back to what was already broken for these kids. The majority of these kids, you had a whole year to try to figure it out, to do it differently. And I'm gonna hold you to the fire. We're not gonna go back to what was broken.
Trustee Smith-Folds, does that conclude your comments?
On this motion, or on this, on what Superintendent Duffy put out, it does.
Do you have any other comments that you want to make?
About what Trustee Gonzalez-Hoy put out? Sure.
The floor is yours, ma'am.
I'll take it. What Trustee Gonzalez-Hoy put out, I think we need to really take into consideration, because it doesn't bind the people who are doing the work. It allows the negotiations to go through. It allows conversations to go through. It allows the community engagement to go through. It allows the surveys to go through. It allows us to have a real whole community conversation about what fall should look like when we go back. That's why I'm voting for Trustee Gonzalez motions, Trustee Gonzalez-Hoy's motion that has been put on the floor. And I will not be voting for what Superintendent Duffy put out there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Mr. Christian, comments?
Yes, thank you, President Phillips. Just going back to what I was basically saying earlier, I'm for reopening, but I want to make sure all those components are in place when we come back in the fall. We have to have it. We can't shortchange none of this. We got to make sure that we have the mental health components, the counselors, the custodian, all the different components that we know we're going to needs to be there. But I'm for reopening, but we got to have those components there. We got to have them in place. That's all I have.
Okay. Mr. Gonzalez, go ahead.
No problem. Thank you, President Phillips. So I just want to start by saying that I am in full support of in-person learning for this fall and in full capacity. After the last year and a half we have all lived through, we all want to go back to normal. But we cannot forget that we are still in a pandemic. I know that we're making incredible progress vaccinating people. We heard it tonight in public comment, educating ourselves in the effects of COVID on schools, and putting safety measures in place to protect students and staff. But I have also seen things that have truly worried me in the last few weeks. I've been going to the store, walked by schools on the weekend, or to pick up food, and I have seen community members without masks and not socially distancing, even at our schools. We all have to do our part to continue to fight this virus. And in order for us to return full in-person learning this fall, we have to all continue doing our part. I also know that WCCUSD was failing Black and Brown kids pre-pandemic and without the added trauma we have experienced this year. Going back to normal is not an option for me because our educational system was not succeeding under normal conditions in the first place. Without committing additional resources in support of our schools, I cannot support the statement as written by Mr. Duffy and President Phillips. I need us to commit to getting teachers, principals, and students what they need to succeed in a return this fall. This means more supports for mental health, more counselors, more custodians, more CSOs, and yes, increased safety measures, PPE, and a strong academic support plan. The original motion, or not a motion, but a written statement doesn't give us any of that. To me, it felt like a political move instead of what we really need. I am not okay just making more promises without the work, plan, and follow-up from us up here. Again, I am in full support of a regular return, but I need us to commit and approve changes that will make us successful. That's why I hope we can support this motion and statement, and will give us parent input from the whole community, share our intent, which is to return to full in person, but we'll also have staff bring us back a proposal with additional supports for the classroom and schools that they really need. And the last thing I would say is that our community has seen that I am more than willing to roll up my sleeve and do my part, and I will continue to do so this summer and the fall. But I really want to see success in place. I don't want us to rush through anything. I want us to have a concrete plan so that we don't repeat what I saw in Kennedy and saw in other schools. I want us to have a successful full reopening. Thank you, President Phillips. That's it.
Thank you very much, Mr. Gonzalez-Hoy. And Miss Emiliano, you're next.
I would like to echo the statements made by Mr. Gonzalez-Hoy and Mr. Christian and Ms. Smith-Fold and Ms. Reckler. We need a plan. We can't go anywhere without a plan. And the statement made previously in the agenda doesn't really have a plan. It's just a statement that's being made. I am in full support of Trustee Gonzalez-Hoy's motion and the way it is stated. Thank you.
Oh, I like to just add on top of what everyone has been saying. I am in full support of a fall reopening, but I do believe that we need a plan, and a plan that will serve all students, not just some, and that places the success of other students at the top. So I'm also in favor of what Mr. Gonzalez-Hoy has motioned. And that concludes my statement.
Okay. Now we're going to do the loop back around, and we're going to Mrs. Reckler.
Well, while I appreciate Trustee Gonzalez-Hoy's statement, I'm hesitant to approve it because of the word intent, which I know in Trustee Area 5 is going to be a real issue, and it's going to cause concern that intent doesn't mean a full opening. And I'm also concerned about, while I know that we will be putting in resources, I'm also concerned, you know, at this moment that we may be spending money that we haven't fully discussed at this moment. Thank you. Not that I'm opposed, but I think a much bigger discussion needs to be had. Thank you.
Smith-Folds, do you have anything?
I think I've been crystal clear on how I feel about both statements. I am full support in Trustee Gonzalez-Hoy's statement. And with Trustee Gonzalez-Hoy's statement, let it be clear that I believe that he is, along with I am, saying that we still have a whole lot of work to do. This statement is not the end. This statement is a beginning point. Trustee Gonzalez-Hoy's statement. We have a lot of work to do to change the system that we have in place for students. Whether we go back fall, winter, spring, or next summer, we have work to do to change the system. I'm just not going to vote for a statement that does none of that. It doesn't add any change at all. Trustee Gonzalez-Hoy's statement is adding some substantive change. Counselors, CSOs, PPE, safety, It's adding health services, mental health services, social emotional, our counselors. There's adding some substantive change to what we're going back to. I can't vote for something that's not even going to attempt to add any change to what we are trying to send these kids back to, and especially our Black and brown and most neediest students. It would be a travesty to vote to send them back to what we know did not work for them. I'm not going to do it.
Smith Folds, thank you very much. Christian, do you have any more comments?
Yeah, just echo. I'm for reopening in the fall, and having those components. We're gonna need those components. If we shortchange everything, then we go back to the same thing. But I'm for reopening 100%. But we got to have those things in place, because if we don't, then what we doing, things are totally different, and things are not going to be like what it was 2 years, like a couple of years ago. It's different. So we got to make sure we have the right components in place to help our students in this district. That's it.
Okay. Mr. Gonzalez-Hoy, do you have anything additional that you would like to add?
No, thank you, President Phillips. I said already everything I needed.
Okay. Ms. Emiliano, anything additional you want to add? Mr.
No, I
Leung?
don't.
Oh, you do?
I said no, I don't. I didn't know if you heard me. My
Oh,
apologies.
okay. Okay. Mr. Leung, anything additional that you want to add?
No, I have no other comments. Thank you.
Does any board member have anything additional they want to add? Okay, Trustee Reckler just lifted her hand. Trustee Reckler.
I'd like to put another motion on the floor, which is to approve the language as written. And to say, I'm not against the resources, but I'm feeling like we're walking into something here and we're spending money potentially. And that I need a full statement on reopening. Thank you, not an intent.
Okay, so Trustee Reckler, your motion is to, you're moving the language that is in the agenda.
Yes, sir.
Okay, I will second that. So that is now the motion that is on the floor. All right. I haven't spoken yet, but does anybody else have anything else that they wanted? We could go back around again. Trustee Reckler, do you have any additional comments you want to make on that? You made the motion. Okay, Smith Folds, anything else?
Are we talking about the original statement again? Yes, Trustee Gonzalez-Hoy? Okay, we're talking about the original statement again. I won't vote for a systematic colonial racism statement. There you go.
Okay. Christian, do you have any additional comments you would like to make? And
No.
I'm asking for additional comments, so but do you have any new comments you would like to make?
No, that's it.
Okay. Gonzalez-Hoy, any new comments that you would like to make?
The only thing I would say is that, I think that when we go around, we sometimes respond to each other. It's hard when one of us hasn't spoken because I might want to respond to something you say, President Phillips. So honestly, I would like for you to speak so that we can hear your thoughts, and then maybe I'll make a comment. But I won't vote for the original motion or original language because of what everybody has stated.
Okay, that's fine. I'm not trying to set this up as a debate. I always go last, so that's not anything new. But I'm not trying to, set this up as a debate. This is an extremely important issue, so I'm trying to make sure that if somebody has something to say, they have the opportunity to get it out. So, Mr. Gonzalez-Hoy, do you have anything additional you would like to say?
Not at the moment, thank you.
All right. Emiliano, do you have anything additional you would like to say?
No, thank you.
Okay. And Mr. Leung, do you have anything additional you would like to say?
I have no other additional comments. Thank you.
Okay, so I'm going to do a couple of things. So the first thing that I'm going to do is I was asked to read a statement into the record. I was asked to read a statement into the record by the president of the Richmond branch of the NAACP. I'm going to do that as part of my comments. And it reads as follows. The NAACP Richmond branch recommends that the West Contra Costa Unified School District should fully reopen schools in the fall of 2021. There are many reasons for our perspective, such as families with work hardships, as well as students' social emotional considerations. Our primary concern is for the education of all children, particularly children of color who disproportionately are not meeting grade level standards. We agree that all students should be able to return to school in the fall. However, those parents who may elect to continue distance learning, the district should provide equitable instructional time with equal standards to those who attend school in person. This would include keeping students in stable, consistent environments when classes are mixed with in-class and distant learning combinations. It is also our concern that students who attend schools via distance learning and are on waivers can maintain that status if and when they return to in-person learning. The basis of our position stems from observations and interactions with parents, teachers, students, and paraprofessionals who assist with students' academics. Being physically back in the classroom may not be a panacea for the problems in our education system, but it does provide students with a different kind of mindset and teachers with a different kind of accountability. Our children are valuable and deserve the best opportunity to be successful. That includes an educational system that does not put the weight, failures, and inequities on their backs. In summation, we, the NAACP Richmond branch, recommend that the WCCUSD open its doors in fall 2021 for all students who physically want to be on campus. However, families should have an option to continue distance learning without any consequences. Sincerely, Willie J. Robinson, Branch President, CC Honorable Board Members, Matthew Duffy, Superintendent. So that is the first thing that I want to bring up. The second thing that I want to bring up is, and so that letter is in support of the recommendation that staff has given. The second thing that I want to bring up, because some public people called in about public comment and brought up the new our incoming superintendent, Dr. Hurst. A board member has also referenced him. So I just want to give some clarity around that. I sent an email to him on today because this is an important issue. And I asked him if he has any issues with the board passing the language recommended by staff in the agenda. And he responded back. I am just going to read to you the response. Good afternoon, President Phillips. Pertaining to the below, and the below is the recommendation from staff, but pertaining to the below, I fully support this direction, and I also have listened to the voices in various emails to the board regarding this topic. Though I have not seen any survey data, I think this is the right decision for students, and in all of the science I have listened to, including paraprofessionals from the Bay and East Bay areas, schools are inherently safe. There is no national evidence to support that there will be widespread COVID rates with in-person learning. The important component will be for us to ensure that we have mitigation factors in place. Thank you. So that is what he wrote when asked if he had any concerns about the language recommended by staff. So here are my comments. One, I support going back to school in person in the fall. without even getting into all of that, I support the language that is recommended by um, staff. So that's what I'm going to be voting for. I do want to address um, comments about additional resources. There are additional monies that have come into our district because of COVID. Everybody knows that. There will be additional monies that continue to come into our district because of COVID. Everybody knows that. So having a discussion about the need for additional resources and whether there will be additional resources, um, I think that's somewhat of a red herring because everybody knows that there is additional monies coming into the district. Everybody knows that there will continue to be additional monies coming into the district. So the question is, how are those additional monies going to be spent? Are they going to be spent on counselors? Are they going to be spent on lower class sizes? Are they going to be spent on more custodians? A host of things that they could be spent on. Those things are being discussed right now in labor negotiations. And so what is happening right now, and I'm just going to say it, is requests from our bargaining units have now been put into a motion in public, and that's not what's supposed to happen. What's supposed to happen is the bargaining units and staff are supposed to negotiate, and they are supposed to reach an agreement, and then that agreement comes to the board for ratification. That's the process. And the motion that is on the floor right now is Trustee Reckler's motion, but the first motion circumvents the negotiation process. That is one problem. Right? Mr. Gonzalez, we're going to go around again. People don't have to agree with what I'm saying. Everybody will have an opportunity to say what they need to say. So, that's fine. But this circumvents the negotiation process. The problem that I have in addition to that is we just got out of, and I say barely out of, financial trouble. We just, in the last, I think, 45 days, moved from qualified certification to positive certification. And it is very unwise of us, in my opinion, to make or pass a motion that essentially commits the district to a unconfirmed amount of money that we may not have. I think that the first motion that was made actually puts the district in financial risk. I do believe that there will be additional, not I do believe, I know that there are additional resources. Um, and I do believe that those additional, I know, not keep saying believe, I know that those additional resources will be spent to support us going back to school in COVID. That's what they're legally for. So there's no question about that. But for us to pass a motion that commits us to spending really a indeterminate amount of money without having any kind of feedback from our chief financial officer is fiscally reckless. And although I want to reopen schools. They're not going to stay open if we bankrupt them. And words that I'm using, folks could, you know, we're going to have a vote and it's going to shake out how it shakes out. But I'm telling you what I see. We are, one, circumventing the negotiation process, and two, we are putting the district at financial risk. And I don't think it's necessary because we all know that there are additional monies and that those additional monies will go to support. But what we're doing right now in open session is trying to commit the district to how those monies are going to be spent. And quite frankly, you know, potentially going beyond monies that would come in for COVID. And this goes to Trustee Reckler's comment about spending monies that we don't have. I'm not going to put the district in, and I know that some parents may be mad at this, but if the district goes up, belly up, we're not going to have school either. And that's just the reality. As far as safety is concerned, the language that is in the agenda, it clearly says that we would be opening pursuant to local, state, and federal guidelines. So it's already built in there that we would be opening safely because we would be doing it according to all of the guidelines. And interestingly enough, if the guidelines change and the county or the state or the federal government says it's not safe to open, we don't actually open, even under the guidelines. I mean, even under the recommendation that staff is putting forward, because he's saying that's what we're opening according to. So I do support the motion of Trustee Reckler to adopt the language from the agenda by staff, which frankly is supported by the outgoing superintendent and the incoming superintendent. And what I don't want to see happen is I don't want to see us go under. I don't want to see us go under. And I know we're going to go back around if somebody has something else to say. But we have to be fiscally responsible. That is also our jobs as trustees. And the first motion was, in my opinion, financially reckless. So I say let the negotiation process play out. And I would not be surprised in that process if we do have more people hired. I think legally we actually have to hire some new people. So that's not even an issue. But I say let the negotiation process play out. Let us actually get financial projections from our chief budget officer so we are not committing the district to things that we can't pay for unknowingly, because that's breaking promises as well. And those are my comments. So does anybody else have anything else that they want to say? Okay. And we're going to go back around. What I would ask is if you have something that you want to say, it's up to you. This is not a debate. Um, so, you know, but if you want to just spend your time talking about what I just said, that's obviously your choice. So, Reckler, do you have anything new you want to say? We're starting from the beginning.
No, I really don't. I echo your sentiments. I know money will be spent. I don't think that it should really be decided here. And what really troubles me the most is the word intent over anything else. So we're going to need a commitment to fully reopen. And that's it.
Okay. Smith Foltz, any comments?
The original statement by Superintendent Duffy and the statement that you and Trustee Reckler are trying to commit the district to is to returning to a colonial broken education system. Bargaining has been done in public this entire time. This entire time, bargaining has been done on Facebook and other social media platforms and from the dais, and it is broken negotiations over and over and over again. This, what we're doing right here, this is not bargaining. This is putting resources on the table to set a standard. This is the standard. We're trying to set a standard. I don't want to commit the district to, I do want to commit the district. I do want to commit the district to safety, more counselors, paraprofessionals, aides, more custodians, smaller class sizes, more options for families, not binding our virtual school that's newly created. We're getting $54 million this fall. I don't want to see us go under either. But I don't want us to drown black and brown children in the wave of a continued educational system. It's a failed educational system. There are so many issues. This district has proven over and over and over again that it can't be given a laissez-faire blank check to just say, okay, it's going to do the right thing. Everybody is saying that it doesn't. Everybody is saying that the district says one thing and does another. So am I asking you to hold the district to a clear, directed standard? You're right, I am. A clear standard. We have to have smaller class sizes. We have to have more custodians. We have to have more counselors. We have to have smaller class sizes. We have to have health services. We have to have social and emotional health workers on our campuses. We have to have nurses. We have to have counseling in elementary school. We have to have our career and college counselors at the sites. Yeah, I am. I'm saying it. I'm saying it's not bargaining, it's setting a standard. That's the standard to return. That's the minimum standard for me to say return. There is a whole lot more that we have to do before we go back in the fall. A whole lot more that we have to give sites the resources to be able to go back better. There's a whole lot more, but this right here, this is my floor. This not the ceiling. This the floor I'm asking for when I'm talking about Trustee Gonzalez-Hoy's statement. This is the bare minimum that I want to commit the district to commit to. And I'm not talking about going belly up. Nobody's talking about bankrupting the district. No one's talking about that. If we can't do something, this stuff that we're talking about right now, we shouldn't be talking about reopening. If we can't talk about lower class sizes as a standard, if we can't talk about having more counselors that don't have 685 to 1 as a standard, if we can't talk about having more CSOs on campus as a standard, if we can't talk about having more of our paraprofessionals as a standard and more help for our site administrators as a standard and more community-based organizations coming in to help our Black and brown students as a standard, we doing it all wrong. This is the floor. What Trustee Gonzalez-Hoy is asking for is the floor, not the ceiling. I'm not voting for what Superintendent Duffy put out. I'm voting for what Trustee Gonzalez-Hoy said with the complete understanding that this is setting a standard, the base level standard for us going back in the fall.
Trustee Smith-Folds, I'm trying to figure out how to do this because I want to ask you a couple of questions. And I'm not trying to make a bunch of comments either right now. I see, and if you want to chew on this after I say it, then just chew on it a little bit. You don't have to have an immediate response. But I really see two things happening, right? So there's this question of do we, commit to a reopening? And then there's this other question of a 100% in-person reopening. And then there's this other question of what additional supports and whatnot should be in place for us to be able to do that. And all of the things that I'm hearing you talk about are actually great things, but they're not free. And so if we were to have, and you don't have to answer me right now, but if we were to commit, and I was willing to commit right now on television with people watching, right, that we would have uh, a what I'll call a study session where we would, and where we would be able to bring in our chief budget officer, maybe somebody from the county, be able to bring in, staff, I mean, like site level staff or whatnot. And all of these things that we're talking about, right? Just put them on a wall and then just cost them out, but cost them out publicly, right? Get real
President
numbers.
Phillips, this is out of
Yes.
order. You're trying to make a deal in public, and it's
Better
out
than
of
trying to
order.
make a deal in a back room, right?
Yeah, says the person who makes the most back deals.
Yeah.
So, but you're still out of order. Well, can you wait till your comments for everybody to finish?
You know what? That's fine. I will, Trustee Smith Folds, when it comes back around to me, I'll just pick back up again where I left off. But I think you have an idea anyway of what I'm starting to say, so you can start chewing. Um, Christian, you're next.
Okay, I'm just saying I'm 400% opening. Only thing I'm saying is, you ever have somebody promise something to you and then they take it away and they break a promise? I'm saying is we want to make sure things are in place when we go into the fall, that we can have things ready for, for students and for people to return. It's like trust. You know what trust is? You trust in somebody that they're going to do the right thing. When you put trust and you hope, and then when it gets to that point, it don't happen. And all I'm saying is that we got to make sure that we have these things in place to help our students and help our schools. Things are not going to be like what it was. We ain't going back the way it's just like 9/11. 9/11 changed everything. So we're not going to go back to the same way where we used to be. But it ain't going to happen. But the thing is that we need to make sure that we put the components in place, making sure going back in. I'm not saying bankrupt the district, but we could add some components that will help our students, our schools in the fall as we go in 100%, like the class size. Well, we're going to go back to 40 students in the classroom? 40 students in the classroom? Well, how you going to practice 6 feet or 3 feet apart? So the thing is, we got to put stuff in. We got to put stuff together and think the stuff out. And as we go in, like I said, I'm for reopening. I'm not voting against reopening. But what I'm saying is I'm for to see the things to be in place in the fall. So I'm through.
Gonzalez.
Thank you. It's Gonzalez Hoy, but yes, thank you. So first of all, I heard in various statements of we have the money, so we'll have resources, but your motion is going to bankrupt us. Like, can't have it both ways. The motion did not put any specific funding. I did not put $20 million for counselors. I did not put $10 million for custodians. I left it vague so that we could give direction to staff on what we want so that we can vote for a full reopening plan. I want to vote for a full reopening. I really do. I actually want that. I've been saying it for the last month, and that actually changed my mind. I didn't want to do that. I wanted to have a hybrid model, and learning and hearing from community changed my mind. But we need to do it right. That's why the 3 employees and the students tonight are saying the same thing. We cannot reopen the same way as always because we know what happens at the sites. It's put on the staff. It's put on the one custodian. It's put on the teacher. It's put on the principal. Always. And that's why I'm hearing the employees and students stand together tonight. This is, yes, the most important decision we're going to make. And voting for this, for the original language, is just political standing by a superintendent trying to save face, by a board president who forced the superintendent to make this statement because it's not his fault, for political standing. Because I believe there are all of us here, except for one person, is doing this for the kids, the rest for political reasons. And we're speaking this now. We haven't said it before because we were worried about hiring a superintendent, but things are not as peachy as we think behind the scenes. Why did it take this long? There are reasons why it took us this long to come to this decision. The board never had a chance to talk about this in the last few months since we got elected. So if we're going to start pointing fingers, I will call the truth of really what's happened behind the scenes. I am not bargaining in public. For Christ's sake, it's my day job as a union rep. I know what bargaining in public is. I am just setting the standard of what I believe we need to reopen schools and what we have not had in our schools for so long. We have counselors that are serving 700 students to one, 700 students to one. And then we're upset about our college graduation rates or college going culture. We have custodians who are overworked, but we complain about not having soap in the schools. There's a reason for that. We're overworking our staff and not supporting them. Broken promises because we make statements or resolutions without doing the work behind it constantly. And then we put it on the schools. We put it on the principals, we put it on the teachers, we put it on the parents. So yes, I won't vote for the original. And I actually asked Trustee Reckler to change her mind because no, my motion did not have funding behind it, but has our priorities. It has a value statement. I am committing that I do want us to fully reopen, but I'm not going to leave the sites to handle themselves with lack of supports. No, I don't think we're going to bankrupt our district. We've all committed to be fiscally responsible. I think that's a fear tactic. And I'm saddened that we're so divided when we should be united around this statement. I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Is your hand up, Trustee Reckler?
Yeah, I think it's my turn, right? So,
No, it's the kids, the
oh, okay, I'll
student
just wait.
trustees' turn.
I would say something else.
Okay. So, Miss Emiliano, is she gone?
She had to go do homework.
Okay, Mr. Leon, do you have anything else?
I just want to reiterate my support for the statement that was put out by Trustee Gonzalez, and that's all I have.
Okay. So I'm gonna jump in and finish what I was saying earlier. So I see two different things. So I see one, the question around 100% distance learning. I mean, 100% in-person learning, right? Going back to that. But then I see this other question around what I'm just going to call reimagining schools, right? Because I think that's kind of an easier way for me to wrap my arms around it. And so what was being said in some circles, right, when school closed was when we go back to school, that it needed to look different because it wasn't working for kids or for the majority of kids. Um, and we could have a long conversation about, why that is. But that, is probably for another night. But what I was trying to suggest earlier was that we actually have a public, uh, and and I understand you don't want to vote for Mrs. Reckler's motion, and we're going to get back to her, and I don't know what she's going to say, but the idea, right, would be that we do have a vote tonight that says, we're going to do this, but then that we also actually have a separate meeting that is a public meeting. So it is, um, in front of everybody. There's nothing, behind the scenes or anything like that, where all of the priorities that people have, um, that community has, even board members, unions, everybody, right? Uh, we were in a space and we started throwing things on the wall, counselors, custodians, um, teachers, because that's what you need if you're going to have lower class sizes. I mean, just the whole list of, what a reimagining of this would look like if we had unlimited funds. And we don't have unlimited funds, but if we did, right? And then we would have those things costed out, right? So we were able to see as an organization what is the price tag that goes on having all of these things. And once we know what the price tag is that goes on all of these things, I think that we could have a very transparent conversation. And I think we could have a transparent conversation that includes, frankly, everybody. Once that's there, I think having a conversation about reimagining without putting price tags on things or having a real understanding of what that means, I don't think that that's the best way for us to reimagine anything successfully. And so, Trustee Smith Folds, what I was going to ask you is, would you be okay? And I understand you don't like the original motion, so I'm not even asking you necessarily to vote for the original motion, but would you be okay? I mean, the original language. Would you be okay, or how would you feel um, about us having a special meeting where we did exactly this, which is putting this stuff up on the wall and saying this is what community is saying, this is what, and then and costing this out, and then being able to say, okay, we have $10, but we have $20 worth of dreams. And that's not our fault that we only have $10 because we're not in control of really of our budget, right? We receive, we're not really dictating what the state gives us, but because I think what we're going to find, and I know this is sad, but if people know what I'm saying is true, right? I think we're going to find that we have $20 worth of dreams and $10 worth of budget. And 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 in a sense where we have $20 worth of dreams and $10 worth of budget, we do need to have actually some real hard conversations about how do we do $20 worth of imagining or reimagining on $10 budget. Um, and that's the conversation that I would like us to have. That's the conversation that I think is fiscally responsible, because I do agree that there are things in our system that are not working. For example, class not counselors was mentioned. The counselor ratio is too high. I have said this privately, I've said it publicly. I think we have academic counselors in name only, at the secondary level. I mean, we're not really providing the service because we don't have enough of them to actually meet with the kids in any substantive way. That's a fact. And I'm not trying to hide that. And I'm not saying it doesn't need to change. What I'm saying is if we have $20 worth of dreams and we have $10 worth of money, that those two things don't match up. And I just want us to have a conversation, and I'm willing to have that conversation publicly, and I'm willing to have that conversation in a fashion that allows other people to participate. So what they think of as reimagining, it's there. And then we have to talk about money. So that's what I was trying to say earlier to you, Trustee Smith Folds. And um, you know, and I'm asking you this in public. Um, and that is extremely transparent. I'm literally having a conversation on television, or in the Zoom or whatever we're on right now. So do you have any thoughts about that?
My thoughts are very clear. I'm not going to sit here and say something that impacts 5 people's decision just with me. Black women for decades have been the ones that carry the vote, carry the conversation forward. I'm not doing that. We are a group of 5. We are 5 trustees with equal voice. And as it pertains to what Duffy has put out and what he has been directed to do, in immortal words of Nene Leakes, I said what I said. I'm done with that. I'm not voting for what Duffy said. I'm not voting for that statement. As it pertains to us having a conversation in public, I think we should have all conversations in public, but that vote's not going to be put on me. Not tonight, not ever, no way, no how. Everybody has equal voice in this. I'm not about to be put out in front and saying, well, Jamila said that. No, I think we should have conversations for sure. But what I'm not going to do is speak for every other board member on here. This is not a unilateral decision. If y'all want to have some more study sessions, let's vote to have some more study sessions on fall reopening. The question that I'm calling to order is the stuff that Superintendent Duffy put out. I'm not voting for that racist statement that's going to bring us back to where we exactly left from. I'm not doing it. And I said what I said. I am voting for what Trustee Gonzalez-Hoy has put out for a statement for us to return in fall that takes into account what everybody on this board has said. It takes into account what Trustee Reckler said and her constituents in Area 5 who want 5 full days reopening and everything back to what they consider normal. It takes into account what Trustee O3 Christian has said when he's talking about the need for our CSOs and our counselors and everything that we have to have in place before we open in the fall. It takes into account what Trustee Gonzalez-Hoy said, that we have to make sure that we are clear with our intention about what we want in the fall. It takes into account what the student trustees have said, including Ms. Ileana, who has left. It takes into account what she said, and it takes into account what I said. I'm not going back to what's broken. Not going to do it. And sir, it takes into account what you said. I believe that we should have more study sessions, but I'm not putting that on my back. We are 5. We move as we are 5 fingers on one hand. We're going to start moving together. And that means we're going to have to start having clear, open conversations, but it's got to stop being unilateral decision making. Not falling for that. There's a big old hole that I refuse to fall in.
Okay, thank you, Trustee Smith Folds. Whew. So I see multiple hands. We're just going to stay in order because that makes it easier for me to keep track of who's next.
President Phillips, I would like to call the question.
Okay, there are still folks who have comments that they want to make.
I just called the question, though.
Right.
We can vote on that.
Do you have a second, Mr. Gonzalez-Hoy, to cut debate?
I second.
Okay. This motion, we've never done this before. This is you need 4 people to do this, to stop somebody from being able to say what they need to say. So this is a supermajority vote. I'm saying this just because we've never done it before. So that means 4 people need to vote to do this. All right. It's been moved and seconded. There's no discussion. Reckler, you're first.
Reckler, no.
Smith Folds, you guys just call, you know the order. It's the
Smith
same
Folds,
order.
yes. Call it to a vote. Smith Folds, yes.
Christian, you would be next.
Clarification. What are we doing?
That's how I feel. What we're doing right now is Mr. Gonzalez-Hoy wants essentially people to stop discussing the issue. He just wants to vote. And that's been seconded by Smith Folds. And there are some people who still have things they want to say. And so now if you vote for this, you're basically saying people who have things they want to say that they can't say it. So that's the vote. So basically, yes, do you want to stop discussion now and just move straight to the vote? That's the question.
I mean, if you have something to finish, just finish, and then we go to the vote.
Okay.
I mean, we don't need to go. I mean, if you need to finish, and then we go from there.
Okay, so I'm taking that as a no vote.
Gonzalez-Hoy, yes.
Leon
Leon, no.
Phillips is a no as well. The motion fails. I thought I saw two hands go up, but I guess Mr. Gonzalez-Hoy, yours was just to stop debate. I saw Reckler's hand go up. So Reckler,
Point of information, can I put another motion on the floor?
we're at, yes, you could. You could.
Okay, so then I would,
Let me just clarify because I'm a little tired. There's only two motions right now, right? There's the first one, and then there's the second one. Yes, you could put a third motion on the floor.
President Phillips, just point of order. Couldn't she made the second motion? Couldn't she just change her motion?
She doesn't have to do that. She can make a third motion.
Okay.
Go ahead, Trustee Reckler.
so I would accept Trustee Gonzalez-Hoy's motion if he changes his language to fully commit to reopening 100% in person, if he takes out intent. And while I'm not in love, really with the laundry list, what really kind of irks me in this is asking the district to survey. And it feels to me that like that should bubble up and we should approve the plan or not, instead of kind of top down. But I could live with it if this language was changed to commit to fully reopening 5 days a week in person.
Mr. Gonzalez-Hoy, can you do me a favor?
Sure.
And I don't know if this has been done, but, and this is a transparency thing, if maybe does staff have your motion?
Yeah, I mean, I just put it on the chat again, if you'd like.
So let's take it out of the chat, and let's put it into a Word document, share the screen, and then so everybody is talking about the same thing, and the public that's watching is seeing what's being talked about, and changes if changes are made.
President Phillips, can I ask a clarifying question of Trustee Reckler?
Mm-hmm.
Trustee Reckler, what would the proposed language exactly say on that first sentence? Could you repeat that?
It would be, the district commits to opening fully in person. will reopen.
Superintendent Duffy, could you zoom in? Thank you.
Yeah, I would be okay with that if the district will reopen. I mean, because where my constituents are going to be nervous is, you know, they don't trust that we're going to reopen. So if there is the clause that we will reopen, I could live with that. And then just like telling the district to survey, I'm just like, I'm not in love with it. Just because I feel like it's something that they should do. Like we shouldn't tell them what to do. They should bubble it up to us and we should give our comments on it. So it just feels like kind of out of the board's lane and the board's purview to ask that. So ideally that would come out. I mean, I would definitely expect surveying to happen as part of any planning. But those are just my thoughts about that. And once again, you know, I am not at all opposed to resources in any way, shape, or form. I just feel that, you know, it's really, once again, just I believe that the board's purview should be straight and narrow, and that should be done by staff and come back to us. And you know, I just try to really stay in my lane. You know, keep a good dividing line of where I am. But I am sure that those are where we will put resources. You know, I just don't really want to get too far. You know, as a board, I don't want to get too far into that. I want to give the comment and not really direct in that way.
Trustee Reckler, just to respond to your question, unfortunately, I wouldn't agree to that, but obviously you can make a separate motion to put that on the floor. But
if it stayed like this, would you be okay with this? Or, well, if that,
I would not, no. Not
This
because
is
of
what
your
I was
first
just
thing.
trying to do, and I got called the back room man. This is crazy. So
Well, that's why I'm not agreeing, because I ultimately don't want to make a deal right now on the floor. I think that my motion does exactly what Trustee Reckler you're asking for, honestly, and it doesn't take away the parent feedback and additional potential priorities. So because of that, I wouldn't support it. But I mean, I appreciate you wanting to work on it, but I don't want to make a deal on the floor. Thank you.
so it's the reopen language that is the issue?
And the last part, you deleted the last sentence.
Okay, so if I left the last sentence, I'm still making a deal on the floor, sorry.
you know what? I mean, I will probably make I have a couple of questions when it gets back to me. I will probably make a third motion that is what I just saw typed out. So we don't have to do all this, but I do have a couple of questions now that I'm actually looking at it. When it comes back to me, I'll ask those questions and I probably will make the motion myself.
Okay, I'm done with that. My real sticking point is the 100% reopen. I can probably live with everything else.
Oh,
I'm done.
okay. Smith Folds.
Wait, did Trustee Reckler make the motion? Because it's right in front of us, so I don't want to just leave it if it's not a real motion.
I did.
Okay.
This is okay. So or will you go back to that screen where you're sharing your screen, Mr. Duffy? The document.
It's in front of us, President
You
Phillips.
can see it.
Okay. I'm not seeing it. Okay. I'm seeing you guys, so I need to change the view. Okay.
You got it?
I do. And I'm just going to take a moment to
Sure.
read it. And part of this motion is from Mr. Gonzalez-Hoy's motion. So if he does not mind, I probably will ask him a question. I'm going to second this motion that was made by Trustee Reckler. So there's 3 motions on the floor now. There's no more room for new motions. So, and the motions are in reverse order. So this one that Trustee Reckler made, and just so it's cleaner, I'm just gonna, Trustee Reckler, if you don't mind, I'm just, so people don't say you have 2 motions, I'm just gonna make that motion. The one that third one. Okay. Is there a second for that?
Yeah, I'll second that.
Okay. So that's the motion that's on the floor. If that motion does not pass, then the motion that is on the floor is the original language that's in the agenda. If that motion does not pass, the motion that is on the floor is the motion from Gonzalez-Hoy. Okay. Board, is there any further discussion? Let me change my screen so I know I'm seeing everybody.
It's on me, President Phillips. The
Okay.
discussion after Trustee Reckler with the motion is on me. I will not support. I will not support Trustee or now Mr. Phillips' motion. I will not support Mr. Phillips' motion that's on the screen says Reckler. I won't support that motion. I am still in full support of Trustee Gonzalez-Hoy's motion that he put forth on the floor. I think that if the word intent to reopen, I think is the language that needs to stay in there. I for sure think the bottom part needs to stay in there. So this is the reason why I'm not supporting Trustee Reckler's motion. I think that the 2 things that have to stay in there is the district has the intent to reopen for 100% in person. And I believe the line that the district will also survey families' interests for the fall and will make further recommendations, including additional educational access points for all students, such as hybrid and distance learning models. It has to stay in there too, with the majority of families required. I believe that that has to stay in the motion for us to be able to even pretend like we are doing something different when we send these kids back. And again, I've said it before and I will say it again, this motion is the floor, not the ceiling. This is the floor. This is where we start. This is not where we end when it comes to talking about fall reopening. Those are my comments.
Mrs. Smith-Bolds, thank you. Mr. Christian, do you have any comments? Any more comments?
Can you come back to me?
I can come back to you. And I just want to, actually they're in. So can we do this, Mr. Duffy, just so it's clear? The second motion, can you put them in order? So the second motion that says Gonzalez-Hoy, put that first, right? Just in order that they are. So it's clear to everybody who's trying to follow along. Just move it. Okay. So Mr. Christian and everybody else, the first motion is Gonzalez-Hoy's. The second motion is the original motion. The third motion that says Reckler is the motion that I just made. The one that we're on right now that's on the floor is the third one that says Reckler. Okay, that's the one that we're on right now. That's the motion that we are considering. We're coming back to Christian later. Gonzalez-Hoy, we're on you.
Thank you. I really appreciate, Trustee Reckler trying to find common ground. I just want us to say that and just say that I hope to vote for my original motion. I will not support the other 2. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Leon.
I just, let's turn my camera on. I just want to say that I'm in favor of Trustee Gonzalez-Hoy's motion and statement.
Okay. So it is on me now, and this is my comment. I'm commenting on the third motion, the one that's on the floor. The word will reopen needs to be in there. We are doing this partially, largely because parents, community members feel that we have been squishy about what it is that we are doing. And if we pass a motion, particularly after the whole community is watching us debate this, whether it should say will or not, because everybody knows what will means. Will means we're going to do it. And if we pass a motion that says, well, we don't want to put the word will in there. We want to put intent in there, as in that means maybe, then that is going to reinforce all of the negative feelings about us as a board and as a district, that we are not giving clear direction and that we are trying to leave wiggle room in there for us to not be able to reopen in the fall, and that people really don't want to do it, and that this is just some more smoke and mirrors. So I believe that that will language that's in the third one needs to actually be in there. The stuff that Mr. Christian talked about of, additional resources, like I said earlier, we all know that there's additional monies. We all know that additional resources will flow into the schools. But if people feel the need to just write down what we all know is true, I mean, I think this is the equivalent of writing down the sun's going to come up tomorrow. It doesn't change anything because it's a fact, right? It's a fact that there's additional resources, additional money, and it's a fact that additional resources are going to go to the schools. And as I look at this, and Mr. Gonzalez Hoy, when you have first said your motion, I wasn't reading it, but I'm looking at this language now. Um, it just makes a statement that there's additional resources and it will go. So I'm fine with the third language, the third motion, the one that's on the floor that says these resources may include but are not limited to additional counselors, mental health services, custodians, CSOs, etc., and that there will be recommendations, because there will be recommendations. And the truth of the matter is the recommendations will come before the summer. Because if we're talking about a budget for because we passed the budget in June, right? And so the truth of the matter is we're going to know, it's almost June now. In a month and a half, we're going to know we're going to have a budget for the fall. It's going to have additional resources in it. That's just a fact. I mean, so I'm fine with the third one. It it commits us to reopening in the fall, which is what the overwhelming majority of our families actually want. But it also says that we are going to have additional resources, which is what Mr. Christian wants as well. It's all in that third motion. I support the third motion. I think everybody has said their piece. Let me just change my view on the screen to make sure I'm not missing anybody.
Trustee Phillips, I have a question.
Yeah, sure.
Why would you take off the bottom line of the third motion? Why are you deleting that bottom line of the third motion? This is now your motion. So that I'm asking, just for clarification, I'm asking because this is now your motion, no longer Trustee Reckler's motion. So I would like to know why you're deleting that third line, or that, I'm sorry, that last line of the third motion.
I'm gonna ask for some two things. One, Mr. Duffy one, the motion that was originally made, I didn't delete anything because the motion was crafted by somebody else. I made the motion so it will be clean. The second thing is I'm looking at the second line. Mr. Duffy has actually spoken to the need to, if the need arises, to actually have additional conversations. But the third thing is like, I would like us to have some reciprocity, you know, because I mean, I'm just being real. I was asking questions or trying to ask questions a couple of months ago. I'm not couple months ago. I feel like it was a couple of minutes ago. And the responses that I got when I was trying to ask other people questions were not really that positive. And so I'm just saying, like, it would be if we could have some reciprocity in the way that we speak to each other, that would be great. Because I was asking questions and you guys were all there. I don't need to repeat the response that happened. Um, so, I don't really have any more comments. I support the third motion. It commits us in strong language to going back to school, which is what the community wants. And it also says that there will be make recommendations for the additional resources, which is what Mr. Christian wants. So I'm ready to go. If you guys are ready to go. If you're not, then that's fine. But I'm ready to go. And does any other board members have any more comments, questions about this? Okay, I'm
So
not seeing.
I have a comment. So
Yes, ma'am.
my comment is just because of lack of reciprocity, you're not going to answer my question that I asked, that I believe I've been completely professional and respectful the entire time. You're not going to answer my question as to why the last sentence of the third motion is being being struck. So Trustee Reckler, can you answer why you are willing to strike the last sentence of the third motion out, please, for me?
Yeah, I am. So to me, that's board overreach. And that though I feel like it's very top down, that the board is telling the district what to do. And I feel that we should be giving the district and Dr. Hurst the runway to make his plan. And, it's really his to own and for us to comment and support and make suggestion. And so I don't want to tell him what to do. I really don't want to tell the superintendent, any superintendent, what to do before seeing what they come back with. And I've really been thinking about the board's role and my role, and I really want to try and be clean with what a board member is supposed to do. So that's the only reason I'm taking it out. I expect these things to happen. I really honestly do. I know where we're going to put resources. I don't really know how much and where, but I know that everything here are things that we want and we would expect. I just don't feel that it's the board that needs to state those. It's the district that needs to do it. It's the board that needs to comment.
Thank you for that response. What I would say to that is that this last sentence gives direction, which for me is part of the board's job, is to give direction to the district. And what we're just it's the same as if we're given direction in the very beginning of the statement that Trustee Gonzalez-Hoy has made. I believe that runs all the way through his statement, that each part of this statement is us giving direction to the district. I think that the binding language that you're talking about, like where we're taking power away from superintendents and we're taking power away from them having the runway to be able to do what they need to do, falls in when we say we will reopen. I think the district voting on something that says we will reopen takes that power away. Instead of voting on something that says we are giving direction to have the intention. We have the board is setting direction for the district to have every intention to reopen, and we're giving you that long runway to go and make those plans, not proposals, to make those plans to bring back to this board with the sole intention to have a plan to reopen 100% in person this fall, as well as make sure that you bring back recommendations, including additional educational access points for students. I believe that Trustee Gonzalez-Hoy motion, Trustee Reckler, does exactly what you're saying. It gives clear direction, and it gives the runway to where we are not stepping on the superintendent's toes that is going to be here in less than a month. We are allowing the verbiage to represent our full board direction if we stick to what Trustee Gonzalez-Hoy has said. And I do want to say thank you for us giving the time and space to wordsmith this and to have conversations about it, because I believe it is bringing us back to the original motion that Trustee Gonzalez-Hoy is stating, that we need to give clear direction with our intention and the runway for the superintendent to do as he has been hired to do. So this again is why I'm voting for, I will vote against Trustee Phillips' third motion, which is under the Reckler on our screen. I will vote against the original motion, which came from Superintendent Duffy and Trustee Phillips, and I will vote for what Trustee Gonzalez-Hoy is saying in this motion. I believe it covers everything. And again, I will say it again for the 15th time, this is the floor, not the ceiling. Thank you.
Board members, it is what it is. If anybody has anything else to say, no, say it. But we're just repeating ourselves at this point. It's one of these is going to pass, I think. I don't know which one it is, but it would be nice if we could vote. Oh no, one more person. I'm sorry, Mr. Christian. Do you have additional comments? I'm sorry. I know this is a big one.
And I'm gonna say this. Throughout the years, I'm sure everybody was hoping that Kennedy would have got better, right? But Kennedy hasn't gotten better. Kennedy's been Kennedy since, it deteriorated, right? And promises and promises and promises and promises, but it never happened, right? So if you don't make it happen, then it's not going to happen. So why Kennedy looking the way he's looking?
I'm gonna respond. You asked a question. I'm gonna respond. Kennedy is looking the way that it's looking because Kennedy has been passed over year after year after year. And if Kennedy continues to look the way that it looks, it is no longer the fault of the people who are before us. It is our fault because we are the board now and we have to own it. We cannot fix what somebody didn't do before. We can fix. We cannot change history. We cannot change history. But if Kennedy continues to look the way it is, the fault is on the people in the Zoom right now. So that is us taking ownership. And if we make a promise, we have the facilities master plan that needs to run through, or the waiting anyway, that needs to run through the facilities committee. We couldn't do it because, there was stuff that happened last month with the funeral, but that's going to come to the board. And if this board doesn't vote to rebuild Kennedy, well, then you know what? All of the years of blaming other people, that's out the window. It's our fault.
Well, the point that I'm making is that we leave it in the hands, but it never happened. And that's from the past. And so what I'm saying is, if we don't give clear direction and knowing we're going in the fall to make sure that we do have resources in place and that will we're going to commit to making sure that we have different things in place. You know, I'm not saying bankrupt us. No, I'm just saying that we're going to have some of these things in place. And if we don't make sure, and you talk about promises, agreement, a bond is keeping a bond. Agreement is that you agree that this is, but there's been a lot of agreements being broken.
So let me say this, two things. One, the things that you asked for tonight, Mr. Christian, are in the third motion. If you look at it, it's all in there. Everything you asked for is in the third motion. So that's the first thing. The second thing is this district, and I'm going to put, because I don't want to point anybody out or point any fingers, because the successes and failures that this district has had over the last 4 years fall on more than one person's shoulders. That said, this district truly is under new management, to the extent that there are 4 brand new board members, to the extent that there is a brand new superintendent who's going to be on the job in less than 30 days. And so the people who created or had a part in creating what you are talking about, they're not going to be here anymore. I mean, as far as the board is concerned, I mean, I'm in my second term, but I'm the only one that's left. This district is literally under new management. And so what we have to do, in my opinion, is actually have some faith in the new management. And the new management includes the board, because all of you are new. The new management includes a new superintendent that is going to start in less than 30 days. Because if we don't, what we're really saying, I mean, and let's just put it out there, and I don't want to make this about one person, but what we're really saying is, because people in the past broke promises, we don't have faith that the new people are going to keep their promises. We don't have faith that the board is going to be on its job and govern in a way that, you know, the superintendent is responsive. And frankly, we don't have faith that the superintendent that's going to come is actually going to implement this. I do have faith. Hopefully we all do. And that's why we hired him. So, like I said, I don't want to make this about one person, because there's not one person, and Mr. Duffy is one person. There's not one person who created this situation, this problem that we're in. This was created by multiple people over multiple years, and quite frankly, over multiple generations. So I have faith that this board is going to monitor and watch this process as it happens. And I have faith that the new superintendent that we just hired, because to be frank, he's the one that's going to be implementing this or leading the implementation of it. I have faith that he's going to do his job. So, yes, there were problems in the past. That's why the district's under new management. But everything that you said you wanted tonight is in that third motion. Board, are we ready for a vote?
President Phillips, I have my hand up.
I do as well.
Okay, we're gonna stay in order. Well, actually, Trustee Smith Folds, you just went. You were the last. No, well, I'm tired.
Trustee Christian.
Gonzalez is next. Because Christian just went. Gonzalez Hoy is next.
Thank you. This is not about not trusting the next superintendent. It has nothing to do with that. I fully agree with everything you said, President Phillips. I think that Dr. Hurst is going to be a great superintendent. This is about being more transparent and giving direction. The first motion gives transparent direction. Ask to survey families. Ask to bring us the resources for our schools. Has nothing to do with that. I actually think that we put Dr. Hurst in a horrible position tonight, because we're putting him in the middle. Someone put him in the middle tonight. by reaching out to him and reading his statement without his permission and not having a conversation with the board, etc. But it has nothing to do with that. I fully believe he will do what he needs to do. This is about giving direction for the fall that will lead to successful opening and giving the sites what they need and being transparent and getting feedback from all families. So again, I hope that we all take that in and we vote for my first motion, and we just vote these two down first. Thank you.
Okay. I'm asking if people have something new to say. Say something new. Please don't repeat things that we've already said. It is 12:20 at night. Trustee Smith-Folds.
This is what I'm gonna say new. That bottom statement, the statement from Trustee Reckler, if this board votes that bottom statement, you're voting to send kids back to exactly where they were. Period, full stop, nothing else. If you vote for that bottom statement, or if you vote for Duffy's statement, you're voting to send the kids in Kennedy, Richmond, San Pablo, Hercules, and El Cerrito back to the exact same broken system, full stop, because you're not asking for anything else, period. So if you want to speak to one board member, then I'm going to do the same. If you vote that bottom one in, you're sending those kids in Kennedy back to Kennedy High School, the exact same way it is. 40 kids in the classroom, not having any more options for learning differently, going right back to the colonial education system that broke them in the beginning. You are not setting us up for change. It is time for everybody to stand and be a change agent. You're right. There's 4 of us on the board that are brand new. Let's make some brand new changes. Let's make some brand new changes. And tonight is the night to stand and say, we're doing it differently. You won't have to come back with more options. We are telling these kids that we are giving them options to their educational, because we heard that the system is not working for all of them. That's what you're saying if you vote for Gonzalez-Hoy's statement. That's what you're doing. You're voting for change. You're voting for different, and you're voting for the district to do their job. Bring us back choices and options so we can put them in front of these families and say, what works best for your child? That's what the board is supposed to do. That's the direction we're supposed to set. That's how we're supposed to function. We are supposed to tell the district that you are to work for every single student in our areas. And that means you come back with options. That means you come back with a plan. That means you don't send these kids back to the same thing that they have already left from. If you want to talk about Kennedy and you want to talk about change, vote for change. Vote for make the district do something different. Vote, stand in it. Stand in it. Tell them they have to do something different for our Black and brown students. Tell them they have to do something different for Kennedy. I'm not sending them kids back to that same thing. I'm not sending them back to the same educational system. I'm not going to do it. I am not going to do it. And let me bring my last point home. And this is what was on the district Facebook page. The district's Facebook page, when they opened last week, they had a picture of a high school class. They had a picture of a high school classroom. In that high school classroom, there was 12 to 13 students in there. The back row was filled with Black students. 1 Black student didn't have a mask on. 2 Black students were dead asleep. We sending them back to the status quo. I won't vote for it. I won't vote to send them kids back. They've been in school, they've been out of school for a year, and the first week back, they back to the same status quo, and you put it on the district Facebook page, and you don't find anything wrong with that? I'm not gonna vote for it. I'm not gonna do it. I'm not gonna send these kids back to that. That happened last week. Look it up. Look for the picture. I am not going to do it. Vote for change. Everybody stand. Stand.
I agree. Everybody needs to stand. I was responding to questions that were to me, but everybody needs to stand. And it's time to stand and stop all this talking by everybody, including me. Okay, so we're going to go on to the vote. And we're going to start in order. And we're starting with Trustee Reckler. The motion that we are voting on first is the last motion that is on this document. Can everybody see this document? Okay, I'm going to read this aloud. This is what the vote is. The vote is quote, the district will reopen for 100% in-person learning this fall pursuant to local, state, and federal guidelines and with additional resources provided by WCCUSD to schools in need of them. These resources may include, but are not limited to, additional counselors, mental health services, custodians, CSOs, etc. And the district will make these recommendations to the board this summer. That is what we are voting on right now. Okay? Trustee Reckler, please vote.
Reckler, yes.
Smith Folds, please vote.
I am voting no to the minimum. No.
Christian, vote, please.
I'm going to say that this is tough. Ah, man. This is tough, and like I say, my heart is to see these kids go back in 100%. I just want to make sure these resources are there. So wow. I don't know. I really don't know. Like I said, I'm 400%, but dog it, I mean, this is frustrating. I want to see stuff happen and done right. I know when people lie and people don't tell the truth and stuff, happen over the years. I've seen it. I've been an employee. I've seen this whole thing. I've seen the process. Can I get a clarification?
Go ahead, sir.
Going back to the first one and then the last one. Okay. Intent. So intent means the intention to open, right? The intent to open, right? It's the wording of it, right?
So
That's right.
I'm not going to speak for the person who made the motion, but the language is different. One
Well,
says intent, one says will.
President Phillips, I'm speaking since I'm the maker of the motion. And yes, the intent is literally that. We want to open schools in the fall.
And then the third one, the district will reopen 100%. So it's basically, is it saying the same thing, or is it saying different?
So in this discussion, Trustee Reckler asked Mr. Gonzalez-Hoy to use the will language. He did not want her to use the will. He did not want to use the will language. He wanted to stay with the intent language. That leads me to believe that they are saying something different, because otherwise, why not use the will language?
And there was the change on the bottom of the paragraph.
And
There were
two
changes, right? So it doesn't mean that we don't mean the same thing. We might be using different words. Again, my intent is the same, but we changed the paragraph and we changed the last sentence, which to me is the transparent process of getting parent input, which the third paragraph does not have. Trustee Christian, to answer your question, it is different.
Man.
Trustee Phillips, point of order.
Yes, ma'am.
I just want to make it clear that everyone has the right to vote yes, no, or abstain. You have the right to abstain.
This is not a point of order.
Well, I just wanted to make it.
Okay,
I just wanted to make it clear. So I will stop talking now. I just wanted to make that absolutely clear that we have that.
It's not a point of order. Trustee Christian, it's on you. Whatever you're gonna do, it's on you.
Either way, it's gonna open up 100%. Right? So you got the top one and the bottom one. It's still gonna open, right?
Is that a question? Trustee Christian,
Yeah.
who's that a question to?
That's the question I'm asking.
But who are you asking, Trustee Christian? Because I want to make sure you get a clear answer. Who are you asking that question to?
President Phillips, is it still gonna open the top one and the bottom? It's still gonna open, right?
I'm answering your question the way I see it. Okay. The bottom one says definitively that we will open in the fall, that we will do this. The top one says exactly what it says. This is our intent. You know, you intend to do this, intend to do that. It may happen, it may not, but this is our intent. That's how I see it.
All right, I go with yes.
Thank you, sir. We're going to go to the next person, which is Gonzalez-Hoy.
I vote no.
We're going to go to the next person, which is Mr. Leon.
Leon, no.
The final vote is me, and I vote yes. So the motion carries 3-2. That said, Trustee Smith Folds, what I said earlier about us actually having a meeting around reimagining schools and what the community, parents, and whatnot want to see. And this is not a consolation prize. I wasn't joking before when I said it. I'm happy to schedule that for us to have a community dialogue about what wasn't happening and what we would like to see. I really am. I swear to you. So board, it is now 12:35. We had, I got a note from Mr. Duffy that said that pretty much everything can be held over except perhaps the SPSAs. And that's something that is very important. So Trustee Smith Folds, I'm sorry, we have to go back into closed session. Mr. Duffy, the closed session discussion, do we have to go back? Do we need to go back without saying what it is? Do we?
I think we need just a couple of minutes to share with you one or two key points, but I think we can make it very quick. And then on the SPSAs, I would just defer to Ruben Aurelio, Trustee Smith Folds, Trustee Gonzalez Hoy, if they want to do this evening. I know it's a lot after what just happened, or do we just want to push it to next week because we do have a meeting next week?
Trustee Smith Folds, do you want to do the SPSAs tonight?
Trustee Gonzalez Hoy, your thoughts?
I'm okay, Trustee Smith Folds, if you want to do it tonight or if you want to wait till next week. I'm okay either way.
Okay,
We could do a quick tonight, or we can take our time next week.
I think because it's such an important issue, we ought to just wait till next week. Are you in agreement with that, waiting till next week to do the SPSAs?
We can. I just want to let you guys know that next week, well, you would know because you were in the agenda setting, but so next week we have a host of things, including the safety plans. So next week is a big agenda right now.
It is big, although sorry.
Well,
I really feel like just having witnessed what just took place in terms of the intensity of that conversation, I think trying to do the SPSA PowerPoint justice, I think will be tough because it's fairly thorough.
Okay, so board, do you guys want to go into closed session right now to do that second part, which is